Hello. I figured out how to, what's it called? Go, into a prior version of OBS so that I can have all my fancy plugins again. So now I'm gonna be actually moving to the background, and it's gonna be great. Wait a minute, did you guys not see? Gummy? That's weird. That's weird, what? Hold on. Well, now I gotta put my hand in. Okay. Okay, no, we got gummies. It just jumped really quick. Okay, that makes sense. My poor ass eyes didn't keep track of it in time. Oh, I'm even a fucking hyper fucking aggressive, so. Ah! God damn it! Okay, chat, I see, I understand, I see. Oh, the cat's over in the fog. Jesus Christ, there's enemies everywhere. Do this. Shh, you don't see anything. Shit. Ah, I'm in a corner. Oh god. Okay. This wasn't good. I'm gonna go up here now.
That looked a little awkward. I didn't want to disrupt.
Hi, 404. How you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling a lot better.
That's good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I actually can, you know, string 3 thoughts together.
Dude, I feel that. The mental fatigue is the worst part, for sure.
Oh man. Well, I made a key error today. I made a boo-boo.
In what way?
Well, number 1, I was telling you how I scheduled all of my vaccinations in the same day.
Yeah.
So me having a brain like a salad strainer nearly forgot that I had the appointment at like 20 to 5. But me being a genius at 3:45 to 4 thought, I'm off of work. I have enough physical ability. I can start working out today. I get through like 5 sets of arm workouts and go, wait a minute, I have to go get stabbed in the arms with things that make my arms hurt.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ouchie, man.
I'm gonna feel great all weekend. I'm looking forward to it.
God.
So what manner of spook hunting game is this? This looks interesting.
Oh, it's really fucking cool. Basically all of Japan has been turned into spirits. And what I'm collecting, what you saw me collecting right there was like a collection of like good normal people spirits. And the yokais are running amok, and I have to exorcise them all and collect all the normal spirits so that people can go back to the normal bodies. And the big bad evil guy kidnapped my sister, who was in a coma, and he liked that because, you know, she was a step between life and death. So he's using her for a ritual. You know, as all big bad evil guys do. And I have like a ghost possessing me because I got like in a car crash. And I was in a step between life and death as well, and he thought I was dead, but I wasn't, so now we got super amazing living and dead ghost person powers. Pretty sick.
I dig it. I dig it. Also, apparently, OmniJoel has been subscribed to you for 29 years.
Dude! No, no, god damn it! You guys suck! Oh, god damn it. Ah! Ow! Get me out of here. What the odds? The odds! Get me out. Get me out. Oh, god. What the fuck? Oh, come on, man. Give me a break. Please. I hate everything.
You know, that was literally the most textbook comic book you went down the wrong alley, motherfucker, that I've ever seen.
Oh my god, how'd you find me? Bitch! Okay, I'm running. Ah! God, this area is fucking dangerous. This area has been largely uncleared, so there's no safe zones for me right now. It's much easier everywhere else where I've already cleared everything out already, so
Okay.
I have safe spots, but no, I just keep running into more enemies.
Okay, so literally as you purge stuff, you can sort of generate your own areas. It doesn't respawn behind you. Once you clear it, it's cleared.
No, they don't. Well, I mean, like, they sometimes do, but it's not like, how do I put this? There are some monsters that will stay there forever. And there are some monsters that once you clear them, they never come back. And it's much more manageable when it's only the forever ones because they're not many. It's just pretty much there to make sure you don't get bored.
Got it. They're the filler.
Sort of. They're there to make your monkey brain happy.
I do like my monkey brain.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that. I'm gonna just quick purge you. Oh! God damn it. You're too fast, bitch. Oh, I wasn't charged. That's hard to actually do that. But, you know.
That's a lot of balls.
Yep. She spits her cooties at you in the middle of COVID.
I mean, you only wish that was COVID.
Yeah. Also, right, by the way, Omni, thank you so much for the tier 2, dude. I appreciate you. It's been one hell of a long time as well.
Oh, guess
and
what?
Night Terrors, thank you for the find as well. Ow! Anyway.
Meanwhile, as we dodge the ghost herpes.
Fucking hell. Please don't hurt me. Yo, Jacob, thank you for the 27 months, and Night Terror, thank you so much for gifting another sub. Oh my goodness. But yeah, this game is awesome. It's like a perfect recreation of, I think it's Shibuya, right? Or just Tokyo in general. Yeah, it's like 1-to-1, and the platforming, as I'm probably sure you can tell by now, is fucking amazing.
I'm looking at it and going, man, this is like an alternate universe version of Yakuza 5, and I'm kind of here for it.
What? Oh, you guys are much quicker at spotting me than normal. Usually I could beat Baldy like that and not have issue. Uh-oh. Okay. Hi.
I love that you're literally being chased by a faceless salaryman. That's wonderful.
Oh yeah, no, they're fucking great. Let me fucking walk you through some of the other guys. Only take out my water. Let's see.
Water.
Which one's there is so much lore that it's actually hard to find the exact thing that I want. Pretty good, Gale. Yeah, there's spirits of overworked salarymen who died from exhaustion. Yep. There's like different variants.
That hits on like 2 levels, because if it's like the salaryman who died of exhaustion, but now he ceaselessly hunts you without like stopping, like he can't stop.
Yeah, their work of robbing the living of their life force is done just as tirelessly as they worked in life. But yeah, the normal ones are called little rainwalkers. And then they have like little evolved versions with like the rugged walker, which is a big chunky lad.
Fine chunk.
And then there's a rain slasher, which is your mommy boss.
Okay.
She has a lot of apparently profound resentment as a deadly weapon, which is just like strike out the living. Shadow hunter is a cop. Type of visitor born from the self-destructiveness of those who have lost sight of what they once wished to protect and who became the very thing they once wished to fight. Fuck, bro.
Dang.
Relentless walker, a type of visitor born from violent mindsets. They are prone to rampage with their hulking, swollen bodies crashing from place to place as they swing blunt weapons with a reckless abandon. Rage walker, a type of visitor born from explosive rage. Their anger is so intense that it causes the very land beneath them to tremble.
I dig it.
Student of misery. A type of visitor born from the anxieties of young female students. They are quick to attack and with merciless tenacity.
You know what? I feel like being attacked by a bunch of Seifukus is kind of some people's fetish here.
Probably, but I think it's more so representing like the like absolutely brutal education system in Japan.
Oh yeah. Students Putting aside my snarkiness, you that is absolutely true.
Yeah, so they release their frustration for the guys. I fucking hate these guys! A type of visitor born from the sense of resignation felt by those whose desires go unfulfilled. They quickly descend from above when they spot a victim and attack relentlessly.
Oh, that's awful. They're on the Z-axis.
Yeah. Yep. Lamentation, a type of visitor born from isolation of those cut from friends and family. They hang from midair as they wait for their prey.
Oh. Literally undead as drop bears. I love and hate this.
Yeah. Paper doll, a type of visitor born from the life spent maintaining a vapid facade. Empty smiles over at the ready, they spread the very same negative energy they have been forced to bear.
Oh, streamers.
Passenger, a type of fuck man, that hurt me a little bit. The despair of a life spent on a predetermined course. Having veered from that path, they now spread destruction in their wake. Marionette, a type of visitor born from the pessimism fostered by an empty existence. It heals visitors around it, pouring seemingly listless energy into them with total abandon. Forlorn, a type of visitor born from the sorrow of abused children. Fuck, bro.
Oh.
They are not directly combative, but when frightened, they summon visitors to their aid. Visitors to aid them before fleeing. Yep.
That's some very Grave of the Fireflies lore right there.
Yep. Wanderer, a type of visitor born from the desire to run away. Inside it only lies a void. It floats in the air and attacks from above. This fucking thing. Kuchisake. A type of visitor born from a frenzied rage. They wield deadly one-handed weapons as they hunt and butcher their living prey. Crimson Kuchisake. A Kuchisake that wears its gruesome visage openly, having cast aside the mask that once kept it hidden. It hunts prey with ruthless tenacity, its attention ever fixed upon finding its next victim. Sojutsuki. A large humanoid visitor born from Yasutoko. It can manipulate ether, Yeah, this is basically a boss, and so is this.
Got it.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Fucking, get your fucking dog, bitch! Kappa! Yeah, this is just an official yokai. They're in rivers and ponds.
Not a mutant Ninja Turtle.
No.
I mean, possibly a mutant Ninja Turtle, but yes.
It's sort of turtley, sort of froggy, but also not. Its weakness is its head. You bow at it, and it has to bow back, and then it empties its head, or something like that. Or like you topple it over once it's like doing that. And these guys are just helpful for some reason. You just latch onto them, and they help you move around and such. But yeah,
I mean,
all the lore is basically like that.
I believe the Tengu must be helpful because of the sheer number of like Tengu statues that are in front of like really good noodle shops in New York City.
Yeah, the lady with the scissors, you have to confuse them to escape, because she asks you if she's pretty. And if you say yes, then she cuts your face like hers. And if you say no, oh god, of course. Then, she'll, like, straight up kill you. But if you confuse her, then she'll be, like,
the answer
stunned
is
and then you
waffle?
run. I don't think that would exactly work. You have to do something that would, like, stun her. Like, probably what I do. I just straight up kiss her.
I was gonna say, do we finally take a playbook from like the bro book and just start like really being like, you know what? You can be my side bitch.
Whoa. Just literally walk up to her and be like, marry me! She's like, what? Oh shit, other things saw.
Roll up on her like, mommy, sorry. It might actually work.
Yep. Oh, Jesus Christ, you didn't get stunned, big guy. Very rude of you.
Gosh.
I'll be taking this.
You know, I almost hope there's a mod for this game. Because, did you ever watch the old 1960 show, The Avengers?
No.
It kind of a weird cult following because it didn't intend to do this, but it made this absolutely surreal kind of spy show because they didn't have a budget for extras. So it was always these very strange, almost weirdly empty, creepy locales of like, with all these shots of like people with bowler hats and umbrellas and stuff. So just seeing how empty this is with all the umbrellas, I'm like, oh, I want them to put some bowler hats on these guys. I would be so happy. I know it's not Japanese at that point, but I just want them.
Oh, it's one of the kids. Oh, you say you're in a hurry and she apologizes? Dude, that's fucking cute. Right, I want to get to that shrine. Also, when you're near, what's it called? Ghosties, the environment gets all freaky. Depending on what kind of ways it gets freaky, you can actually predict what kind of enemy is near.
Oh, I like that. That's good atmospheric building. That's good atmospheric storytelling.
Oh yeah. The atmosphere in this game is fucking to die for.
Good choice of words.
Yeah.
So I'm watching this. You know what I think I appreciate most about this? It's methodical. Like there's a process to it. It doesn't feel like the sort of frenzied undead games we've been getting for the last few years, where it's like, oh god, panic.
Yeah, I completely understand what you mean.
I mean, collect a raven isn't really the answer. Like, give someone a cookie and then it's better in so many cases. Just walk up, be like, hey, Oni, really being a bit of a crank right now. Have a Snickers. So does the little blue orb tell you the direction you need to go, or is that just like showing you the nearest enemy?
It highlights everything of interest.
Okay.
But it also gives trails for certain things that I do want to see. If I choose to follow it, like right now, this is a little yellow area, which means that there is a good thing. Thank you. I get on a medium. Some ghosts can't be solved at all, though. Those ones just murder. Yeah, like fucking red paper, yellow paper, I think. Or red paper, blue paper. I'll be taking you. Oh, that's the dog, isn't it? Yep. The dual-edged sword in some cases, yeah. Okay. Back to that hellscape I was in earlier. Come on.
Leaping from air conditioner to air conditioner. And we're back in Stray. Also a beautiful, methodical game, which had incredible atmosphere.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I would, I remember it being, like, basically none was the best thing you could do. A little stall for time. Don't turn around. I just want to get you. Fuck. Hey, buddy. Taking that thing. And let's con this bitch. Stray was so good and it didn't overstay its welcome. Yep.
It did exactly what we all wanted it to do.
Also, yes, you can pet the cat.
That is always the most important part. Can I pet the animals in the game?
You can pet both the cats and the dogs.
Oh, fantastic. 10 of 10. Would recommend game.
うだべんだな。
きびだんごをやれば鬼の居場所を教えてくれそうだな。
You regret nothing. Oh, I see. It didn't stray from the unintended path. Beautiful.
But bump.
Or did you watch the talk Endra had with the commander last episode?
I got to watch some of it, and I'm watching that go down and going, ooh. Yeah.
It was poetic and anime as fuck at the very end.
Oh, I didn't see the very end yet. Feel free to spoil it for me, though.
Basically, the point that Endra was trying to make is that if he was unwilling to punish Slager for using the bomb for exactly the reasons that he told him not to use them, that he isn't going to punish Slager or Kala for literally fucking anything. And right now, he has a very real issue where people don't think that he is an incompetent leader, they just think that he is incapable because he refuses to punish anybody, or at least any of his, like, really special dumplings.
I mean, that's been building for a long time.
And she pointed out that, like, his mech tech literally went on strike. And the only reason why they had any confidence that anything would get resolved was because Indra was handling the punishment. And literally, when they got to the end, and they walked out of the office, there was a support staff member who was waiting there for him, and literally said, "I have lost all faith in you leading this ship." Literally, right after. It was fucking amazing.
I mean, you can go back to one of the earlier episodes. I can't remember exactly which one. I know Darling was still alive at that point. I think it was like 6 or 7 or something like that. But there was a whole thing where basically the commander just hand-waved things for a drop. And it went very, very badly. People got hurt. And this was like, I think it was like actually the first mission. It wasn't a drop. It was the first mission on boots on the ground. It was supposed to be like a milk run. I think, it was the one to get Reyes' power armor. And
You said you and command staff, but I digress. Go on.
Yeah, basically, Darling got back and chewed him the fuck out. Was like, why did you not have any Overwatch? Why wasn't there anything there? Why did we not even put the urban mech on the ground to provide cover? And he went, oh, it was just supposed to be a milk run. I'm like, and this is after Darling wound up in a coma for like 2 episodes because it was supposed to be the easy mission for Delta. And they just didn't provide any backup. And he's like, this is twice now you've made this call? Why are you not working with your senior staff? Because, like, you didn't talk to Morris about it. You didn't talk to me. Or Darling, I should say. Yeah. But, you know, that's like, we're here to find solutions to problems, not create more problems. You know, you got to work with us. And, yep. It's a problem that has been present and percolating for Commander Kendrick for a while now. And for a time, he had, you know, the right type of people there with him, I think, going and compensating for some of that. And with a lot of the changes that have happened, it's a challenging position because, I mean, one of the key things to remember is that Commander Kendrick didn't come up through a military system. Like, that character doesn't have that kind of mentality. He's a little... I was to throw an opinion out there as an observer. Commander Kendrick is a little too enamored of the romance of sort of the knights in their battle mech kind of thing, of the mercenary side of things and coming up like that. Whereas you get a lot of deeply practical military people or former military people who are all like, bruh, you got to do X, Y, and Z before you can have the glory, right?
Well, it's funny because he's not even going for glory anymore at this present point. He's trying to lean heavily into the, we're mercenaries, you're all here just for money, you don't actually really care. And Indra's sitting here like, you buffoon. They wouldn't be here if they didn't care.
Yeah.
Most of the people on ship aren't the people doing the killing. You've only really got a handful of actual mercenaries on ship. The rest are just people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Most are on security, yeah. And most of the security people don't ever go on drops.
I mean, I would point out, it's something that I always enjoyed when people would look at the relative morality of it and have to say, I work for a place that is absolutely, if I'm not directly causing harm, I'm absolutely working in a place which, you know, supports harm that I benefit from. So, while someone may not be the person pulling the trigger, so to say, if you're there supporting the overall industry of what's happening, you know, this is a person who still is in it for the cash at the end of the day. People are there to do a job for whatever their reasons are.
I would argue that a lot of people on the ship are there just because of the ship itself.
See, I would honestly argue against that from a lore perspective.
Oh, yeah?
The reason being is Lost Tech is noteworthy for being horrible. Not in the sense, it's very valuable, it's very powerful, but it also has a bad habit, since no one really knows how it works, of blowing up and killing you. So most people, like, there's horror stories about it. It's literally, it's Pandora's box.
Interesting. I more often than not get told that it's just better and perfect, and if you see a Lost Tech thing, you should pick it up no matter what, is the narrative I've been given so far.
Well, I think that's a very good in-game narrative from people who have a certain greed about them or have a certain fascination with it. Absolutely. From the deeply practical side of things, there's a very good likelihood Lost Tech will kill you. And if it doesn't kill you, someone else will kill you for it.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that I think sometimes gets lost a little bit in the shininess of Lost Tech. Sort of like the same thing with Clan Tech, though. Just that Clan Tech is, instead of being irreplaceable, is just fuck you expensive.
Interesting. I know things.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you actually break it down into C-bill value, if they had basically told Kala, hey, fuck off, we're selling your Viper, what are you going to do to stop us? We'll throw you into space. They could have bought 3 assault mechs for that clan medium mech. That's how expensive clan technology is. I think that Viper would equate to something like 3 awesomes, or at minimum 3 awesomes or 3 Zeuses. You can get 3 80-ton inner sphere mechs for that one medium weight clan mech. It's ridiculous how expensive they are. Essentially, the inner sphere are building Fords and Chevys, and the clans are building Bugattis. But yeah, like, the one thing that I always loved about the ship in the early days was the fact that whenever they would open something up, shit just was spooky. People were nervous about it, especially with the whole adjutant thing. So,
oh, that's interesting, because people are more often than not right now being like, okay, we need to open up more doors because we don't have space, and for the love of God, we want new shiny shit.
I feel like well, without wanting to make it sound spoilery, I don't know, but I will preface this by saying I have no idea what the plans are for that, because I don't want someone to think, oh, Force said it, therefore it's true. No, it's not.
Yeah.
You know, if you're poking it basically, essentially, if you were to imagine the ship had a lot of signs that says warning, bear traps, and you haven't stepped in one yet, but you keep rushing through doors, don't be shocked when your leg gets cut off. Two awesomes. Yeah, there we go. See, someone did the math for me. My math from memory was mostly right, though.
Nice.
Collector Raven, I would also point out the Lost Tech is better if you know what you're doing and if you know what it is. Most people have no concept of a lot of the things that were possible at this point because they're just so gone. Like, the tip of that iceberg is sort of like the mechs and the weapons. Those were the big visible things. But things like experimental medicines, artificial intelligence projects, things like that, they're really... No one really knows how that crap worked. And it can go very, very badly. Like, oh, you turned on the autonomous kill drones. Good luck figuring out that one.
Just skip all of the enemies, apparently.
Nice.
Still gotta kill them, but it was still interesting.
I like the fact that it gives you multiple options. Like, anything that can give me multiple paths towards a solution, I always appreciate that in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Give me the sandbox. Remove the rails. You know what actually encapsulates what you were saying, though, about how everyone's like, ooh, shiny? There was an entire plot point in the Harebrained Schemes Battletech game where you were literally being sent this thing to go collect lost tech, and it was just crates and crates and crates of 500-year-old staplers. They were just staplers. There was nothing special about them. But since they were lost tech, people were gaga for it. Because it's lost tech. Because it's just old. Essentially, I think everyone's kind of... basically, we have a bunch of really violent antique enthusiasts.
I love the sound that plays when you're enemies.
Oh, I need to... Oh, interesting. I have my audio turned a little bit down. Now I'm hearing more of the soundscape.
Oh yeah, the sounds in this game are awesome. Oh, you didn't get stunned! I don't mind me. Hey, buddy. Just... Oh, don't mind if I do. How do they actually take time to just fucking adjust their tie?
Well, you know, it wouldn't be proper.
It's one of those big fucks. Oh, where'd the party go? I guess no one's here.
You just conchoed that man.
Oh, you're gonna love this. Look at this shop.
Yo.
Look at them.
You know what? I was gonna ask you before. Is there a cat waving the paw doing the buy shit? Is it the buy shit cat? I'm like, there it is. It's the buy shit cat. I'm so happy right now. The buy shit cat is real.
Yeah, there's so many kitties, and there's like little ones that have like specialties, like one that sells music, another one that has like a little nerd collector one that has like little human socks on its feet. It's fucking great.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's fantastic.
It's perfect.
Yeah, we just always call those that because you know if you go into like certain restaurants or certain types of stores, if you go to like a Koreatown or a Japantown or something, you'll see like Lucky Cat statue with the paw that's going up and down.
Yep.
We always realize that the paw goes exactly to the time to say buy shit, buy shit, buy shit.
Ooh.
What is this now?
This one,
Is selling discount weapons. Holy shit.
No. He wants me to get him weapons.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
nerd.
Oh, okay. Weeb Cat wants mall ninja stuff. Got it.
Oh, fuck yes. Don't I already have this? Oh, actually, no, it's a better suit. Ooh, I'm swanky. Let's go.
Are you going full John Wick?
I'm going full aesthetic.
Oh, I like that. I like it with the vest. The vest makes it. Oh, the tweed. Yeah. The tweed.
This one, it's a difference of, you know.
See, they're right there. The tweed. That's the win right there. That's the win.
Look at that shit.
Now you swag.
There is something here that I want. Oh no, I went onto the...
Does the ghost train show up and just murk you?
Is there a ghost train, yokai?
I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Me either. I think that's it. Yeah.
なんだ
It's only making me want to make ramen in the worst way possible.
Bobby! Hello, sweetheart. Look at this sheep.
Aw, Chiba.
There's a ghost train side quest, bro.
Wait, what? For real?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I do got a special power, little pup. Come on.
よし
I can give them food. Look.
慌てずに食べな
But you can't feed the cats, which is bullshit.
I mean, the cats would just look around and compare what you have and only take the thing that you have the least of.
No, man, you don't understand. They have some cats with thoughts saying that they're so cold and hungry. And that they don't have strength to move. And I'm just sitting here like, fuck you, game. You have the ability. You have the ability.
That's just a kick to the balls right there.
Yeah, and it was like fucking sleeping under an umbrella. It's bullshit.
Like, do you want to start a villain arc? That's how you start a villain arc. One of my friends had a sheep. And the sheep was adorable.
Oh, right. I was doing your side quest. I forgot about that.
Rude as hell, but adorable.
井戸が汚れ
だそうも魔を
Yeah, we got this one. Yeah. I was gonna go over there, but I might as well do these. What is nice though is that, generally speaking, everything is very, very close nearby.
Well, that's good. So you're not like doing running simulator.
Yeah, no, and what little running you do is filled with like really fun parkour stuff.
Parkour. Whoa. I may just put on those, other beats. Yeah. Yeah. What are you? Oh. What are you bringing me? Chalky Mork. Nice.
Big ritual. My hun and I do a thing. Oh, I see. Yes, there's a limb. My hun and I do a thing wherever we get a drink, the other person has to have like the first sip for whatever reason because we might not be thirsty, but we kind of want the flavor in our mouth. You know what I mean?
I got you.
So
I got
share.
you. It's a good thing. We do something similar. Like if I make something, I have to be like, hey, taste proof this for me. I haven't quite called my partner my official poison taster yet, but 9 times out of 10, what I make is pretty good. And then the 10th time they can tell me you've done better, and then I can improve upon it.
I remember, Detra, I remember her inviting one other person, but I don't remember off the top of my head who it was. Shit! Okay, this isn't good. Hey, bud. Get out of the way. This is a very tight and close space. I don't like it.
I mean, the nice thing is you can hit more people with the fireball.
Sort of, but they've also got, like, Don Maku shit I gotta avoid. Shit, nice. Okay. Ain't so bad.
You pretty much did the classic D&D fireball move right there, to whom it may concern in this small space.
The wire mechanic?
こっちは浄化できた。
You mean the wire in thing? I don't really need to right now. It's not like something that would like completely sell them on the game or whatever.
I have, so I realized I did a thing while I was sick a few weeks ago, which is I should make sure in the future when I get really feverish that I tell my partner to change my Steam password.
Why?
Because when I was not feverish, I realized I bought a whole lot of games while I had a very high fever.
Oh, because you just wanted to play things?
I was just like, this looks interesting, I'll buy it. So I have all these games that I'm slowly working my way through right now. And most of them are like, they're pretty neat. Apparently I had good fever taste, I can say that. But I bought a lot of games. I don't think I'm allowed to buy any more games for a minute until I finish these.
You're forced to be in offline mode. You can't buy games in offline mode. You can still play them at least.
Fair. I will say that now that I've been playing Curse to Golf for a few days, it's a charming... I realized I cupheaded myself. It's a wonderful, charming game that is hard as fuck. But you get to play golf against the undead, so I mean, you kind of win there.
That does sound fun.
It's super adorable, and just frustrating as hell.
Well, that is how golf is.
This is a roguelike golf game in 8 bits.
Oh god, that's even worse.
Like, hey, you scuffed it. Start over.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I would lose my mind playing that game.
I got to a point the other night where I went, you know what? I'm gonna go play PUBG for 30 minutes chat because that's less frustrating. I need a palate cleanser with bullets. Yes, Captain
Wait, what?
Admiral Spatula. A BR was less.
Was it a
frustrating.
limited time thing?
What was that guy?
Oh, it was a oh, this thing gives me more ammo faster.
Oh. Like, huh, random Buddha.
3 minutes? Okay, that's fine. Can do that again. Oh, they're all back. Okay.
Now, will it still have you taking damage when you're doing the animation for the finishing move?
Yep.
Oh, wow, that's brutal.
Yep.
And will they stay in that sort of end state for an indefinite period, or do you have to like
Small
finish them
time.
before they recover? Okay.
All time, yep.
Got it. So you have to go and punch him during the refractory period. Got it.
Yeah, so you gotta time shit really well. Sometimes it's good to leave them that way because at least if they're like that, then you don't have to worry about them while you're trying to beat off or kill other enemies. I meant finish off and beat, but my brain went,
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I'm not allowed to say anything. I haven't had that entire thing with the candle, so I'm really enjoying my pumpkin fucker candle as we speak. It's been keeping the house smelling delightful.
fantastic. Okay, let's try this
片
again.
付いたぞ。井戸を浄化しないと。
And now it's time for ultimate zoomies.
よし、こっちは浄化できた。
汚れが消えているのは数分ってところだ。もう片方の井戸も急げ。
But yeah, as you level up, you can like do how would I put this? You can make them stunned longer and stuff.
Oh, nice. That's good. Yeah, one-legged Rafflecopter. Go look up Curse to Golf, and you're going to go, wow, this game is charming and wonderful. And then you play it and go, holy shit, getting past the first boss is really hard. So if you've ever played Cuphead, it's in that same level of adorable. That was nice.
That's good.
邪魔者いなくなった。井戸を浄化するぞ。
なんとか間に合ったね。
よくやった。
My immediate urge is always, always, always see if I can jump in the well.
I mean,
Cute bugs?
years of gamer instincts have trained us to go behind waterfalls and jump down wells. I can't fault you for it.
大丈夫だよ。
There you go, goodbye.
Be free!
Smash on, buddy. Will this one give me a Magatama? No. Will this one give me a Magatama? No. Oh. I can cleanse this one now. So there's like this evil fog that I have to slowly push back by purifying the gates, which allows me to actually explore more places.
Ah, okay. So that's your advancement and exploration mechanic.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm getting into more and more areas where nothing is safe.
Ah, yes, or as we like to call it, the no-no zones.
Oh, mother bitch! Oh, fuck everything about that. That's not fair! Why? You see, like, the like, fucking crossroads doing that fucking wavy thing, dude?
Oh, yeah.
That's how you know a hair bitch is around.
Oh.
She sucks. Oh, fuck, she spotted me. You don't see anything. Oh, fuck. Ah! God. Ugh, chill. That fireball in your mouth.
Oh yeah, the unsettling movements are strong with this end model.
Oh. Woo. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Ah! Okay. Ow!
落ち着け。大したことない。
Okay, that's the worst one. Just please. Much easier. Whew.
I freely admit, the first time you said that, I thought you said they were like, you know, throwing cuties at you, and I'm like, that does sound very kawaii for Japan. I'm like, oh wait.
Nice.
You're just getting nothing but a bunch of chibi animations thrown at you. If Darling was alive, Indra and Wave would probably not be a thing. I disagree completely.
Yeah, no, it probably would have happened way easier. Or she would have ended up with Sebastian even, I don't know.
I don't know. Not Sebastian so much, but I think, from a hype... Okay, so this is an interesting question because I have to answer it kind of from 3 perspectives.
True.
There's Darling as a character, 404 as a player, and then 404 as a player without bad optics as a DM. But if we put aside the fact, if we were to say that Darling was just a character, was a PC with full ability to make his own choices and be played without having any potentially bad optics as a, you know, person who was writing story or DMing stuff, if we put that out the window, if Darling was alive and that was going on, I think it would absolutely be Darling would have been pushing Indra towards it and saying, look, I've been making that mistake. You shouldn't be making that mistake. You are not me and you are in a different position aboard this ship. There's no reason for you not to do that. Just, you know, understand what you're getting into with a mech pilot versus anyone else. Let alone a mech pilot who worked for Comstar. They are pathologically secretive. And sort of frame it like that. And I'm obviously not in character, so it's phrased very badly. But no, I think absolutely he would have been very encouraging of that, wanting Indra to have that kind of relationship that was actually meaningful, knowing, you know, the backstory. Yeah. So I don't want to say anything about that if you haven't said anything about that yet.
Oh no, it was all revealed literally last episode.
Oh, fair enough then. Okay, I've been sitting on that the whole time.
No.
I want my daps for that, for not ever spoiling your shit.
Yeah, thank you. Dude, I have had to hold that in since the beginning, and this is like one of the first times where, like, God, it hurt because here's the thing, like, Vivina has this too, but it wasn't quite as severe as it was for Indra because it mars every one of her social interactions with everybody except for Darling.
Yeah, I mean, Darling and Indra had a wonderful dynamic that was based both on a mutual affection, professional respect, and also just there was definitely, I think there was a point in time. It's interesting when people say, oh, they had this like parent-child relationship. There was definitely a point in time where that was there. At this point, it's the difference between a child and someone where it's like, this is a grown-up successful child,
yeah,
and you're proud of them.
Yeah, it's not like, ooh, my son. It's more like, oh, that's my fucking boy. You get it, man. You fucking get it. There's a difference. There's
a big difference there. And like, there was never a point, I think, where Indra came on board and was like, I have to go and like school my former protege. It was more like, oh, this is working out. And it's like, why is this part not working out? And you go, it's not working out because of X, Y, and Z, and that's why I have you here.
Yep. No, you're good. Shut up. You're good.
No, you're good. I again, this is in that realm of like hypothetical things. I mean, it's tough to think about Darling as a character in the current situation because the story has evolved so far beyond Darling at this point.
Yeah, and a lot of where Indra ended up is a direct result of her not having that, how would I put it?
Emotionally stable place to have a safe conversation.
Yes. Literally that.
Literally that. It's like we knew those characters. Because I'll be honest, I don't know how I could react to certain things going on in the story now as that character without having been there organically. There's no way for me to respond to that because my response to that as that character is now, what, 15 episodes out of date? It wouldn't sound right if I had an opinion on it.
I mean,
I'd have to sort of project
I understand why you're saying that, but I also think that there is a world where you can have both.
Oh,
It's just
I don't
that you're
disagree
also
with that,
in a
yeah.
DM seat, so I can understand why it's a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to be projecting opinions on things, especially things that are still live and in play for other people, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's a bad look when you do that. I don't like it personally.
When the season's over and those storylines that you know have passed are past, I will be different.
Yeah. Like it would be a very different thing. Plus, I really wanna play my salvage guy so badly.
Yeah, he's right there. He's so close.
He's so close. He's so close. I'm getting some more model updates. You know, I feel bad because Murdoch was having just a rough time of it and is finally doing a little better. And the model is coming along really nicely. And I'm really excited to let that voice loose on the players.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking great.
Not for nothing, I put that in my little like mini demo reel that I sent to that project I was telling you about.
Yeah.
And they're like, we were not expecting that voice to come out of all the, it was like, you know me, it's like all these hero voices and gravitas voices, and then that one comes out and they're like, holy shit.
Oh god, I actually filled up my Kashiro. Where the fuck is the phone booth? Please.
Shut up. I wasn't really ever uninvolved. It's just I had COVID, so I couldn't really be doing anything. And after Darling died, I was going to be coming in to be doing salvage, but the model had just a bunch of delays, which was no one's fault, really. So I was playing Cletus, who was in the janitorial staff, and just having fun with that. But I haven't had really an ability to be there as a player because of my work schedule and just timing. So it's tough to just show up and say, like, I'm going to play just fun slice of life character when you don't have a lot of direction to do stuff. So as much as I love Cletus, Cletus is definitely meant to be a palate cleanser, space filler character, not a play this character every week character. That being said, I'm probably going to have to rewrite some story for my salvage guy just to go and fit a few more things in the game from where it's gone, from where it was, and we'll see how that goes. But I still want to have him be abrasive. We'll just leave it there. You know, that feeling when you say, I defined myself in this game with a character who was very approachable, so now I have to play a character who's very unapproachable.
Yeah.
Oh no, Darling was never a PC. Darling was always a story NPC. I never had full control over Darling. Darling existed to help forward plot and do other things and basically be available for players as a toy. I mean, that's how I always viewed him. So
I mean, I view Darling in the same capacity that I view Indra, which is basically you are a PC without the benefits, I suppose.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate, yeah.
They will give you story weaves in order to help facilitate events for the players, but you still have free reign on how you actually choose to solve that. Or at least that's how it came to be, at least when I was given the role.
Yeah, for the most part, you tend to have a lot of freedom. There's usually, they'll have like a few things where it's like, hey, we really need you to try to hit this.
Yep. Which fine. by me. The only thing I am not included in are missions, and honestly, that is okay with me. Not being included on things where I have to shoot people all the time and be stressed out of my mind, that's okay.
I mean, shut up. When Darling died, the short answer is that I wasn't planning to kill Darling off. It just worked out that way.
Yeah, no one really plans their character death unless they weren't having fun with that character. And which even then, usually my go-to response would be, don't kill them, just have them walk out.
Yeah, just step away and do something else.
Because you never know if you'll miss that character later on, for one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the time, that was when we were in the process of transitioning from work at home after 2 years to back to working in an office in New York. So my availability was getting lesser. But at the same token, the situation was, hey, these things happened. This is the situation that happened. And I don't know. I mean, I've spoken on it before, but I always maintain that if it comes down to it, when you're playing someone in a position of authority in a game and you wind up in a shitty position, you sort of have to ask yourself, what does it look like if I come out of this where this character lives through something that should have killed them reasonably?
Yeah, no, you should always take a character death if you believe that it is a just one.
Yeah, and there was nothing about that wasn't just or well-earned in decisions that were made in that moment.
Like, not even just like from like a storyline point, but like sometimes you have to look at what injuries you got and you're like, yeah, that would do it.
Oh yeah, I mean at that point he had burns, he had two pretty nasty burns, he had smoke inhalation, and he went and did the whole, I'm going to jump over this fire, this insulated pole to rip out this malfunctioning electrical piece, and then fell in the fire. And it's like, no, he done. I mean, if anything, the nice thing about Darling buying it that way was it cemented the fact that no one has plot armor.
Yep.
It really did legitimize a few things, which, I'll take that.
I just like that it was a really nice death.
Gosh, in terms of heroic deaths, it was the problem with Darling is that Darling was a hero. And the problem with playing a hero is when it comes time to make hero decisions, you have to do big hero shit.
And then he died.
Which is usually what happens to heroes.
Yep.
True story here. If you want to play like the big good character who makes the hard choices and does good stuff like that, you're gonna get that kind of finish. Like, reasons I respect My Hero Academia. They let when All Might got progressively more fucked up and then had his big moment and you just saw him at his lowest, weakest, totally fucked place. Like, good. That is the end of a hero's arc. That's it right there. Now he's in that teacher arc. And I'm not going to spoil it for those who haven't been keeping up, but you should be.
I have to continue watching season 2. Really bad.
I'm going to stop there then.
I think
okay, yeah.
3.
Okay, I don't want to spoil it then, but basically,
I know the
yes.
thing that you were going to say, if that helps you, wink, wink.
Fair enough, but you see the point I'm making is that like like one of the best examples of that I have from like sort of a shitty game was a LARP that wasn't great, but there's this one group of people that we always called House Woods, because whenever shit went wrong, they would be the ones who would charge off into the woods to go help people and do the right thing and help people, and naturally that meant they were the ones always dying and not having the best stuff. Because they weren't playing stuff quests, they were actually trying to be good people in a tough situation. So when you accept that, you say, number one, I'm going to be a good person in the bad situations, even when that isn't necessarily to my benefit. And two, you say, I'm not going to play my character like a cockroach. I'm not saying you should always make your character suicidally charge forward. I'm just saying, don't play your character like they're going to be the Twinkie that's good after the nuclear bombs land. Don't be so protective. And once you make those two mental leaps, it's like, oh, a whole lot of cool story opens up for you, but expect a dramatic ending. Sorry, Christy, you got me on a topic there.
Oh no, it's good. I like these topics. Like I said, 404, I fucking love your rants. I lived on them for an entire month.
I hope those weren't all rants. I thought it was more discussive, but
Well, they're both. But I like rants.
Okay, you
So
want
it
a
doesn't
rant?
matter.
I'll give you a good rant. This is my rant of the moment. I was watching a streamer. I'm not gonna say which one.
Okay. I know this is
But
going.
But the streamer had this comment where they didn't like the new Lord of the Rings show on Amazon.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, well, what's your reasoning? I want to hear it out. And they provided one or two good reasons. And not like, and called out like, no, some people are being shitty why they don't like it because of like, you know, this, that, or the other thing. Like, no, those are good reasons to call those people shitty. That's fair. But he was saying he was upset with it because there's this like Silmarillion reading fan base that's so upset with the lore because of this and that. I'm like, bruh, you have demonstrated on multiple occasions your encyclopedic knowledge of not one, but 3 animated shows that have been running over 20 years. And you're going to call out the Lord of the Rings nerds for loving their lore? You're a person who has gone on entire things telling me everything about not only an episode of South Park, but all of the voice actors and stuff behind it, and then gone on about your Warhammer 40k obsession, and you're gonna call out the Silmarillion nerds? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Now, I will say this. The Silmarillion is not meant to be a fun read. Like, seriously, if The Hobbit is the book that you read, which is the fun adventure book, the Silmarillion is like reading the etymology of the Welsh language. It's not there to be fun. It's there to be a creation myth where literally you're not getting any of the weird creases in the margins. You're getting all of the parts.
Oh.
And I warn people about that. I'm like, if they're like, oh, I want to get more into Tolkien lore. I'm like, look, I want you to understand this. The Silmarillion is nearly 400 pages long. And the entirety of all of the Lord of the Rings trilogy and The Hobbit fit into the last 12 pages of that book. That's how dense that shit is. So you kind of have to be ready for that. Now, me, I'm a story nerd. I love stuff like that. I love getting into that kind of thing. So, as that kind of story nerd, I'm not going to hold a web series or a television series to not being utterly faithful to it, because that would be unfilmable.
Yeah.
That would be completely not only would it be unfilmable, it wouldn't be fun to watch.
Yeah.
So I feel like when they add elements to these things, it doesn't offend me. Like, my favorite thing that was ever said on that from like a Lord of the Rings perspective was Ian McKellen, who's a genius, doing that bit in the original Lord of the Rings trilogy where he's in Bilbo Baggins' home and he turns around quick and he whacks his head on it because he's too tall to be in a hobbit house. And Ian McKellen said, yeah, that wasn't in the book, but it made sense for that to happen to the character, for Gandalf being who Gandalf is, in a home that's too small for him. I'm like, when they do stuff like that, perfect. Keep doing more like that. Add those human elements that make me more invested in the story. Demonstrate through me, through action, that these characters are in fact fallible. So there's my rant of the moment.
I have an entirely different rant that I will. Oh, those are enemies. I see.
Well, murder your enemies, but I want to hear your rant. Hit me.
Okay. So, I don't know if you're at all interested in Marvel.
I was a long-term Marvel comic reader. Back fairly long ago. I haven't picked one up in a long time, and I followed most of the movies.
All right.
So I can speak the lingo. I can keep up.
Do you know anything about the She-Hulk?
It's on my list of to watch. I read a lot of the comics back in the day.
Okay. If you read the comics, then this is going to be very easy and simple for you.
Okay.
So, a certain demographic is very upset about She-Hulk. I'm pretty sure you can figure out which ones.
I mean, I can think of about 5 off the top of my head, but okay.
And,
go on. Do continue.
Okay, so I'm gonna spoil one thing for you.
Go ahead. I
That's
don't
okay.
mind.
She-Hulk twerks. Once. The whole internet explodes. and they're saying like, oh my gosh, this isn't funny, this is so stupid, this is exactly shitty writing, blah blah blah. And they just can't get over it. They just can't get over it. And they can't seem to fathom the fact that people can be comfortable in their bodies and do whatever the fuck and not, perhaps, still not deserve catcalling or sexual harassment. Thinking emoji. But there was another thing that I had seen on the internet in response to that, where someone made a video of Hulk seeing She-Hulk twerk, and then he twerked in response. And for some reason, the entire comment thread was filled with people saying, "Ah, yes, you see, this is much funnier." The only difference is that Hulk was twerking. So literally, it was just because she was a girl. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to finish a commentary on this, or are you tagging me in at this point?
That I don't need to explain any further. You can make as many comments as you fucking want. I was pissed the hell off when I saw that.
Right. Let's start right here. She-Hulk was, at its time, the original shitpost comic from Marvel. Before there was Deadpool, there was She-Hulk. And She-Hulk didn't break the fourth wall in the comic, but every cover, and usually the inside splash page, broke the fourth wall. And it knew it. And so much of this was based around the idea of She-Hulk actually having fun, and this radical concept of a hero who actually liked their powers and wasn't super fucking tragic. There is so much of that in like the early to mid 90s She-Hulk. It was great. So the idea of, oh my god, She-Hulk twerking. Yes, She-Hulk would be twerking. She-Hulk would be the person showing up in like, you know, size 15s and a pencil skirt, having a martini after a long day going, do I have to go fight, you know, one of my cousin's fucking stupid ass menagerie of villains? I really just want a Cosmo right now. Don't fuck up Cosmo time for me. You fucked up Cosmo time for me. Now I have to punch you into next Tuesday and then go back to the Cosmo. That was She-Hulk. That was quintessential She-Hulk. She-Hulk was literally the superheroine who went, hi, I'm going to change out of my giant, you know, 4-inch heels for court into a sizable set of running shoes to go hero in. And it was great when she'd do it. It was fantastic. I'm remembering this now. My brain just triggered a memory. So Marvel, I want to say this was in like 90 or early night, between 92 and 94, decided that they were going to go and get in. There used to be this thing, I don't know if it still exists, called the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, right? Don't know if that still exists. Marvel decided they were going to make the Marvel Illustrated swimsuit issue, basically put all of their characters into bathing wear, which essentially meant you had a lot of fit young men in various trunks and Speedos, and then, like, you know, every sort of like pseudo lingerie bathing suit you could slap onto female bodies that are superhero shaped, which invariably meant stacked front and back. So they had this, and they put in this article like it was a legitimate article from Sports Illustrated of She-Hulk lifting weights and explaining how like Mr. Fantastic had to build this quantum weightlifting set to give her a challenge that had like all this hydraulic fluid around this sealed cube, so when she dropped the weights it wouldn't cause tectonic earthquakes and shit. So, but she's in there with this reporter who's literally watching her do reps, and then she just turns around and is like, hey, can you rack it for me? Because she's a wise ass. Because it weighs like 1,000 tons or some bullshit. And I don't get that we are now in a place, arguably, that is much more understanding than the 90s were, that is much more egalitarian. I won't say it's equal, but it's much more egalitarian than the 90s were. It's less shitty in many ways. The curve of the universe has bent towards better things and more empathy in some ways. It has a long way to go in others. That we can't accept the fact that, hey, check this out. She's having fun.
Yep.
What a radical concept. She's having fun.
Girls just wanna have fun.
How dare that you give someone with boobs the ability to have fun and not a tragic backstory? How dare you?
Yeah.
Like, next thing you know, you'll be telling me you want Peter Parker to have meaningful character growth. That won't get retconned.
こいつなんでこんなところに。
アキトこの井戸を守れ
You don't touch that. But yeah, no, it's kind of. I can tell that a lot of it is kind of lace and ridiculousness.
It's very lace and ridiculous. It's funny because it's people trying to gatekeep something that was never gatekept.
Yeah.
It's like, no. This existed for a very specific reason by very specific people. And these are the same people who lost their shit at one point when DC was running the really good Power Girl series of comic books.
Yep.
Power Girl was an amazing bunch of books that followed a very similar arc by a very, very talented writer and artist. And she was great. And people lost their minds for those 13 issues of Power Girl, of, again, Power Girl calling out the bullshit. And literally having Power Girl be like, you know what? At least he hasn't looked at my boobs yet. Wait, there he goes. Literally a verbatim line from the comic book. And it's so perfect. It was self-aware of the bullshit, and I loved it.
About She-Hulk and stuff.
We kind of got into, like, comic books and, like, strong female protagonists that apparently don't measure up to a certain level of Grok Nard's impression of what it should be. Yeah.
Do you want to know a weird fact about the Power Girl artist, or at least the original one?
Yes, I do. I would love to know that.
He was a very weird individual.
Oh, I know this.
He also drew more explicit art normally.
Yes, he did.
But with Power Girl, he felt like editorial or the higher ups were not paying attention to him because they did not value him. So what he did was he started drawing her boobs slightly bigger every issue until they said something.
Yep.
To see if they were paying attention to his art.
Yep, that is why Power Girl is stacked the way she is, because this guy just said, I'm going to keep making her tits bigger until someone notices and says something about it.
Yep. And that's where it stayed.
And that's where it stayed, and it's been there ever since.
Fucking hilarious.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, there's a similar story about the original artist for Wonder Woman, who basically, he had a lot of, again, mature art, but he was very into roleplay, which is why Wonder Woman was constantly getting tied up with her own magical lasso.
So the original writers and artists for Wonder Woman, you are correct, but it was actually, they were into a very interesting form of BDSM where they felt that submission was the way that you led to honest, free expression.
Yeah.
So there was actually a interesting comic book line called Wonder Woman Earth 1, where they actually took the original vision of Wonder Woman and extended it to see what would happen if the original Wonder Woman kept going. And it turned very dark very quickly, but it was about how Wonder Woman felt that in order for you to be honest, you needed to submit to someone else's control. And she was usually the dominant one in that scenario. But oh my god, there's so many things. My brain, you hit my brain with so many things at once.
I mean, it's a big topic. It's a big topic of conversation.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of it comes down to, though, when you're talking about Lord of the Rings or comic book things or any of these, I've noticed there's a common thread, though. And the common thread is, have you noticed that usually it's when, to use the wonderful euphemism that Christy provided us with, when a certain demographic is not being fed a power fantasy, suddenly that's what's not acceptable.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 100%. Also, Captain, that is exactly why she loses her powers when her hands are tied.
Yep, that is exactly why.
Oh hey, Mega, thank you for the 16 months! Also, I just want to say, it's been so long since I've had a Mega and Wolf, sorry, not a Mega, a fucking 404 and Wolf stream, where they talk about nerd shit, and I missed it.
Talking about nerd shit. I mean, if given the topic that we're on, I will keep this within TOS.
Well, I mean,
There's
you can go pretty fucking far when you're talking about shit.
Okay,
So.
okay. To talk about, because someone said that's concerning, it got even weirder because the original Wonder Woman, they had the belt of Venus.
Belt of Venus. Yes, they had there was the belt, the rope of truth. Yes.
So, Christy, understand
Lasso
this.
of truth.
The belt of Venus, if put on an individual, prevented them from exerting selfish or evil desires forcibly.
Yo, Cregan, thank you for the 5, man. Thank you. God, that helps a lot. Thank you so much.
Also, someone donated to you, by the way. It was
Okay.
Deadshaw.
Deadshaw, thank you for the 50. Thank you, dude. God, you're literally personally funding this model all on your fucking own. I appreciate you, man.
Ooh, there's a model coming. I'll get back to my topic in a minute. I want to hear about the model.
I want to have like a proper VTuber model, because technically speaking, this one isn't it. It's a recolor of a Venus model, which isn't actually my mascot.
Got it. I mean, having now become an official I am the #1 appliance VTuber on the platform now.
Fucking amazing.
It really makes me happy to know that I've established. I mean, I've even established my lore as other VTubers is the reason I exist. Because seriously, here's my shtick for my lore on this. When you look at VTubers, they're always wearing the same damn clothes. Imagine how crusty and stinky they must be.
He washes all their clothes.
I am literally where all the VTubers go at the end of their streams and they pile all their shit into me. I have to clean off so many cat girls and demons you don't even know. Tsundere, kundere, I gotta do all their laundry, motherfucker.
Also, yeah, no, this model is pretty great. I did an amazing job recoloring it to basically be in my style. But the one that I would have in mind would be a little bit more me. A little bit more me.
So
you can see it for all the subs whenever the sub notification pops up. That's like my my actual mascot's design, and I need to have it redone so that it can be done with facial tracking.
So Jacob King makes an interesting thing, and I want to answer this, and it has to be answered contextually. Here, I'm going to answer this contextually because I want you to understand that came out of a very specific time where DC, I'm not Marvel we're talking about, but DC was trying to push this, new narrative in their global reset to try to make their shit interesting. And it was kind of a rehashing of the same old shit, whereas Marvel, at that point, shuffled the Avengers, introduced the new Ms. Marvel, brought in Lady Thor, actually made substantive changes to a lot of books at the time, and really shook things up in ways like, oh, these are actually really interesting takes on a lot of stories, and did some really good stuff. So Lady Thor came out of a very interesting period of basically Marvel saying, we are not afraid of change. And the fact that they did it in a way that was actually really engaging, bringing back the Jane Foster character who had been largely forgotten to history. It's like, oh, you did some neat stuff with this.
Yes, there's several aspects of it that I wish they had better answers for. Like, why is she called Lady Thor? Why is Thor a title? It was just, yes. Thor Odin's son at that time, his entire arc of him essentially starting at zero again, and then building himself up over the course of his own comics, which is Odin's in the comics, was really cool. And the art was fucking amazing. God, the art was so good.
There was a golden era there. There was really a golden era there of some really creative and wonderful art styles that were not what you would expect from monthly serializations. You'd expect it of like Vertigo lines and stuff like that, but you weren't expecting to see it in Marvel. So it was really lovely to see it.
Also,
Paperclaw, yes, I do stream on occasion when I feel like it. I'm a part-time streamer. There is never going to be a schedule. There is never going to be any effort to be consistent.
Yes. Also, talking about DC and talking about I think this was Rebirth. Are you talking about the New 52?
I think this is when they were doing New 52, and it was really just a flop and a half.
Yes, 100%. There are certain stories, and certain arcs, and certain characters that are fucking great in the New 52, but overall, it was viewed as a mixed bag or even a failure. Now,
I wouldn't say it was a failure, but you know what it is? When you have like 3 gems and 40 fillers.
Yep.
It feels like when you buy for those of you who are older, back in the day, you couldn't buy music individually we had to buy whole albums. It felt like when you bought an album and all you got was the one single on the radio was good and the rest of the album sucked.
Yeah.
Cregan, I love X-23. I honestly wish she kept being Wolverine. And that's saying someone who loves Logan so fucking much.
I'm going to be honest. There was a point where I got really tired of certain characters in Marvel. And Marvel admitted they fucked up on this because around, again, this is a mid-90s thing. There was 1 month where I turned around and I did the math and realized Wolverine was in his own, the X-Men, and showing up in like 4 other Marvel comics. And Spider-Man was showing up in like, had 4 books running at the time. There was Web of Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, and something else I don't remember.
Superior.
And no, this was before that existed. And then he was guesting, like showing up as a cameo in like 9 other books. There's a reason why Peter Parker got no plot development. That boy was so tired of showing up in everyone else's shit.
Yeah.
It's what happens when you're a like chunk of the popularity of an entire company and you're a single character.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm glad that they started diversifying somewhat. And they started to push the narrative away from other things because, man, it was really sloppy for a long time. The fact that it felt like the shoulders of Marvel were laying on Spider-Man because the Fantastic Four spent a lot of years being boring as shit. The X-Men and mutant side of things was always so disconnected. It's like, how are they fighting these giant robots that are rampaging everywhere and literally no one else gives a shit about what's happening to them? And it's like, you know, the Avengers are cool with mutants, but, you know, we feel bad about it. We're only 30 minutes away from where you are in upper New York from Manhattan, but, yeah.
The explanation
Also, yeah, dude,
always,
a little bit of help would be great.
the explanation I always heard, or at least in the later comics, was they're very insular and they did not want help unless they specifically asked for it because they were essentially a kind of their own people. They're kind of their own nation, especially when Krakoa came out.
Yeah, that happened later on after the whole No More Mutants arc. Though I will say, House of M was probably one of the better arcs of all time.
I love House of M.
I don't normally like time travel, alt reality plot nonsense, but House of M was actually really good. Ooh, did he just get angry?
Because he thought it was Darwin.
Ugh. I thought that, like that. Oh yeah, the photo, the painting totally changed.
Also, I was going to bring this up about the New 52 because you're talking about how Marvel's making substantive changes and pushing very different storylines, specifically with Lady Thor, that type of thing. One of the largest criticisms of the New 52 is that they got rid of legacy characters, and most of them were female. And the ones that were allowed back, then people made that very, very clear argument that most of the ones that got back into the storyline, at least initially, were a lot of the male ones. So a large portion of the female comic book characters were essentially erased from history.
The classic fridge, yeah.
Yes, like Cassie Kane, Stephanie Brown, those of that's Bat Family specific. But yeah.
So sorry, Christy. We're having a whole conversation over your dramatic moment.
Cool. I've been kind of just vibing playing this game anyway.
Like I will say, the one thing that I kind of want to go back and check at some point because I haven't been in a comic shop in a long time, and I used to love the independent comic scene.
Yeah, I haven't been in a comic shop in a long time either.
Yeah.
I used to love like all of the like Dark Horse was usually where I lived, and then you get into all the weird little like who's publishing what this month. So you could find some really out there weirdo stuff, and there used to be so many wonderful storylines and like odd things and stuff. And the nice thing for me now is being able to go back and say, I can totally steal that idea, and I know nobody ever read it but me.
Yeah. Also, Boykin, I want him to be as monstrous as they're allowed to be. Because that's what his arc is. They're talking about the Thing in the Fantastic Four.
Gosh, the Thing in the Fantastic Four, that's an entire thing. I mean, the Thing in the Fantastic Four, for those of you who want to go down a real weird rabbit hole, for a while we had Ms. Marvel as Lady Thing, because Grimm got depowered, and literally it's there she was, Rocky Lady. We had that. We had She-Hulk stepping in to fill the role of the Thing, so they could have a powerhouse on the team for a while.
I
She-Hulk was in
really
the
liked.
Fantastic
I really liked She-Hulk in Fantastic Four.
She-Hulk in the Fantastic Four was great because she added a different vibe to. The Fantastic Four was always such an awkward mix because Reed Richards is a douche.
Oh yeah,
Massive douche.
He's the classic example of actually a little bit of Indra, because Indra is very focused on logic and like that type of thing. He is someone who will say to you what he wants to say because it's factual and it's correct, but he doesn't care if he's a dick. Unless it's Sue, and sort of Sue, not really, but sort of Sue. If he's
you know what?
Sue.
I will add a
Blood
slight
Christic,
nuance
thank you
onto
so
that.
much for the 18 months, man. Thank you.
He cares about it if it's Sue after he realizes he fucked up with Sue.
Yeah, because he doesn't recognize it. Actually, they could.
That like they've been playing that particular card for 40 years, and they're gonna play it for 40 more. And I'm like, you are
Honestly?
a shitty husband.
Oh yeah. What's funny is that there's. Oh my god! Did you ever read Hickman's run of the Fantastic Four?
Yes, actually.
It's fucking fantastic, and they really balance out Reed being a dick, but also not being a terrible person.
See, and I feel like when there was crap writing when Sue's answer to her husband being a shitheel was, I'm going to run in a really skimpy outfit because it's going to upset my husband and I can be mostly naked. And I'm like, this was not way to demonstrate. No, this is someone's this is someone's Sue Storm fantasy right there.
When you're writing established characters, you recognize that one, they're not
Tanuki?
Yeah, it is. I have to find
my
Tanukis
God.
that are disguised as objects.
That's great.
Raccoon dog.
Like
Hey, Depresso.
Hey, Depresso.
Hi. Oh, you guys were going, so you guys are passionate, so I was just gonna let y'all keep
Look,
going.
I'm always going to be passionate about things.
I'm always going to love talking to 404, so it's fine.
Also, I love the fact that you just called a Fantastic Four story fantastic.
You denied me kitty time. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Not you guys. You're fine.
Fantastic Four is one of those books that they always maintained it as being one of these classics, but it was so out of touch for years. Fantastic Four, Thor, and Hulk had some pretty good stories, but unfortunately they did not do well for a long time. Hulk was probably one of the more interesting ones when they kept splitting Hulk up. When we had like Gray Hulk, when we had Smart Hulk, when we had Professor Hulk. Professor Hulk was my favorite. Joe Fixit. There were so many good Hulk storylines.
My favorite Hulk storylines, and I know a lot of people disagree with this because they tend to like the boom aspect of it, is when he is by himself and he has to talk to Hulk. Because he usually ignores it.
My favorite Hulk storyline, and you can love me or hate for this, was Planet Hulk.
Yes, I love Planet Hulk. I love World War Hulk.
Fuck yes. That was everyone's, man. But like the saddest part about it was like I think like the whole purpose of that entire storyline was to show the absolute horrible mistreatment that Hulk received.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it didn't really lead to like a good resolution. It was like a really
the end of the story, he's arrested.
It was a wet fart. You know what it was? The end of Planet Hulk and the end of Planet Hulk was great. The end of the resulting conflict that happened in World War Hulk was a wet fart of an ending.
Did you ever see Heart of the Monster?
You'd swear Michael Crichton wrote it. That's how bad it was.
404, did you ever read Heart of the Monster?
Oh gosh. I don't think I have, or it's not ringing my bells.
It's kind of a continuum.
Don't get me started from this.
Like, here's the thing, though, and here's what I will argue. For those of you who've never read Planet Hulk, I'll get off Planet Hulk in a minute. For those who've never read it, you should. It's available in a bound thing. It's wonderful.
There's also a movie.
It explores the movie. I avoid the movie. Read the book.
Oh yeah.
The movie is a very bad adaptation of what was a very good book, and getting to see Hulk have what may be one of the rare moments of actual emotional vulnerability and breaking down at the end
Yep.
When he has his moment of rage and does what you expect Hulk to do, but then there's that moment of just emotional vulnerability from Hulk, not from Banner, but from Hulk, and just him just laying there defeated, and knowing what comes next, but has that moment like, this is what I've been reading these last 24 issues for this moment, and it paid off. That was the money shot I've been waiting for in a Hulk book for 20 years, and I was so ready for it. My body was ready.
What ruins Planet Hulk, I love Planet Hulk's death. What ruins Planet Hulk is that he's a comic book character and needs to continue.
Well, that's the thing that ruined Peter Parker for years as well. Like, I love the Straczynski run on Peter Parker. It was the first time we saw meaningful development of Peter Parker, where Peter Parker was like, I have to get my shit together. I have to do things to actually reestablish my relationship. I have to work at reestablishing my relationship to Mary Jane. It's not a given.
Oh,
there was so much good stuff in there of watching him grow as a character. And then they went, by the way, the devil's going to make everyone forget about you so you can have it back.
There was literally a editorial mandate because they thought he was becoming too unrelatable by being married and being happy.
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
That's why I always go back to the Peter Parker problem of what happens with a serialized story when you don't allow it to have an actual arc. It's one of the things that goes wrong in a lot of role plays where people say, hey, your role play needs a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yep.
You need to know where this story stops. Even if it isn't complete by anyone's standards, this is where the part that you're going to see stops. And if you don't have that, well, congratulations. You're going to be poking weeds for about 10 years too long.
Talking about meaningful changes, that is the reason why so many fucking people love Nightwing. And why editorial and DC hate him.
Yep.
Because they've been trying to kill him for over a decade, and fans literally will not let them.
Oh, boy. I mean, not for nothing. I feel like, what is his name? Something Howard, who did that whole, like, the death and rebirth of Superman, how Superman broke death in comic books.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best videos you can ever watch on YouTube. It's worth the watch.
You need to understand.
Pretty sick if you guys look at
that's
what's going on
dope.
right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's really cool.
Yo, it's like a black hole of a Shinto shrine. I'm kind of digging it.
We're in the middle of a tornado right now.
That's very awesome. So I know you were about to like get in on a topic there, and like Wolf and I were on a roll. So I want to hand the conch back to you.
You guys are passionate. What the fuck? No,
I'm
you're
old.
good.
Oh god.
Look, man, that doesn't mean I get to run my yap the whole time.
You need to understand that if I'm talking to 404 and if I'm talking about comic books, I'm never going to stop talking.
I mean, we can go back to the point I was going to make earlier, but sort of the pre-comic book discussion, because we were talking about the mature nature of some of the artwork that inspired the original Golden Age comic books, and how there's a direct line, actually, from a similar time period in cinema, specifically from the Tarzan films. So the Tarzan films have two things, and as an audio person going for them. Number one, oh god,
that's awesome.
No.
I'm gonna let Christy have a moment.
She calls her scissor bitch.
Nah.
Isn't there an anime where someone runs around with a giant pair of scissors just like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure, all these creatures are based on.
Is it a Game La Kill or something?
I think I need to look that up.
Big fire spells! I didn't think that this bitch would be here!
To be sure, they're also based on yokai. So there are probably a lot of anime based on that side.
Oh god, I'm just gonna have to wire in.
Believe in you.
Give her the concho.
I'm waiting for Chris to stop panicking.
The concho worked. Called it. The concho is the special move. But yeah, so the Tarzan films, the old like 1930-ish ones, so it's similar time frame for getting into Golden Age of comic books, did a number of things. But if you listen to the audio, we got the famous Wilhelm screams and Wilhelm yells from Tarzan, which are very famous. But the other side of that was you kept seeing Jane from the Tarzan films would always wind up in like quicksand or mud and stuff and be flailing around and all, and like, or be tied up and flailing around. If you listen to Jane's audio, and you weren't watching the screen, it sounds like a very specific sort of act is happening that is not someone trapped in quicksand.
Oh yeah.
So hi Omega, I love you, buddy. I hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you for the 14 butts.
It's very funny because when I worked in the games industry, we actually had a rule where whenever someone did like struggle animations or anything like that, or we had to have that stuff, we literally had to we would bring a few people into another room and just make them listen to the audio and say, does this sound like porn? I'm dead serious. I'm dead ass serious.
No, I completely understand what you mean.
There was a circumstance when I was playing a Dead by Daylight type game with Christy and a call with a couple other people.
Oh, DBD fails that test so hard.
Oh yeah, it's not the same game.
Know it though.
It's a different game that's very similar. And she's literally said she wasn't looking at the screen. She's like, "What are you doing?" And it was because the person, I was the hunter. The person I was dragging was a woman, and she was making those sounds.
Yeah. Struggle and bondage noises in games very frequently fit past the "is this porn" test. Like there's a number of industries that have tests like that. A friend of mine is a glassblower. And anytime, like the big money maker for glassblowers is essentially you make weed pipes, you make bongs, and
you know what's
that's
unfortunate about that?
Well, you know what it is like they can make all these beautiful artistic pieces, but they don't sell because they're expensive, or they can say, I make 50 bongs that are going to sell, and then I can afford to make the creative piece that I want. Like, okay, so that's like a lot of art. You have to make the thing that's going to finance your other project, but they have a rule of does this bong look like a dick?
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate about that?
Go for it.
I have a friend in New Zealand who used to be a professional glassblower, and he literally had to forbade himself from making weed bongs because the problem was that every time he tried to get his pieces into higher art areas, they would deny him if he had even the slight reputation of making anything like that.
Oh, that's such bullshit.
Yeah.
The double standard of we want you to make art that's commercially available, but not commercially available in a way where you can support yourself outside of our system.
Yep.
It's like no.
Why?
Like I feel like that's the one place where people who are dealing in digital things, be that stuff like streaming, be that here or on more mature places, shall we say, it's democratized in a way where they can sort of cut out those vendors of taste or the people who are in the system, as it were, and say, no, this is going directly from me to the consumer. And that's an incredibly powerful tool, and it's a lot harder to do when it's a physical, tangible asset, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's why I stopped making, like, I'm pretty sure I've shown you like some of the armor pieces I've made when I used to like be making like really beautiful like LARP armor and the lamellar and everything, is that for the time it takes to make it and the cost I have to charge for it, everyone loved it. No one could afford to buy it.
I've seen your pieces. They're really cool.
Yeah. If only I could go and like make virtual stuff. It's easier for me to make a suit of armor in real life than it is for me to get a VRC model. I want you all to appreciate that.
Yes.
Welcome to the dichotomy of my life. I'm too old for this digital shit. I'm only analog.
God.
Much
Also,
to the reverse, but I understand because you're a LARPer. You got the connections. I've got the connections otherwhere.
Well, you know, look.
With your powers combined.
To like, look, the day Christy says, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna come to that Drakenfest USA thing and hang out with the 4,000 people running around in a field with swords and stuff." I'm gonna look. Send me your measurements. I'm gonna have a harness ready for you. I got you. We're ready.
Yo.
You know what would be funny? You know what would be hilarious? And I will put this on here. I will say this will be a thing. If you decide you're gonna come to like a DF USA, which is going to be big, and I can't say anything about it, but it's going to be at a much better location. I would totally say, what if we went and made Indra and Darling in a fantasy medieval setting? Just throwing that out there. Throwing that out there. Indra and Darling hanging out in the middle of this place, just kicking a bottle of mead, having this conversation about shit, you know? And up there.
Why do I feel like Indra and Darling work better as like dwarves with that? Because of how much they drink.
No. They ring as like the old season adventurer types. Darling being a barbarian for reasons that 404 and I know. Indra being either like a fighter rogue multi-class or just straight up rogue?
You know what's interesting though, when you get to like the big festival arcs, there aren't really classes. It's sort of like role play as you deem appropriate.
Yep.
Just don't take the piss and try to have every skill in the book, right? It's play something appropriate to what you do. I would not classify Darling as I wouldn't classify Darling as a barbarian. I would absolutely classify Darling if I was going to put Darling as a class, I would say Fallen Paladin.
Oh,
I'd say like Paladin who lost his faith, right?
Oathbreaker.
Yes, that's where I would put Darling, and I think you can tell why.
Yep.
As we add all the subtext.
Yeah.
Missed it, Esso. People were going on in chat early about if Darling was alive, would Wave and Indra be getting together, or would Darling have been cock blocking? And I'm like, no. Darling would have absolutely been trying to facilitate that shit, while at the same time kind of having this whole like, you and I, we need to go have a coffee together.
Indra would have had a way more healthy mindset, even in regards of like pursuing Wave at all, because she at least would have had a support group that she actually let in. Because Michael is, I mean, he's good, but he's not in. You know what I mean?
There's so many walls and so many weird shit and so much awkward shit in that.
I feel like Darling would have been like, no, I want to see these two get together.
I have a question for you though.
For purely for the reasons of number one, wants to see this person who's so important in his life happy, but also number two, their rooms were adjacent, just so at some point he could literally be waiting for Indra to open the door, already holding the coffee cup, being like, so, you know how thin our wall is?
knowing them, and especially their history, she would have been like, okay, and now that you're done, say hi to Darling. And she just literally shouts it herself.
Literally be him like, who's the fuck is Darling? And him being your superior officer.
God. Also, I'm going to ask you this question.
Yes.
In my mind, if Darling was still alive, Darling and Michael's relationship would have been more prevalent, especially combined with Indra, because they probably wouldn't talk to each other a lot. So, Chrissy's saying that he's not in might have not been the case if Darling was there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I believe 100%. I think a lot of it also would have been like, Darling would have been probably like dragging you along into like being like, hey, let come here and have a coffee with me, and just sort of like having that moment of understanding where Michael was coming from, why it was happening. And the thing is, Darling would absolutely have been like, you know, this is bullshit, right? And he would have been like, what do you mean it's bullshit? Like, if you had fucked up that badly, they wouldn't have just packed you off. This is a formality. This is someone creating a fiction to find a deeper truth. There's no, because Darling was full on, there's 7 layers of sinister that Darling is never going to like trust the top level of any story.
Yep.
So I feel like that would have immediately been like, you were put here for a reason. And that reason is to give you 1, plausible deniability to a company. 2, keep you safe in a place where the only person they can absolutely trust to keep you safe is that person. Incidentally, that person happens to be on a ship full of people who are ready to commit violence at any given moment in space, with several thousand tons of reasons armed to the teeth.
Gods.
So Darling would have absolutely believed there was like some sinister shit going on there. And been like,
I feel like Darling being there was
kill you.
Would have speed ran Michael's development.
Probably to a degree, but at the same time, Darling also would have been like, I need you to understand this. You're not allowed to go off the ship by yourself, because I genuinely believe someone's trying to kill you.
Yeah.
It's understandable, actually.
In terms of like the developing and understanding Indra, that would have been a lot of... It's an interesting place to sort of have to open my brain up to and think about how much is Darling willing to talk about without Indra in the room, and how much is Darling willing to say, these are places you should be going or doing or things you should be avoiding, to say like, you need to build your own trust and relationships, because you actually got to meet Darling in a non-canon night the one time, and you saw how Darling operated, which was Darling didn't do shit Darling saw the problem, identified the problem, and say, I want you to fix this, figure out a way to do it, and delegated problems.
Yep.
So Michael got that right in the face, like, this is full of water. I need you to go find a ground and a pump. Go.
And he did.
And he did. And, like, everyone got to have fun with it. It would have been very interesting to watch the Grand Canopian connection happen. But, again, alas, it would have been really fun just to sort of have a suspicion in my heart of hearts that Michael kind of would have been in that position to Darling that Darling was to Indra, which would have meant Darling would have had two sort of very awkward, I don't want to say parental, but guiding figure relationships too. One being the sort of social navigation for Michael, but the other being sort of the, gosh, with Koister's character, sort of stepping
Dominic.
into like, with Dominic. I feel like there was a lot of mentorship that unfortunately got lost. Are you chasing razor weasels in the woods?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm really happy right now.
Michael as a character he has to develop on his own, and some people help with that and other people don't. You're right with Darling, it would have been like a much more mentor-mentee type relationship, which would have been very, very nice. But yeah.
Not to mention the fact I think you'd be getting a different sort of perspective of, like, Indra had always been a wealthy character, a very macho character, right? Like Indra just oozes like, I have confidence because I have absolute belief, and I say I as Indra.
Yeah.
Indra has absolute belief in their self and their financial wherewithal. Like, there's never a point where Indra's going to be saying, you know what, I feel pretty insecure today about my ability to get through the next few. I don't think that's ever happened to Indra.
Nope.
No. Whereas you get someone like Michael being like, shit, whereas Darling's going to go, okay, I need to teach you how to play the game here of, number one, dealing with the day-to-day of the stress of being a place where you could die as a mercenary, but at the other end of it being like, yeah, I'm from noble society. Let me show you how to manage this. And like, remember that sort of like montage from Zorro where like he's being like, I've taught you how to use the sword. Now I need to teach you how to use this silver spoon. That's where it would have been at.
God. I actually really like that type of atmosphere and that type of roleplay. I know Christy loves it too.
Oh yeah.
But Michael as a character, I can't really do that with because he's very much a middle class, like, not a noble. He is not. And he's also very sheltered. So I tend to not be able to do that, but like that would have made a path for that. It would have been really funny.
Oh, it would have been great. Would have been so great. That was like the one thing that I really wanted to do with Darling. Well, not the one thing. There was a couple of things, but like getting to go and play up the noble aspect in a way where it wasn't just this sort of throwaway statement.
Yeah.
Where it would actually be something. It could be like, no. Every now and then you get something like that from Commander Kendrick, where he would be like, look, you know how to talk to these people. I'm putting you in. Go get them. Like, yes, Commander.
Thank you.
Well, it just became one of those things of like, who do you want to have talk to the people where it needs decorum, a sense of class, and a bit of measured response?
God.
Kendrick or Major Darling?
I'm sorry. There's an upcoming gala, and if Michael was allowed and Darling was alive, it would have been like My Fair Lady. I think that's the movie.
Oh, yeah. There's a world outside of Canopus, Barnaby.
That would have been so funny. I'm sorry. I'm sad now. Why did that happen? Please balance these books on your head.
To be fair, I think it would have been a lot of like, come here. What cufflinks are you wearing? No, those are no good. Those send the wrong message. Come with me. Have you picked out a corsage? No. You wear that corsage, it sends this message. You really haven't studied the language of courtly flowers, master. Come here.
No.
If you wear that, you're literally telling someone you want to go and pick a fight with them because they offended someone who's like you were married to 4 generations ago. Don't wear that.
Alright, pause. Shit. Michael's not dead. I don't know why you think that.
No. Darling's dead. Michael's not dead. Michael's very alive. Michael's fine.
Well, fine is subjective, but yes.
Well, not dead. Still breathing.
I apologize if you got that impression. That was not my intention.
Meanwhile, Esso has the hug her around the world.
Yep.
What? Oh, yeah.
God.
Yeah, it wasn't even just like just her getting a hug, but it was one that she technically initiated. And actually wanted. I know that there was going to be a time where someone would hug her and she didn't want it. Because in general, she's very particular about touch in general. But, of course there are times where she would want to be too, right? But I know that a lot of people can be really affected and really not read the room.
It's... Gosh, it's such a... I want to say it's a complex thing on the basis of you don't have all the tools you get in person to understand what discomfort looks like when you have a flat model that doesn't have necessarily all of the body and posture and facial expressions. Did that guy just try to drop?
Yes, he did.
You do. He rolled in and tried to drop kick you like it was a WWE match.
Oh yeah, he do. That's a part of their normal skill set.
I love that this is like Yakuza 5 with undead. This is so good.
I like that reference.
Like a dragon, time to call pound mates.
I feel like a lot of people underestimate the power of body language too, because facial expressions are one thing, but like you can get a lot from just how people are standing.
I know how much I'm unable to convey with Michael because of the body language issue.
For real, the first thing I do, because I spend so much time playing antagonists and monsters and LARPs in the full prosthesis, so I lose a lot of my face because of the prosthesis. I always tell people, I need to go and sit with you. We're going to figure out how these guys are going to walk. And they're like, what? Like, we need to figure out how they stand, how they walk, how do they carry their weapons around with them. And that changes so much so quickly. Like, the one time I was over at, yeah, it was the thing that runs on Monday night. That's like the fantasy roleplay in VR. I can't think of the name of it, but it'll come to me. But like Darth Quacker's just like, I need NPCs and no one's around. And I went, you know what? I'll hop on. I'll NPC for you. Did like an emotional thing for the first hour. Powered a bunch of players. No. Oh yeah, it is Aegis. Yeah. And he's like, I need people to go do combat stuff. I'm like, I've never really done medieval melee combat in VRC, but I've done a lot of it in real life, so I can probably fake this pretty good.
Is there another scissor lady?
No, it's two hair bitches in close proximity.
Are they brushing one another's hair?
I wish.
I wish.
They're having a moment. Just let it be. But yeah,
like I have a. What?
I was just gonna say, just like going in there and being like, okay, I'm gonna square up my shoulders. I'm gonna stand a lot taller. I'm gonna make sure I like exaggerate movements above my hip line, just to really be like, no, I'm a mercenary. I've got swagger, and sell that.
Nope.
Why are you looking up that dead lady's skirt?
I'm trying to quick purge her.
Gosh,
it sounds like
a quickie.
I was about to say it sounds like a euphemism. Sorry.
Trying to exorcise her.
But yeah, stance changes a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
Like, you know what movie actually did a great job of conveying that, to bring it back to mechs? The first Pacific Rim movie. If you look at the way each of the mechs moves, it tells such a story of the personality of the mech itself as a character. I always loved how like the main sort of hero mech, Gypsy Danger, walked like John Wayne, but the most advanced mech moved like an NFL player. Like you could tell it was athletic, it was fast, but like you would watch the big one, Gypsy Danger, being like it strode with this big John Wayne wide walk, wide shoulder stance. I loved having that establish the character of the mechs themselves.
That's Pacific Rim as like the mechs, and especially how big and like just present they felt in the movie is like one of the best aspects of that movie.
It's so good. It's one of the things I wish we could do more with the Actium as a character, right? Because like if you watch something like Star Trek, the Enterprise is a character, right? If you watch Voyager, Voyager is a character. The ship is a character. And it's kind of tough to convey that when you're inside of the organism, right? You want to make sure that, you know, she, as a vessel, she has the ability to live and breathe as a character and, like, speak her mind and do things that, like, oh, you love it when you get to have those moments.
Oh, that was...
Oh god, Cherno Alpha. Cherno Alpha, it was actually one of the key fundamental points of the early courtship between my partner and I when we were dating. Because at the time, they had really
Nameless,
short...
thank you so much for the 30 months! And it's a primer. Thank you for the Bezos Bucks. I appreciate you.
Nice, 30. They had the really short blonde hair, and I'm like so much taller than them that people were jokingly calling us Cherno Aloha. We had the loud Hawaiian thing going on.
Cherno Alpha is one of the few times I don't get your references. I'm sorry.
So in Pacific Rim, Cherno Alpha, which was short for Chernobog, literally they named their mech after the devil, was the old Gen 1 mech that the 2 Russian pilots had, where it was literally a nuclear reactor that was big and slow and just punched shit into infinity with big, heavy fists. It was very Russian. So those 2 pilots, we would jokingly joke about one another because Arden and I were dating at that point. We're like, yep, they're compatible. We're Cherno Aloha instead of Cherno Alpha. Because we would
God, I didn't understand what you were saying. I was like, it's Cherno Aloha.
Yep.
Okay. Also, I have having a topic locked in since you brought it up by like offhand, and then we moved on.
Go for it.
The death of Superman and how that killed death in comics.
Oh yeah, how it ruined death in comic books. I mean, the short answer is that when comic book characters died prior to the death of Superman, they tended to stay dead. After the death of Superman, I think at the time, something like 72 dead characters came back from the dead, and like no characters stayed dead anymore after that. It's like there was like the one thing where Marvel Ultimates was the only thing where they basically made their alternate universe where they said dead is dead here.
Yep. That's where they killed Peter very quickly.
They killed Peter off pretty quickly, and
yeah, but then they overdid it, and the kills were so like unnecessarily brutal.
Oh yeah.
It was gratuitous. It was gratuitous.
Yeah. And it kind of started the initial problem that every single alternate universe thing really had, where all alternate universes are still used for to this day outside of Spider-Man is just, here's a fun way where we can kill a bunch of characters, and here's a new way where we can kill a bunch of characters, and it doesn't.
Are you talking about you talking about X kills the Marvel universe? So it's like Deadpool.
Dude, I'm talking about okay, if you go look at comic book history and you go look at any multiverse story,
oh yeah,
90% of the time, and you can even see it in fucking Multiverse of Madness from fucking
the MCU?
Doctor Strange. It's literally just used to kill characters, and it's one of the reasons why, like,
it's shamelessly edgy.
Yeah, it's agonizing, and it's kind of why I still stand by the fact that Spider-Man will forever be the greatest comic book character to exist, because in his fucking multiverse stories, they don't always fucking die. They actually do things, and it comes into play. Now, yeah, there's the Spider-Verse, but
you know what? I'm gonna defend Spider-Verse though for this.
No. I like Spider-Verse, but at the same time, Spider-Verse also killed a bunch of Spider-Men.
Yep.
Damn near randomly. But you know what one survived? And I'm happy you survived. The Japanese one that had a mech suit and a gun.
Spider-Man.
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 Yes.
But here's the thing.
There's a gay Spider-Man in the Spider-Verse comics, and I love him.
The reason I loved Spider-Verse explicitly was because they gave every licensed version of Spider-Man that ever existed equal weight. That equal, like the Spider-Man who was in the Twinkie ads in the middle of the Marvel comic books, Twinkie Spider-Man was there. Spider-Man who was from the Electric Company back on Channel 13 on PBS, who was teaching kids how to spell, who never said anything, but then like the graphic would appear over his head. He was in there. And they were all like, every crappy, like we sold a Spider-Man license was in there. There was even a gag where if you weren't from New York, you probably didn't get it, where they had like this guy who was just running around in the suit getting his ass beat, because there's all these guys who dress up as Spider-Man in Times Square, of course, to get like the tourist photos. Like tourist photo Spider-Man was in there. the equal weight they gave to all of that was so wonderful. So wonderful. It also redeemed one of the best arcs in Spider-Man, the Straczynski arc. I will defend the Straczynski arc in Spider-Man to the day I die for actually having character development. And bringing back the sort of vampire family and doing all that, be like, oh wait, they couldn't completely retcon it. We got it back. And I'm like, yes.
Also, I'm going to say this as someone who loves Spider-Man, who loves Mary Jane. I hope one day I get to see her in live action where she is not some weird version of herself, or she's actually Mary Jane.
Mary Jane Watson, always supposed to be this kind of vivacious character. I think the ones that they did in the newest ones, she was really good. She was really good. I think
you're talking about MCU? MCU, her? Are you talking about MCU one? With,
the one who was like the one from like No Way Home, and the new ones with like
Zendaya. Yeah. She's good. I like her. She's just, I want to see like the original Mary Jane in live action. I understand, like, she's good. I like her. I like the character, and I want her to keep going. But like, I wish I could just see the original one where she's very loud, very boisterous, very like upfront, very present, and very modern.
She was every stereotype about a redhead there was.
True. Initially, they did do a lot of build up there. I do think they could do very interesting things with specifically that type of character, especially since she was very confident in who she was.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Having a confident person who is just like, yeah, I'm here. Like, you're going on a date with me. Her first line was, "You hit the jackpot by going on a date with me."
Basically, what we're saying is that whoever plays Mary Jane has to basically be able to sit at a bar with Indra, do a shot and a beer, and be like, "Yo, I got to tell you about my date."
Yes, basically that.
I think
and then you compare them and like compare her. I'm sorry, but like compare that type of character and pair it off with fucking Peter, who is shy boy and also witty. It's just really nice. They could do a really cool like dynamic.
It's a good dynamic, but I think that also goes back to the fact that Peter Parker needed to have growth, and that's like old school Peter Parker. Whereas Peter Parker was like, wait a minute, you're like the fourth smartest person in the world. At one point was like running a multi-million-dollar corporation and all that good stuff. And it's like, I get that we want to have awkward superhero boy who has fantastic power with like big, bold, vivacious woman who doesn't have power, but is really like, the person who stands. We get it. We've seen it. We've done it. I would like to see the more mature adult where there's like even playing field of communication. Anyway, Conk is yours.
I've actually had a lot of things I was going to say from even the previous conversations.
Roll down the list.
You guys have just been... Oh, well, okay. Well, so to start, when you were bringing up the fact that a lot of the more original, like, animated movies, the concept art was, at least in my opinion, vastly different than the concept art we get now. I think a really good example is Marathon. I don't know if anybody played that game, but the concept art for that game, because like trying to understand the story to that game series is legitimately just trying to harm yourself. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. In fact, actually, there is a website right now where they're still deciphering it to this day, which is a terrifying thing to think about. But the concept art for it was so fucking gritty and just in your face, and it like the concept art told the story. Like you understood why the chapter name was Anger, because you saw it on this fucking character that basically had no face, and that shit hits. Whereas a lot of the concept art I see now is just pretty backgrounds, and there's just no story there. So I kind of understand why, like, a lot of these games I keep seeing nowadays, the storylines are just the same recycled dribble. Movies as well, where it's just like, it doesn't feel like the concepts have the passion. So then when I see the movie, I'm not really surprised that, like, it's just another Marvel movie, another DC movie, another maybe action movie with bad CG. Like it's kind of gotten to a point where it's like, yeah, if you don't have passion at the get-go, you're not really gonna have a passionate movie to build off of. But I've always used Marathon as my example, because I show people the concept art and they're like, I want to fucking play that, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't look like that, but it's a cool concept.
It's an interesting point you raise, because there was Matt Damon actually was speaking about this on Hot Ones of all things, where he was saying how like Good Will Hunting would never get made today, and the reason is DVDs.
Yep.
Because the DVD market was essentially like a second release of a film, so they could take chances on films that would have interesting stories, original stories, you know, things that weren't necessarily quote unquote safe. And you made what you made in the theater, but then you would get this second life of the re-release on DVDs. When DVDs and Blu-rays stopped being a thing because of online streaming, studios became much more risk averse, and the cost to make a film now and market a film is so high that that's why you keep seeing everything going back to the well. Conversely, to sort of jump media, if you will, I think one of the places where things have gotten more interesting is actually in writing, because of the ability of things to become more democratized, where you don't have to rely on publishers. Things like, I'm reading like 5 of these ongoing serialized books on Royal Road that are so well written and so well done, and I'm going, wow, these are really interesting ideas. These are really great stories. They'll never find a publisher in a million years. But now, because of Royal Road, they're able to get a serialized format that goes long format. And some of the long format ones are actually starting to turn up on Amazon as e-publishing. So it's very interesting to watch how the written world used to be very governed by like 3, for sci-fi and fantasy, there was like 3 main publishers, or you would just never would find your book would never see the light of day. Whereas now, it's so democratized, it's like, no, you can do it yourself. So I totally agree with you there. I think there's a lot of stuff where it just keeps going back and hitting the same note.
Yeah, it. I also kind of have to blame the audience, though, and as much as I really hate to say that, like, we have to really think. So, I actually just recently watched She-Hulk. And I'll be honest, I watched it because of the bad reviews. I was curious. I was so curious that, like, I was like, you know what? When I saw the reviews for Captain Marvel, I was like, there's no way it can be that bad. And then I watched it. I was like, no.
It was pretty flat. It wasn't bad. It was flat. It was a flat movie.
Well,
It was a flat soda of a movie.
The problem that I had with that movie was, once again, it was that same problem that I had brought up before, where it felt like there was no passion. Like,
agreed.
Like, for instance, I'm tired of old white dudes writing women.
Yes.
I'm sick and tired of it. They can't do it. Okay? I don't know a single woman who, when they complain about the hardships in their life, that they have to bring up a man every 10 seconds. Normally they bring up all the different troubles that they go through in their life. And yeah, men do get brought up. But it kind of gets to a point where it's like, you know, women suffer through other things too, right? Like, here's
Talking
one,
about the Bechdel test.
other women. Sometimes they're kind of causing trouble for each other, kind of like men. Other men. I actually kind of feel like, when it comes to society, like, yeah, like, men do obviously cause issues for women, women cause issues for men. Whenever I've at least talked to most girls, they actually bring up the fact that, no, a lot of the hardships they go through sometimes are because of other women. And I'd like to see that maybe discussed in a movie or a story. Like, I think it would be kind of
Mean
interesting.
Girls.
Yeah, Mean Girls. Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? Mean Girls is actually a really good point. But then, so I decided to go watch She-Hulk, and it's definitely not as bad as everybody brought it up. It's kind of a similar problem where like, there was one scene specifically that just hit me wrong, and it was
That scene
when
is the same scene.
it was it was the one where she had this snapback at oh my god,
Bruce?
yeah, Bruce, where she had said like Bruce was trying to discuss like, hey, you know, you gotta be calmer, you know what I mean, you gotta be able to like hold back your emotions. And this is a character who, fuck what anyone else says, that man has gone through some shit. Like, Bruce Banner in any Marvel story suffers.
Pretty much.
That's his lot. That's his lot is to
every
suffer.
W is followed by 3 L's.
I mean, him and Peter Parker are in a marathon to see who's going to get dicked over the most.
Yeah, no, for real. But she had this scene where she snapped back at him, saying stuff like, you know, I've been dealing with men doing this kind of stuff, being catcalled and stuff, way better than you can, Bruce. And I looked at it and I was like, that is not She-Hulk. That is, hold on, she's snarky, she's quippy, she's fucking excited, like the whole twerking thing. Yeah, no, that made sense. That's, yeah, no.
I already went on that one. Yeah.
yeah, no, I first off, it was an after credit scene. What the fuck are you bitching about? After credit scenes are kind of when you can kind of just go off the rails. Because, hey, you know what? The big thing's taken care of. But it's not bad. I guess I would say just kind of bland. You know, it just kind of felt like the same thing where it's like,
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that about the last several years of Marvel movies, where I feel like I was just handed a case of, like, you know, Pamplemousse LaCroix.
I gotta point some things out. First of all, She-Hulk is written by women.
Oh.
Second, that particular scene I have found has been mostly misread. Because what she was saying in that scene wasn't that she was better than him. It was that Bruce didn't understand that her entire life she already has been managing her anger. She was expressing that... How do I put this? Before Hulk became Hulk, she was already having to hold back her anger. And one of the bigger points that she had during that conversation with him wasn't that she was better than him, so to speak. It was, look, you are my cousin. We shouldn't have to settle for this. We don't just have to be superheroes because people tell us to. We can be whatever else because no one should take that choice from us. And she was specifically outlining his traumas in that conversation before she followed up with that. And the whole point of why she became a Hulk during that conversation was that it was showing, hey, yeah, she's going to be struggling with her anger as well, and this isn't going to work out as much as she hopes it would.
Yeah, I haven't seen the scene in question yet. I haven't watched the series
no, you
yet.
haven't either, so you can give me your take on it later.
I'll be interested
But
to see it.
I am going to say that unfortunately most of women's problems are men-related. That isn't to say that all men are bad.
No, it's not an all men are bad situation.
It's
I think
just that a lot of the problems come from the bad apples.
I would point out that there's a reason why the phrase hell is other people exists.
Yeah. No, maybe it's just because I've wanted to understand the female side of it, and I just never have really been fully able to, because I have a guy mindset. I guess I try to see it and I try to understand it, but the same problem that I have with dudes' problems is whenever I go out looking to understand the problems, the things that are happening, I keep encountering the loud ones who address the problems in the worst ways humanly possible. And I tend to get more confused, because then I go to my friends and they're like, oh yeah, no, that's not actually a problem at all. Here's the actual problem. And I'm like, oh, well then why is everyone bitching about this? And you know, people like to bitch. But one of the things that I never really get to see addressed is, like, for instance, for guys, the biggest problem that we have is, I guess, just with each other. I don't know what the fuck the deal is exactly, but like whenever I've looked into a lot of men's troubles right now, every loud incel in America decides to complain that women have a problem, and I start to see it and I'm like, okay, but in that same video, you just looked at a man who's in a happy relationship with a girl. You did nothing but judge how the girl looked this one time where she got mad, and then you pointed out all of the guy's flaws and gave no course correction to what he maybe could do to be better. And I've just noticed that, like, nobody really addresses the fact that, yes, the other side does cause a lot of troubles for maybe the other. Maybe. I don't know everything about it, which is why I'm not an expert. But I don't really see people addressing the fact that a lot of the times we cause problems for our own sex. And I guess I just don't understand all of the, like, hate, anger, and ferocity we have for ourselves over seemingly the dumbest shit. You know,
Well-
like masculinity is like the biggest one. Like, if you go look back in history, men did not start out very man. We wore wigs and powder on our faces, and we wore
the
high
definition.
heels.
Better than that.
It
Yeah,
was
the
defined
definition of
as
masculinity.
masculine back then.
I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
here's an interesting point to make about it, though, is that masculinity as a social construct has always followed the quote-unquote norm, whatever normal is constructed as for where it's at. Like, there's a reason why if you were, if you're wearing a loud pink in 1970s, you might get questioned. Whereas if you were not wearing a loud pink in, say, 1870, well, then you weren't the height of fashion, because, like, in sort of Victorian England, pink and heels were very manly things to be wearing. So there's always a societal construct to this. Now, I say this as someone who is very gender fluid, so I have my own biases in this, and I have my own dogs in this particular fight. A lot of this, from my observation, anecdotally, I say this anecdotally, I am not a professional, is twofold. Number one, there is not a lot of emphasis placed on providing tools for introspection and self-examination. Like, that is not something that is ever presented as a point of focus for young people. At least it certainly wasn't for me when I was younger. That was a long time ago. Maybe something changed between now and then. The 80s were a wild time. But yeah, there's no introspection tools provided. There's no incentive to saying, like, let's look at why you are feeling these things, what you were doing, what's bringing you to that point. That's point number one. Point number two being, there are not a lot of collective things that establish healthy relationships and boundaries for masculine people with other masculine people outside of typically some form of competitive sport or the military. I challenge you to find things that provide that level of camaraderie where there isn't an overarching theme there, and just be like, hey, where can we exist where we can be chill with one another in a healthy way, where it isn't some form of competition? And
Or,
there's a few examples
there's
of
some enemy that we gotta kill and we can kill them together, and that's the only time that we're allowed to show any form of bond with some other guy.
right, and it's like there's a reason. Like, I always say that I'm always agog at VR chat for a number of reasons, and I love looking at it from a gendered perspective. I love watching how VR chat gives people freedom to experiment with gender, to experiment with expressing themselves in ways that would maybe frowned upon or punished in real life. The ability of, I've met so many young non-binary and trans people who are getting to try on new voices, try on new bodies, do things like that. But especially watching masculine people be able to embrace camaraderie or a form of fraternal intimacy. Like, the entire thing about, like, kiss the homies goodnight. I love that exists. I wish that it
Homosexual.
existed.
Yep.
It's not even a homosexual thing. I mean, just literally being like, hey, you know what? It's okay for these guys to, like, express
No.
their affection that way. But yeah, you get what I mean, though. Yeah.
No, I understand, but I'm saying homie as in, like, friend, sexual. It's a joke.
I get it. I get it. I was in a moment, and it is a serious topic. It is a serious topic, and I do wish there was more opportunities for. There's a good point in there. Also, faith and spirituality. There's a lot of things that put up barriers between masculine people and almost reward them for putting up walls
Yep.
and not allowing themselves to experience things in a healthy way or having a way to share that or be introspective about it. You know, I always remember, like, one of the worst movies ever made was Boondock Saints 2, but there's a really real line in it where there's sort of shitty character, again, who came back from the dead for one scene saying, "We're men! We don't talk about our feelings because it's none of your goddamn business!" I'm like, that is the most shitty thing, but the realest thing I've ever heard. And I know it was done for comedic effect for these really kind of toxic characters, but goddamn, was that a little too real?
Well, you actually bring that up is actually kind of an interesting thing for me to look at, because I come out of the Marine Corps. I did not have the greatest experience in the Marine Corps, and outside of the stuff that happened out there in Bahrain, out there in Iraq, a lot of the people there were, because I was in the aviation field, aviation ordnance field, so we were pogues. We knew it, but we were that kind of pogue where we basically loaded the weapons and ammunitions and stuff and made sure those planes could fly.
Mm-hmm.
So every kill that the plane got, we took a little bit of that too. You know what I mean? Like I put that 500-pounder up there.
You were on the production support side of it.
Yeah. But when it came to the people themselves, there was a lot of this. The only way to make you better is to break you down further. And sometimes, and mind you, mine was the Marine Corps, so mine was very different from people who were in the Army, people who were in the Navy, and I've always taken accountability for that. I've never just tried to be like, mine's better. Every branch is different. And when I came into roleplay, I play a very overly masculine character named Slade, he's my fucking Doom boy. You know, he's got my Doom armor and all that kind of stuff. And one of the funnest things that I never really got to realize was there's a bunch of these other characters that are 24/7 wearing armor. They're soldiers and stuff like that. And it's almost been therapeutic whenever the characters talk about how tired they are. Like, just, you know, humans wearing armor, fighting basically gods, having to 24/7 go to medical, get patched up, and then once their wounds are healed enough, go right back out there again. And being able to talk about it with people, and I can tell that some characters realize that sometimes I'm not talking in character. Sometimes when I talk about being tired and exhausted, they realize, oh no, that is...
yeah.
That's
just being
actually
considerate.
Yeah, but whenever we do, and mind you, a lot of it is with the character, because if I end up having a character who's a soldier or a Marine or any of the above, probably never gonna be a seaman. God bless the Navy. But it's almost been therapeutic to have the characters talk. Because whenever I do get to talk to a character who's like, I'm tired, you know, my body just hurts in ways that I can't talk about with people because I need to seem strong for other people. And I hear that, and a part of me inside dies a little bit because I get it. Whenever I used to have to come home to my family, I would just tell them all the time, I'm good, I'm golden, I'm fine. Man. And I walk into my room and I flop into my chair because my knees are fucking dead and my back is aching and my arms are hurting and my head is racking.
You know what? This brings up two interesting points. And number one, I'm glad you're really talking about these things because these are important things to talk about. But it reminds me of one thing I've told people a lot about ATK, and the other is, like, you know, getting anecdotal about my family, because, you know, my grandfather, God bless him, you know, when he was alive, he had 2 military experiences, and he was willing to talk about one more than the other. And his first military experience was in World War II, where he was in the submarine corps for the Navy in the Atlantic Ocean. And till the day he died, he would not talk about anything he did on that boat because they just beat it into him. You never talk about what happens on a submarine. And it's very interesting, if you ever meet anyone who ever works in a submarine, they're There's a lot of people who have that same mentality. Like, we do not talk about what happens in the boat. It's like, nope. And it's just like, he had some weird ass experiences being like a single prop diesel tin can that's like creaking and leaking when it goes underwater. So he would never talk about that. What he would talk about is when he re-enlisted in the Marine Corps, oddly enough, for the Korean War. So don't ask me how he decided he went from being in the Navy and a submarine to saying, I'm going to go to the Marine Corps. He did. And it was always very interesting because he would only discuss that, not about what he did, but about how much he disliked the other people. It was always this very interesting thing, and that brought me to a point about ATK where a lot of people wanted to play characters that went on some of these big Battletech lore excursions, Razor Weasel, that were really horrible things in the story, right? Like, really tough. Like, these were bad times. And I would literally send them a link. There's this, like, whole thing, if, it sounds so cliche to say it, but it's very real, in the realest way possible, where it was, like, all the interviews of the guys from Band of Brothers, right? Like, the actual men, when they were all senior citizens in their 80s or more. And I said, I want you to watch this and understand how affected they are by this 50 years later. And their unit suffered, like, this 45% casualty rate over the course of this. You're talking to me about wanting to have some gung-ho blood and guts character who was in Bulldog or Serpent up in clan space. I want you to know they had a 90% casualty rate. Are you going to be able to pull off that kind of situation where you're going to be able to be respectful to that? Because, you mentioned some modern conflicts. There's a reason I go back to ones that where, for the most part, the people who are in them aren't with us anymore. I can't set someone off by being like, hey, you know what? We're not going to talk about this place that was somewhere in the Middle East because there are still people who are dealing with their trauma from that. And number one, I don't want someone who's in the game to have to be back in that place by having that conversation. Number two, I don't want someone who's still dealing with that and can't have that ability to talk yet, who's watching this, to be put in a bad place. But by God, if we do something where we get it to a spot where someone who is observing this roleplay or watching on Twitch goes, you know what? Maybe I feel a little bit better about talking because people are showing their vulnerability and being able to express that in a realistic way, not, more, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I've tried to use my perspective to help characters realize what's actually happening when it happens. So there was one time I was out in Iraq for a very little bit, and it was because we had a Harrier land out there that needed to get refueled, and it still had ordnance up there, and AOD can't do that, and they didn't have an ordnance division who was ready yet out there, so they sent a small group of us to go out there and basically just take off the ammunition, take off because you fully take off the weapons, well, not all the weapons, but the ammunition, which is hand cranked, by the way. I hate my high metabolism. I would be such a buff bastard, but instead I am a small fucking Twinkie bitch who's just turned like firm, and I hate it. Yeah, dude, I'm firm. I'm a firm boy.
You say that, you just set off a horrible memory for me from the 90s. There's a particular band, and they're very queer band, and I won't start singing songs because otherwise we're gonna set up Twitch TOS because Bezos hates us when we do music. But I got to see them live, and the lead singer comes out like practically in like very Canopan male. Let's just frame it like that.
Yes.
Comes onto the stage and immediately turns around and goes, "Do you find me firm? Do you find me beautiful? Would you suck my big fat cock?" And then goes into their full musical ensemble. And now I'm only ever going to see Essa walking on to the Actium being like,
Beautiful.
Perfect. But so there was one time where so I had gotten my first and only confirmed kill while I was out there. Something that still sits with me today. Though to be fair, there's a lot that sits with me today that I still talk to my VA therapists about. But one of the staff sergeants who was out there was like, "Hey, let me show you something. So we hopped in a Humvee, and this is not a good idea, but I'm gonna be honest, when you're out there, in terms of self-preservation, you let go of a lot. But he drove me out, and I got to stand on top of a hill and look at this burning city. And that's exactly what it was. It was this conflict was currently going on. A city. It was like a big ass town, but you could see it on fire. You could see the rounds still going off. Hell, I think I heard a couple just whizzing by. And when you get to see that kind of destruction, it sits with you. The image is, if I close my eyes right now, I can still see it, clear as day. And when I go into these role plays and we have these huge battles that basically are just kind of shrugged off.
That should be fucking scarring ya.
Yeah.
It's you know, the other guys be like, yeah, that was awesome, dude, we blew up all this stuff, and then like my character would be like, there was a person who lived in that home. And they're like, yeah, and there were people who used to live here. Do we know if they got evacuated? Well, they said that they didn't.
I don't know if it's my connection or Esso. Is Esso breaking up for anyone else, or is
He's
it
not
just
breaking
me?
up, that's you.
That's you, not me.
Oh, sorry. I'm also kind of walking around the living room, so that might partially be me a little bit. But
You walk, pacing, talking. I relate.
Yeah.
I do that.
Yeah, I do it all the
I
time.
also do that.
But I try to remind them, because one of the things that's always scared both me in character and out of character is a lot of people, and you see it a lot worse in the metaverse.
Oh yeah.
Where
I can't even hear anybody now. Hold on.
Oh.
Be right back.
Pause the story. I'm sorry, Dessa.
No, you're good.
I know how it is to be on a roll.
You're good. I'll hold. It's okay. I can. Killing all these Slendermen. Let me tell you.
I actually wanted to ask you a specific question while I forward this one back. Have you ever played the game called Spec Ops: The Line?
Dude, I've done. Mental introspectives because of that fucking game. Yeah.
Okay.
I want you to know there is a Discord server of veterans that got started because of that game.
Yeah.
I'm still a part of that Discord. It's that game hits notes that I'm surprised it even got made.
I'm honestly so surprised it did. Chrissy, have you ever seen or played the game Spec Ops: The Line?
No.
It is a game that tricks you into thinking that is a traditional shoot 'em up battle like war game, and then pulls the rug and goes, "Look at what you're doing."
Well, what the? I got big comboed. Also, yeah, that about makes sense. Hi, what fun!
Rippo,
I think I'm good.
you good?
Hi people, hey BB. Can you hear me clearly there, 404?
Hello.
5 by 5. We're good.
Sweet. But yeah, one of the things that always scared me the most in character and out of character is there's a lot of characters who constantly one-up each other in terms of power, in terms of scale, and
Yeah.
we fight in cities. We don't fight in empty battlegrounds. We fight in cities.
Yep.
Places where they have to evacuate, and they make a very small deal of everybody was evacuated, which I understand. They don't want anyone to have to deal with that, but there's a lot of characters who we kind of realize not everyone leaves. There's a lot of people who during evacuation orders are like, no, this is everything. If I lose this house, I have nothing.
Oh yeah, that's the person who won't leave the Florida Keys when there's a hurricane.
Yep.
Yeah,
also, that's the reason why I love when Ribbon and Christy did the civilian RP when they were doing the mission, and they're stuck in a house and their bullets whizzing by, and they're like refusing to actually leave because they can't.
They didn't even actually get the order to leave.
Yeah. Yep.
They were told
Not everyone does, but I try to remind characters like, hey, this is what we're doing. Like, yeah, we stopped that bad guy, but did you have to do that giant laser beam through that building to hit him, or could you have aimed it maybe in any other way so that you didn't hit those buildings? Or when you did that huge blade sword attack, that was against 2 enemies. 2 medium-sized enemies that I can kill with my 12 gauge, my shotgun. And a lot of characters are like, wow, is that what I did? I was like, yeah, that's what happened.
Are you asking people have appropriate and measured levels of response to the situation they're in?
I tried to. It doesn't, cause like one of the
I
things
tried to do
was
that, and they made me the antagonist and hunt me down and tried to kill me.
I got asked. So there is specifically one character, won't name her, but they're very well known for having huge spectacle abilities, 24/7. Every other villain arc, they gain new abilities and new powers, and they're bigger and they're flashier every single time. They came up to my character Slade and they're like, "Hey, you do what I do, but with like a shotgun." And then these are all Doom weapons, by the way. A shotgun, a plasma gun, a lightning gun. You have like a guitar axe that has a little boom pop whenever you swing it at people. Like, you do what I do, but you only use that. And I'm like, yeah, because if I did too much, I would start hurting the people around me. And he kind of was like, have I been doing that? I was like, have you ever looked to see how much friendly fire you commit? And he's like, nobody ever tells me. Yeah, because they're scared of you.
Or dead.
And yeah, or dead. And this is a character who actually has, because he went into an enraged state, killed another character. And they get over it in terms of like a week or 2.
Yep.
And one of the things that I've always tried to do with all of my characters is, like, for instance, he's a Doom character. I kill a lot of things. I fight a lot of things, and 90% of the time, it's things that I should feel no fucking sorrow for. What, a demon that had no mental capacity to think outside of claw, eat, kill? Yeah, no, it dying is a net positive for everybody. But it weighs on the character where he'll have these moments where I have people being like, why do you feel bad about killing a bunch of monsters? And it's like, dude, my life, my job occupation is just to kill things. It's why he owns a bunny preserve, and I've had the character mocked for having a bunny preserve, for living in a cabin. Yeah, wow. No, he's been mocked many times for like having these things. And the thing he's always tried to say is, I'm trying to hold on to my humanity. And it's always been like what do you mean? Like, if that's such a big problem, then don't take up these jobs where we have to kill people sometimes.
Can I like, that's the real world?
The point.
Apparently,
no, I agree.
If
not
you
the point.
if you go and fight things for any situation, you're a monster forever, and you aren't allowed to be anything else.
You know that rhetoric that I'm propelling as Indra is not the right one, right? It's supposed to be wrong. It's very wrong.
Here's the thing. Let me interject a bit of real world. If no one's gonna get too upset by me interjecting a little real worldness in here, there's a reason why legally you have to rotate out in slaughterhouses from being in certain jobs every week. You can't be the person who kills the cows or pigs nonstop 24/7, because we've learned the hard way that affects people.
Yeah.
It affects you very badly, and that's something that you're okay with eating, right? Like, you know, like there's a moment, like, I get it. You know what? There's a moment where it goes from being an animal to food in that fabrication process. Everyone has that switch. Somewhere in that process, it is no longer fed your cow. It is now a series of steaks. Everyone has that switch. Some people have that switch so far to one side, they go, I can never not see fed the cow. I'm going to live on vegetables. That's valid. But the point is, though, that if you're the person who has to be doing that fabrication process at the initial step of turn fed the cow into something ready to be carved up, and you are killing these things, they don't let people do that job more than a certain amount of time over any given period, because they know how affecting it is. Now, if you're someone who's playing a character, or, you know, you're in a job, hopefully not really, where it's like, hey, guess what? You're going to do this for extended periods of time.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. That's going to hit you hard, and it's going to stay with you. That isn't a monster of the week, I'll be cool next Tuesday kind of situation. You have to be ready to sell that, and actually, and I think the tough part for role players is be willing to go on the long journey of how do I sell growth and understanding and being okay. Again, the character being okay with themselves before they can try to move beyond that. Like, there's a few steps in that process, isn't there?
I got to have a moment, and it's funny because the biggest moment for me, I used to think, back when I used to roleplay, and it's actually funny because you would actually ask this Michael, and the more I thought about it, it kind of fractured out of my head. It wasn't you. I think it was actually Bear who had asked it. My favorite moment in RP was all the way back in the day. I used to have a character called RG in Calistro Season 1, and I got to have a hero's death. Non-scripted, any of it. A little bit railroaded because the guy gave me no roles.
No, you just died.
Yeah, but I accepted it because it was such an honor for me, because it was like to have a hero's death with no scripting to it. It means a lot.
Yeah.
But I actually take that back in full, because so I've been playing this character Slade, and he started out as exactly what I would think a Doom character would be. Angry, vengeful, rageful. They literally got him out of hell. And he was just xenophobic as all hell, because where he came from was just humans. So now he's having to deal with devils who are nice, demons who are kind, and all different kinds of fae and different races. And it was a lot. And a lot of people hated the character for a while because he didn't understand it, and he didn't care to, because he was like, I'm just going to keep being this monster if it means I get to kill the things that hurt other people. But then over time, he started to see it more, and people had one-on-ones with him, and I got to slowly but surely grow the character to a point where dude's an uncle now to a bunch of people who come to PL, and I have a bunch of kids running around this guy in Doom armor wanting to hang out and be like, Slade, look what I did today. And first off, it makes me want to fucking cry every time I think about it. But then I had a character who sat down with him, and they just out of the blue were just like, I'm proud of you. And I was out of character, like it's like a concussion grenade hit me.
An instant fucking like tear grenade, I swear to God.
Oh yeah, it was like a concussion grenade. I was like proud of me for what?
I had a lot of fun deploying as a parental figure as Darling on people. You have no idea.
Yeah, but it was just like out of nowhere, and mind you, it was also partially because the character was they now trusted him, so they actually revealed like one of the 3 moments in RP where I've ever been like, what the fuck? Okay, now I'm actually surprised. But they said that they were proud, and there was like, just seeing how much you've grown. I almost busted down. It was bad. I was just like, having someone acknowledge how you've gone from this just angry, vengeful bastard into someone that people look up to. And I feel like a lot of people want to do that, but they just don't know
how.
It's a kind of pain that you really have to like have felt to really understand it, which is true about all mental trauma. Is if you've never felt that pain, you're just not gonna get it. And that's not to say that like other people can't like maybe not understand, but get where you're coming from. A lot of therapists go through that, where they haven't suffered through every mental illness out there, but they have to find
a lot of people with it, so they understand the perspective a lot more.
Yeah, it's kind of like
empathy and do that.
Yeah, and it's why whenever I do get to play characters like Wave and Slade, and I do talk about the pain that they feel about the lives that they've taken, or the fact that they've spent their entire lives as a weapon. Half of it is a character, half of it is just genuinely from my heart. And it's one of the stories I brought up as Wave that always was the most like real is, so one of the traumas that I had to deal with was when I left Bahrain and I came back home, I felt disgusting. Because when I was there, we were watching Teapot. If you don't know what a teapot is, it's like a big old computer on the bottom of jets that help triangulate where the bomb's going to land, where it's going to go, and we record that. And then because I was ordnance, I had the clearance to watch it. And we watched, we laughed, we wrote scoreboards over how many limbs would fly off of a person. It was disgusting. Now, mind you, a lot of these people were terrorists, horrible people who wanted to do horrible things to people we had at home. But you didn't always know that. You know, that guy who was running along that crossroads, who was that guy?
Sorry, this never
No, you're
happened.
good. A cat? You found a cat.
Giddy.
That's for if you want to find a real. Oh, huh.
Yeah, so there's
But,
a lot to be said though about doing things that help normalize a situation to survive a situation, right?
Oh yeah, but I mean, I came home and I used to have this nightmare where I was standing in the middle of a town that was just covered in flames and craters, and there was just corpses all around, and it took me until last year till I could really talk about it. Even with my VA therapist, who was a gunny who had seen far worse. But I had this story as Wave as when he was indoctrinated into the comms guard, that he was sent on a very simple mission with a small group where they just had to destroy a couple of clan mechs and then that'd be it. But he realized there were no clan mechs. My team's not even fucking here. Did I fuck up? We were all supposed to meet up at this point, and he realized he was standing in his mech suit, in his Thunderbolt, that sweet girl who's seen too much, and there were just people. And these were all clansmen, but he didn't realize just what the fuck was going on, and all of a sudden, fucking napalm strike right on the center of the place. Fire everywhere, mech shuts down from the heat, it's fucking, everything's going to hell, and he climbs out the top, and he's just standing over a sea of destruction, and then two more mechs come out, and it's two other fucking comms guard, and they're like, welcome to the comms guard. And that story is coming from a nightmare that I had, which is why whenever I have talked about it as Wave, I tend to crack up. Because that story has a lot of meaning to me and a lot of meaning to the character, which is why sometimes when the commander is just like, we do what we gotta do, I've heard that before. I've heard that many times before, and I kind of sit there and I'm just like, no, it's not. It's not what we have to do. And especially in the MechWarrior universe, where it's so, like, the MechWarrior universe and the Warhammer universe are tied by one string, and it's a universe of never-ending war. You know, there's just, peace is just not gonna fucking happen. It's a pipe dream, and we want it to happen, but so long as the houses are just constantly attacking each other with mercenary groups, constantly fighting against the idea of peace or unity, it's never gonna fucking happen. So to live in a world where that nightmare that I had is every fucking day is a horrifying thought. And it's why, like, especially if you decide to play as a pilot, you gotta think to yourself, that nightmare is not a nightmare.
That's a reality.
That's every, like, play any MechWarrior game. Any MechWarrior game. And I promise you will get a mission where, okay, destroy this zone, just do enough damage. And as you're running through it, you realize this is not a military compound.
Nope.
This is a civilian district.
Airbrain Schemes did that the best, I think. Where they actually had explicitly missions of like, hey, you gotta basically make your choice of, are you going to forcibly relocate these people, or are you just gonna bomb it? And later on, that comes back. And that comes back to haunt you later, where they're like, hey, were you on this planet? You know? It's like, guess what? The universe is big, but, you know, sometimes it's a lot smaller than you think. And there was a reason I tried to have Darling acting almost in that Jiminy Cricket capacity of being like, okay, yes, we're taking jobs. We try to take the right jobs. But at the same time, part of this is, and I really got into this with 1-800 Hot Beef's character at one point, because they were playing sort of the journalist who is very much being like, yeah, well, you know, you're still glorifying war and violence, and these people are going to die and what. And I said, which would you prefer? The surgical implementation of violence between great houses as exacted by mercenaries who have been doing this for hundreds of years and will be doing it for hundreds more? Or would you rather see the absolute total carnage of great houses doing what great houses do when their full military organizes against one another on a planetary and interplanetary scale? Which is worse to you? How many? And I've said, this is the grim math of our situation. People are going to die either way. It's a matter of how many and how badly. And we are going to get paid to minimize that. And that's how I always sold it and moralized it as Darling. This isn't my perspective, but Darling had to moralize that. And at some point, I'd like to sort of just say to people, like, look, you have to find a way to moralize the decision of what you are doing as this character in this universe. What justifies your reason for doing this? If you just want to say, I'm in it for the money and I don't care what happens to those people, okay, go for that. I always preferred to think of it as just sort of saying, you know what? I'm here. This is the lot in life I have. I'm going to do this as this character in the best way I can, because there was always that air of noblesse oblige about Darling, wasn't there? Like, he couldn't exist without serving a higher purpose, and he had to really do some cartwheels to justify it.
Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone's had the chance, but one of the best, in my opinion at least, one of the best Mech Warrior games you could play was Mech Warrior 3 Mercenaries.
Oh, that was the one where they really got into the mud in that one.
So I always loved playing the fucking Draconis, the Karita boys. It was always my go-to. But if you play that fucking campaign, just don't listen to any of the dialogue, because you will not want to touch the game. And I mean that in a really good way, because Karita is a very samurai style of living. They are very honor bound. It's why when you were fighting with a Karitan, you knew you did not have to turn around. They had your back. They were there.
Well, you know what? I will agree with you to the point of they are bound by honor until it's too inconvenient, and then they'll just get rid of you.
Yes. Okay. They would. Let
me clarify that statement for you, sir.
Now, mind you, from a political stance, yes, but at least from everything that I saw, played, and have read, at least, the warriors themselves, the soldiers on the ground, they would fight and die by the sword.
I can offer you a lore perspective here, but I want you to finish first.
I gotcha. I'm sure I'm completely off.
No, you're not. You're not completely off, but you go. You finish first.
I gotcha. But when you decide to play for that house, there is specifically a mission that you can do. It's totally you get a whole bunch of choices and stuff. But there's a mission where literally you basically have to destroy a residential district to scare off, because I think it's like they're trying to get some, what do you call it when someone is escaping a place because of war?
Refugees?
Yes, there are refugees who are trying to move, but it's a large number of like a large fucking number, but they're not being allowed because I think it's Davian. I think it was the fucking Davians. Which I will always have a vengeful hatred towards the Davians. But a mild respect, but a little bit of hate. Which is true for all the houses, except for Merrick. Ugh. But, what was it? So you go in, and you blow the fuck up out of this district, so that way you can scare them, or at least show a little bit of, hey, let them in, fuck off. And when you do it, afterwards, you not only get the most hate-filled rant of what you just did by a Davian contact, but then you also because you get to talk to higher command, who's like, good job, great job, Snake, this is why you're the best. But then you also get to talk to some of the people that you're working with, because one of the cool things about Mercenaries was outside of just the missions themselves, you actually got to like hear all these different cutscenes and communications between all these different people. It had the most dialogue out of any other MechWarrior games outside of like, actually, yeah, no, I think it actually had the most dialogue.
It had the most dialogue for story purposes. It had the most dialogue. Maybe the Mech Commander games, but nowhere near what 3 had.
You got to hear them be like, is what we just did honorable? Like, what did I like? A lot of the people you were with, because you go out there with like two to 3 man teams, and they're like, what the fuck did we just do? And like you hear all of that, and you're like, Jesus Christ, I did just blow up a residential district. But I mean, at the same time, because you also get to hear this too, if we didn't do that, hundreds of refugees would have just been stuck at the border and probably would have just been killed by God knows who. Because fuck it, right? When I'm in a giant robot suit, does it matter? Does it matter when I shoot a rocket at a building? Who the fuck's inside? What? Why should I care? The job says kill him. I'ma kill him. And the game makes it fun. You enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's fun to blow up the building. It's cool. Still think about who was there. And then, yeah, they kind of make it out that, like, whenever you were coming in, they were getting people out and stuff like that. But they made a point to tell you, no, people were still there. You blew the fuck out of all that. You stepped on tanks, you shot down helicopters, you killed pilots who were defending their home. Like you get told all of this, and then it's like, damn. Next mission, and you're like, ha.
Yeah. Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
So here's the thing I would make if we can do a mini lore sort of thing on Kurita. Kurita perspective depends very much on when you are in the BattleTech timeline. The late game Kuritans, when Theodore is coordinator, are a lot nicer than the earlier Kuritans, who were extremely xenophobic. Number 1, they also hated money soldiers. They hated mercenaries. So that's number 2. So it was very likely that you would get, treated as cannon fodder or sold out if you were not a Kuritan fighting with the Kuritans. It was considered like, no, you don't. We don't need to give you honor. Honor is for us. So that's point number 1. Number 2, there's a lot of giving face and saving face. Who are you giving face to? Who are you saving face for? So if you could do something dishonorable to save face for the person you served, that was considered perfectly acceptable to do. There was a lot of that kind of thing going on. There's also the point that a lot of the Kuritan mech forces, are you familiar with the concept of the Ghost Legions?
Yes.
Where basically, for those of you listening in chat, the Ghost Legions were where they said, we're going to take a whole bunch of low-level Yakuza that we feel are disposable, train them to be mech pilots. And we have Yakuza mech pilots that are ostensibly in service to the coordinator. They were not viewed well by the, more upper class set of sort of inherited spoon and mouth mech warriors who had their families hundreds of year old mech. So you've got a lot going on here when this is going on. And one of the things that always stayed with me, to sort of speak to the point, there was like at one point there was an attempt on Theodore Kurita's life by a bunch of other Kuritans who felt that he had strayed from the path of honor because he wasn't doing the way his dad did. And they tried to publicly assassinate him with mechs. And, they had security measures in place to make sure he didn't die. But there was a Ghost Legion group of mechs there available, and they immediately began interdicting. But of course, this is like at a big public festival. And the first question that gets asked the commander, what about all these civilians? And she just says, Soka, which is like, whatever happens, happens. And immediately, like a Wolverine lands its jump jets in the middle of a parade and just lights people up like Roman candles. because they have to defend the Emperor's life or the Coordinator's life. Emperor anywhere, but the Coordinator's life. These people are doing what they're doing, and the thing is, everyone in that thought they were doing the honorable thing.
Ruben, look, it's a model axolotl.
Oh, axolotl! So I get what you're putting down, Presso. I just point out that honor is a very malleable and perspective-driven subject where the Caretans are concerned, depending on who you are, how Caretan you are, what your social standing is, and who you serve. And that isn't any. I hope I don't sound super judgy about it. It's just I get way too into B-Tech lore.
Oh no! It's perfectly fine. No, I've only gotten my perspective from just playing the games.
That's a great way to get it, though. I agree.
I've tried to read into everything because I did learn that one of the most important things about playing, especially MechWarrior 3, is the only way to get the full scale of how fucked everything is to play every single faction you could. Because if you played the set, I hate them. If you played the Davian side, you would see some really fucked up shit from the Caretans. Yeah. And if you play the Caretan side, suddenly it's like, oh, it's not that bad, it's okay. But then you kind of start to see, oh, wait, no, okay, that was fucked too. But then I'm fucked because of what I just did. But then you're fucked. And then if you played any of the clans,
okay,
then it's a whole other perspective.
I mean, I always loved. I think I made a meme about it on the ATK Discord about how, like, you know, what is the scroll of truth? The clans in Comstar are both like horrible, are both horrible people. You know, it's like no one's good. Like when you get to the end of the day, it's like, okay, neo-feudalism is bad. Everyone in the inner sphere is pretty much awful. If you are in the upper level of government, you're not a good person. You are an entrenched nobility, an entrenched set of what's the word here? Old money. You know, and they're going to defend that. They're going to defend that status quo. When it comes to Comstar and the clans, it's like, okay, well, which do you prefer? You know, the people who are essentially running as a really horrible version of the 1960s CIA, or do you want to deal with a bunch of eugenicists? Which is more palatable to you?
Yeah. Well, if you
can I have neither, please?
There's a reason why Canopus is a lot easier place to deal with, and Canopus is still pretty fucked up.
Oh yeah, it's very fucked up.
It's
just
very
not
fucked up.
A very different way.
Canopus is probably socially the least fucked up place in the overall game, and it's still really bad.
So funnily enough, the intro to MechWarrior 4 and the DLC they came out with MechWarrior 5 is one of the saddest realizations. So MechWarrior 5, they had, I think it's like the heroes of, it's the one where they added like heroic mechs.
They added the Kestrel Lancers and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
and MechWarrior 4 started out with the FedCom Civil War.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that you'll always notice in all of them is when you see a heroic character,
they're dead.
It's normally them dying. Like literally, like MechWarrior 4 starts with this horrible assault happening, and then this guy's just like, "I'll give you as much time as I can," and then he just fucking goes out like in a mad dog, like a badass. I don't know who that man was. It's a nameless guy, but he's a hero in my eyes. But then MechWarrior 5, whenever you do find, guess what? You're not finding the heroes. You find their mechs.
Yep.
Because they're all dead.
Yep.
And when you start realizing that all of these heroic variants, yeah, you could chalk it down to just in-game microtransactions, and hey, you pay some money, you get a cool-looking mech. It has some features that not all the other ones have. It's not better. In fact, a lot of people say that the heroic versions of all the mechs are actually worse than the base ones that you could get. So it was always just kind of a pretty thing. But when you look at it, what you're actually looking at, if we're looking at it from a story perspective, is, yeah, these are heroes. They're all dead.
Pretty much. Why do you think I'm so happy with Darling going out the way he did? Why do you think there's still a plot thread out there to find the original sword, which was lost, for Darling's Black Knight K9, you know? KN9.
Oh, there is?
That thread is still out there in play.
Holy shit. Okay.
Find a sword.
Look, darling. So here's the funny part. This is actually relevant to your character because if someone ever pointed out Darling's old mech, you'd go, wait a minute. That Black Knight was a Comstar only model. The only people who ever made the KN9 version of the Black Knight with the sword natively, that was a Clanbuster model. Comstar made those. How did he get that? And I'll leave that there.
Bro, I've done so much looking into when it came to Comstar shit, which I also kind of realized that Comstar were not always written the best.
I always tell everyone massive grain of salt with everything by virtue of the fact that it was written in a different time, in a different era by not the best writing crew.
Yeah.
Stuff that evolved from the 1980s to the 1990s to the fact that there's a number of people who wrote the fictions are people that, you know what? I'm glad I had those fictions when I was a teenager. I'm really glad that Twitter exists now so I know not to listen to certain shitty people who were writing some of those books.
But I've looked into a bunch because I've been waiting to dig. It's why I'm happy that I have the comms. I'm basically the IT guy of the ship now. I've been waiting for just these little fucking like hey, yeah, there's this mech on the ground and they're gonna say it's specifically a kind of version. I'll be like, oh, that's a Comstar one. Hold on, everyone. Let me see that, because like I've been waiting for that so fucking much, because just that's the kind of shit that I've been waiting to dig my fucking teeth into, because I've tried to find a bunch more info, because like one of the hardest things is I also have to try to base it on what time period we're in the RP.
Yep.
And what I at least know of, like through me trying to figure this out, I actually found out that Comstar did have a kind of like a Aero Force.
Oh yeah.
Like they had like General Air, General Ground, but it wasn't very mass. It was kind of the thing where, at least from what I've read, Comsguard is essentially Black Ops for the Comstar. You would have two sides to the coin. One where we're gonna walk through cities in flashy white and blah blah blah, making our mechs look good. You know what I mean? No RVs in this household.
The shoot me now white mech. Yeah.
Yeah. The fucking gross things. You're like, there's not a scratch on that. That's ew. Hold on, it's a mech. Why is even its feet look clean? That's not correct. But then you had the other side where every story consists of we were there and then everything died and then we left and then you didn't hear about it.
Or more appropriately, you would tell someone else who would be told we were never here.
Not knowing that the Comsguard exists is
no. I think that's one of those like real Comsguard kind of moments of like, you know, literally it's the Men in Black moment of we were never here. You didn't have this conversation, and just walk away and no one would say shit.
This is
why I want a civilian Comstar character to exist.
That's why it's my alt.
It's a really tough line to walk there. It really is, because especially where we are in the timeline, because right now Comstar is in a weird place of not being as effective at playing that, you know, sort of Machiavellian 1960s CIA role, because they're in the middle of their own civil war and losing at this point. Like, they don't control Terra anymore. The Wobbies do. Right now, the Word of Blakist have been making inroads in a number of other nations and individual planets, basically subverting local governments to get them to be like sympathetic to them. And they're doing a lot of weird technological innovation. We had that one story I wrote for one where they were dealing with like Word of Blake purifier armor. And they're like, wait a minute, this stuff has mimetic armor and shit. This is like, who the fuck has that? They were doing development of weird shit. Perfect example of this is like, we're in the timeline, we're at 3064. I'm not breaking anything by saying this because this is all established lore, but whether or not we know it yet in game is a different story. But 3064 is when, I think it's 3064 is when Marek tries to propose that the Word of Blake be given membership into the new Star League and be recognized as a legitimate political entity. And of course, that throws everything for shit. Another perfect example of this is the Word of, like, the land air mechs. They're terrible. They're awful. They're bad. Land air mechs. Land air mechs haven't been made since the 2600s in the Star League, but the Blakeists went and made a brand new one. So, like we're in this place where I feel like everything with Comstar suddenly becomes this, okay, they say they're Comstar, but are they wearing the white robes? Do they have the badge? Or are we dealing with a bunch of Blakeists? You don't know who you're talking to, right? There's some serious Casablanca shit going on here in terms of double agents, triple agents, who's supporting who has the ear of the planetary governor here, you know?
See, the bombing that fucking happened. One of the biggest reasons why it's fucked with Wave a lot, and I haven't really told anyone in character, but it's very easy to perceive. You just have to look at it. Is when he was in the little meeting with Tiff, and he heard the loud Comstar person be like, now we gotta clean this up. When everybody was bringing up the fact that, oh, Wave, you're wearing your helmet, they're gonna recognize you now. In his mind, he's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're not gonna recognize me. They're not even gonna say a word. They're not even gonna know we were there. They're just gonna blame clans people, or they're gonna blame. It's probably just some lunatic with a bomb. He knows that, like, the only people who are gonna be able to punish him are the ones on that ship who knew of that mission. And guess what? They didn't. They didn't even try.
They didn't even punish the one that really should have been.
No, there was, and Wave's biggest thing is I was the one who had to lead that mission. I pulled the trigger on both of those people. In fact, most of the people in the club who the fucking guards who got killed by Wave. So in his mind, he's just like, I did all of this. You are the only people who will punish me, because the worst thing that Comstar will do is if they even found out that I was aboard this fucking ship, which they probably already know thanks to Tiff. Guess what? First off, they would be pissed off that I'm still piloting my fucking mech, but then also they'd probably forcefully re-enlist me and then just send me somewhere else.
Believe it or not, probably not.
Probably not.
Here's the reasoning why. Like, point number one is right now Comstar has a lot bigger fish to fry than any individual mech pilot because of the entire Word of Blake insurrection going on, right?
Yeah.
Like, the comparison is like, hey, there's a civil war happening. Do we care about the one guy who went AWOL last year? No one cares. No one's going to care about him. So that's point number one. Historically, however, there were a lot of members of the Comms Guard, specifically after the Battle of Tukiad, who felt very ill done by because, number one, they weren't deployed in a way that was particularly good, effective, or anything else. They were literally set up to be a mobile wall and said, keep backing up until they run out of bullets. Guess what? You're getting shot at that whole time. They basically said, keep going until they get tired, and then we're going to go fight them. A lot of Comms Guard basically got hung out to dry, and a lot of them died. So there was actually a very large portion of people who said, I'm fucking done. I'm out. I'm going to go be a mercenary. There's a lot of mercenaries after 3055 who came from Comstar, who turn up in a lot of interesting places as independent contractors. It's kind of like it's really that whole unemployed veteran problem of what do we do with all these highly trained individuals who have one skill set when they don't want to work for us anymore. So yeah, I think it's actually perfectly reasonable that if Wave said, I'm out, I'm going to do this, you're not any place that is currently really central to their political machinations. The worst that might happen would be like, hey, you were in, you kind of know what's up. We've got a job that needs doing. Can we hire your guys to do it? And you're going to know right from the word go, this is going to be fucked.
Yeah, but like that was just kind of the thing where it's just like Wave's trying to be an accountable leader now. He's trying to be everything that he was basically taught not to be in the comms guard, and through that, what's happened on the ship, and I guess it's honestly the romance stuff with Indra has been fantastic, because the other alternative is a constant, and poor fucking Maya's going through it, but a constant wave of depression and self-anguish of yeah. Oh, fuck.
You did your
Not
job!
gonna.
Yep.
Fuck! I said the title. I said the title. Of just self-doubt and depression of, I was the leader on this mission. This is my fault, and nobody will hold me accountable. Everybody will just be like, "Well, you did it." Shrug. And it's like that's not what he wants to be. And honestly, like, the whole Wave has a death kink, by the way. I actually want to explain that. Legitimately, I actually want to, like,
Yes,
okay.
Alright, I'm taking out my pen and paper. Alright.
No. I already have an idea where this is going to go, having played the guy who was a, drug-fueled melee spec specialist. I'm like, oh no, I think I get where you're coming from here, buddy.
It's Indra's, like whenever she was basically just like, you did this, you're a fucking monster, like, you should die. In Wave's head, he's like, yeah, thank you. Like, please, like, hold me accountable for what I did. Please, I need somebody who, when they look at me, they don't just shrug it off for what we do. Like, Wave finally gets to be a human, and he gets to be in a mercenary band where they treat each other like people, where in both the houses he served in, that's not what he was. He was a guy in a mech suit who was good at his job. And even after sacrificing his fucking body for that fucking commander in Davian, he still was just moved around like an object.
Yep.
So to have Indra be like, you did this, you're terrible, you should die. He's like, yeah, thank you, like, please, like, it's. Mind you, yes, he does enjoy, a little bit of aggression, stuff like that. Good there, not the point, but it's finally having someone who's holding him accountable for his actions and punishing him in some way that he finds fit. Because yeah, all she really did was say some words, hold his throat, cuddle afterwards. But for Wave, that was a really big deal, because he, like, realized, yes, there is somebody who will hold me accountable for my actions and will actually make me actually have to try to be better.
Yeah, but look where that's coming from, though, is the interesting part about it. Look where the lack of pushback is coming from, and look where the pushback is coming from. And the key thing there is, who are the pilots and who aren't?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that was one of the few times we got to try to start to do that between Darling and Indra, where Indra was like, are you okay? And Darling was starting to be able to open up about, like, he did a lot of shit he wasn't proud of as a mech pilot. And he wasn't sure she would approve of. And we only started to get into that, and it's just a matter.
Been so good because of the whole fancy thing, but
it would have been juicy. But I mean, it's like when we start to get down to it, is that the pilots all in some way, shape, or form have already made peace with the fact that they're dead, right? You don't strap yourself on top of a fusion reactor loaded down with ordnance to go out there and one-on-one people. And, you can be as macho as you want. You've already made peace with the fact you're probably dead. There's a reason you always hear the phrase, the meat is cheap in the Battletech universe. It's like medieval knights, right? You can kill the guy in the armor all you want, but don't hurt the horse.
You don't really think about it. Oh, God.
Oh, I think about it all the time.
Oh no.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's alright. It's chill. It's chill. See, Indra's heard that a lot, and this is her take on it. Especially considering her background and what she had done and all that. There is a difference between fighting a guy in a mech and people dying. And you're on a mission to kill one guy, and you kill civilians for a distraction.
Oh yeah, that's a whole other like ball of wax.
And like they also killed a woman who was not in the job description. It doesn't matter that Tiffany turned around and said, "Kill her too." She didn't put that on the contract. That wasn't what you signed up for. So fuck you. That doesn't matter. It doesn't. Even if hypothetically they were tasked out to actually kill someone innocent, if it was on a job, that's fine. But the problem is that it was so grossly outside of the job parameters that it made it beyond just unlawful. Just, it's not even, how would I put this? It's not even just that it is perverse morally, but it had no point. It didn't mean anything. And now, of course, for some people, that meaning can be very, very minor, like money. It is still a meaning. It still served a purpose. There was a calculation in someone's head, and it was made with those lives in mind. That was not what happened on that mission. Slager didn't use the bomb in any way that the commander instructed him to do. He didn't ask his leader, who was, York, which was Wave, before he used it. He just used it.
I told him don't, by the way.
Yeah, so he betrayed an order. I didn't even know about that, but that makes it even worse. And not only that, but he also betrayed a different order from the commander where he actually told him to minimize casualties, only use it in an area that was, what's it called? That didn't have a lot of, civilians. He exploded it in the front of a fucking nightclub that was entirely filled to the brim with injured people waiting for ambulances.
And they're trying to say that people don't know if people were killed. No. People died.
I mean,
there is no way, because there was a fucking newscast of like a video footage of it. There is no way that whole place is not red mist. Cannot. No.
This is a matter of escalation, and there was this is where I turn back to Shadowrun as a game. Because Shadowrun as a game really understood the concept of people having way too many bang-bangs, but also understanding this is the measured response of what happens. And like Shadowrun would absolutely tell you, if you flash a fully automatic piece on the streets of like Portland, you're getting like 2 SWAT teams right on top of you immediately. You flash something that's like, like one of those like miniguns that they used to have, like the MP minigun or something, you're going to be getting like attack helicopters from Renraku Corporation overhead with missiles waiting for you. The proportionate response to an individual displaying some sort of hardware superiority to what the average officer would have on the street, you get a disproportionate response back to establish dominance immediately. Command presence will be established. It's like, command presence. So when someone sets off a bomb, and, this is near and dear to my heart, being a New Yorker, we've had a couple of them. The level of response you get to a bomb threat, let alone an actual explosion, ooh, you do not want to be there.
Yeah. I also want to note that this was an actual argument that was used, I see. It would be easier, apparently, according to them, to cover up a bomb explosion than one of their units going to jail.
Oh, it would have been so easy. Oh, it would have been so easy. All we'd have to use is just the mercenary excuse, and then pay me out of bail.
Yes, literally.
Boom.
It would not have made a singular fucking difference.
Well, there's also what you got to think of is us on the field, right?
Yep.
Here's what we were listening to the whole time, and just let me know if I'm wrong, or if I misinterpret, or if you have a different perspective on it. Hit me with it. I love that shit. Loving the discussion that's going on so far. We had a Comstar lady in our ear who was basically telling us that either just us or ATK was going to be thrown in the dirt, like dug down so far that they would have had to fucking redig the earth 90 different times before they finally got to our bodies if we did not kill that girl. So we know how powerful, like, even though Comstar at that time was not in the best state, they still have
the mystique of it, yeah.
Yeah, they still have enough presence and terror, at least behind their kind of name, that if we did not, like, she could do that. And to be fair, she has shown many times that her just looking at a PDA and doing a countdown can terrify the commander into demoting someone. And that's that. Even though we're not a military group, which sometimes that kind of bothers Wave when he watches a lot of the people go hardcore military, and he's like, guys, we are mercenaries, right? Okay, we are? Okay, cool. Just wanted to be sure. But to have someone with that power in our ear constantly, by the way, like, even if there was a part in the mission where we had to be quiet and we had to focus, because, like, what Wave was doing, where he was befriending that expensive business guy so he could get access into the VIP room. The entire time I was talking to him and keeping it civil and calm so I could get back there, I had Tiff in my ear demanding reports over and over again, saying that if we didn't get this done, we were fucked. So you've got that stress on top of all of that happening, and then the bomb went off. And in Wave's head, he's like, I just want to shoot Slayer. I want to kill you. I want you to die. I want you to die right the fuck now. But if I don't do this, all of the rest of us suffer in ways that I don't even know, because I know what the Comstar is capable of. I don't want any of you to go through that. So then I had to walk on over, knowing what had happened, shoot that lady in the fucking... not in the face. I shot her in the face, but I think they said that I shot her in the heart. As she was surrounded by 3 people. And one of these people was one of the motherfuckers I saved on my introduction mission. Guys who were at the bar who were just like, yo, dude, you're like the whole reason why we're fucking alive, dude. You saved us. And they were saying all this kind of stuff. Dude was standing right there. And I had to gun down a civilian right in front of him.
Oh my god.
And just how it's why I can't stress enough, like, whenever Indra was doing all of that, genuinely Wave was just like, thank you. Like, I need someone to tell me I'm a fucking monster, because I am. Like, what I did was horrifying. And then he's also trying to keep accountability of, like, for instance, Maya, she's in a horrible state right now, but Wave can't do anything because he's tried to talk to her, but he's realized, I don't understand your perspective, and I want to, but my brain is hardwired into...
Which is interesting, considering that one of the main conflicts that Wave would have been in would have literally been killing people with that perspective, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then there's also Flowers, who a lot of people have completely not even thought about. I've caught that man sitting alone in a room, staring at the fucking wall, or the next 2 episodes afterwards, Wave had to wake him up and force him to go get breakfast, because he would just sit there. Because it was the first time he had to kill a person.
Yep.
Like, in person, like, in the mech, it's different.
Oh yeah, it's
it's different.
Yeah, you press a button, you turn the mech, you keep moving. But then, to do it in person, you shoot them, and you watch them die. And I think he only had to kill 1 person. But, like, that's a big fucking deal. And see, yeah, and then it also kind of showed Wave how horribly inexperienced a lot of these mech pilots are. Yep. Like, it terrified him, because for him, he's been doing this for a hot fucking minute. Dude's in his 30s. Dude's been with 2 houses in Comstar. Like, for him, like, yeah, it fucked with him. It hurt him a lot. But at the end of the day, he knows, I'll be fine. I will get over it. I will get back in my mech suit. I will fight people. that is what I do. But to see all these other people who just shooting a man causes them to go through PTSD and trauma. There's the fucking one of the other pilots, the red-haired kid.
Dominic?
Sebastian?
Is it? No. Yeah, Dominic. He's going through whatever the fuck he is going through.
You're welcome.
And a large part of that was sparked by, you know, his first time piloting that fucking Hatchet Man and getting that surprise attack on that one dude, and you know how that affects you, and then getting fucking he had to launch out of his mech suit, which I don't know if you know this or not. In any of the Mech Warrior games, normally those pilots die. You don't
the
normally
Hatchet Man is an interesting exception there, because that's one of the ones that actually had the full head ejection suit.
Oh, it did?
The Hatchet Man has that weird head shape because those are actually guiding fins. It shoots the whole head off. It's actually one of the better mechs to punch out in.
Oh yeah, but still, like when a lot of the times either A, they're MIA, they're KIA, or they come back and they're incapacitated for like over a month. Some of the days are just to have the pilot recover. Because that's a bit.
How many episodes was Darling laid up in a coma and then had to like be like, nope, can't get in the mech?
yeah, it's a big fucking deal. So
it's
like,
a big fucking deal.
Yeah, so seeing all of this and then seeing it just brushed away, just like they'll be all right. It's like no, they're not. Do you know what missions we're going on? Like fighting against Heartless Walker, like. I noticed that like a lot of the missions against Heartless Walker, it was a pretty consistent group of people. So, and a lot of them were the more experienced people. And even one of theirs, Razor, is still going through this vengeful PTSD shit that's fucking happening with him. Where even though that like Heartless Walker's gone because he didn't get to kill that guy, he's still hanging on to it. Fucking Maya's dealing with that shit. Trying to help him, and like that is a huge fucking deal. And Wave had two of the therapists come up to him and be like, hey, if you notice anyone that like needs help and like really needs to talk to us, like please let us know. And Wave was like, okay, all of the pilots, all of them.
Okay, any commentary I make at this point, this is 404 as a player, if you can imagine me as a PC in the game, not 404 the DM. So, not commenting on anything story-wise, not commenting on anything background-wise, none of that. 404 the player. Presuming Darling was still around to have a player's perspective and not be an NPC or a DM. One of the things that immediately occurred to me as a player, from a player perspective, is knowing there have been Blakeists involved in the area, knowing this is Comstar, a traditionally, we don't make big noisy things, and hearing someone say, I want a big noisy thing, like, I would immediately as a player start being like, how do I reach out to our local HPG station to be like, hey, we would love to have a productive relationship with you because, you know, clearly you have a vested interest in the ship that we are on, and there's no way that we're not going to intersect with one another. But we're kind of having a bit of an issue with our current thing going on here, and I really need you to validate that this person is legitimately yours, because they ain't wearing a badge, they ain't wearing the white bathrobe, and they're kind of asking us to do things that are very noisy. Noisy is not usually the way this is done. And if they want to say, yeah, no, you shut your mouth and toe the line, okay, that's one thing. Versus, has anyone actually questioned, is TIFF legitimate? Or are you all just going, yeah, they said they're Comstar, so I guess they are, because they replaced the other Comstar person? Because no one has ever faked that before. Are you sure they're Comstar, or are they a Blakeist? Because no one's ever done that before. No one's ever been a Turtle Dove. Just putting thoughts in your brain. And again, I don't know any of that story because I'm not part of that. I haven't read it. I don't know it. I don't know what the writing is on that. I'm separate from it. So I can say that with all candor of being this is a legitimate player perspective questioning that I would go through. And I love it and I hate it because on the one hand, it could be interesting. On the other hand, it does teach people to never trust an NPC.
Yep.
Which sucks. Which sucks. Because then literally everyone who shows them the ship, you're like, I want 5 forms of identification, a blood type, and a writ of passage from wherever it is you came from.
I mean,
you
to
know?
be honest, we should be doing that already because of the whole traitor aboard arc. And the fact that we
Which
still
one?
didn't cost.
Which one? Which one?
Oh,
Exactly
dude,
my point.
I am fighting that so hard. Have you
know
heard
what
about?
The awkward part is about that wave is that they're all gone. Every single one of them are gone. But there could be more
Wave?
aboard, but we don't. Wait, shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You good?
It gets very. It can't happen here.
Well, that was okay. So, I don't know, because I've been discussing it with 8-Ball, and so that way all of my IT DM work is,
Exactly,
you know,
right.
It's all in one spot. Yeah, it's where it needs to be.
So I talked with him about all the things I was doing. All the things I was doing was very standard IT work, making sure that if there are old accounts that they're deleted, if people have been like fired or they've left, making sure their accounts have been removed, making sure that accounts that have access only have access to what they need to. The rule of minimum access, which is basically if you don't need it, you don't have it. There's no reason for it. If it's a temporary thing and it got stayed on for too long, it's removed. Because it's temporary. It's the whole point of a temporary fucking thing.
Yeah, remember that time that, you know, the major died because they went and said you needed to have 2 senior officers to be able to access the computer because he actually gave the engineers access to the computer to run the ship?
Oh my god, okay, didn't even know fucking that. Need to fucking look into that now. But basically...
Yeah, why do you think he couldn't access the computer in the fucking reactor room? Like, no, you need 2 officers because they changed the rule on that after you gave, like, an engineer the ability to go and, like, access the computer to fix shit on the ship.
Yeah, but, so I did that, and then another thing I had to do was I had to hand recreate some people's accounts, because whenever I had found her account, when I had tried to open it, it started deleting people's accounts, and that's when Wave had to cut the entire comms network because it was gonna keep going, and it would have potentially ruined most, if not all, of the accounts, data, and their comms network as a whole. So I had to hand recreate them and then get security to give them their access again. I then also went through and wrote script after they said that when you looked at the screen, you would see nothing but scripts running. Because what he was doing was he was setting it up so that if anyone tried to access anything that was anywhere above, or even sometimes 2 below, what their access requirements were, it would send off a ping and notification to the leadership of the Actium, that group, as well as Wave. So that way, if anyone tries to access anything, or if anything foreign tries to access anything that should not be accessed, it will send off a notification. By the way, this is not complex sci-fi shit. This is literally how businesses function.
This is what I do all day at work. I mean,
yeah. You know. So then I
you know
did
how
that.
hard it was to be doing that wrong as a character who wasn't IT oriented and who was a mech pilot. I had to keep intentionally giving people bad access levels in security.
Got it.
And my molars are grinding. And I'm like, yeah, sure, you can have admin access. You're an engineer. You need to be able to do that.
Dude, it was hard for me to even do that for cooking for Indra, because Indra's my first character that doesn't know how to cook and is genuinely awful at it.
Hey, Christy.
Yeah.
So, Wave is getting rid of all those accesses, all those accounts that have been accessed too long.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when Indra suddenly doesn't have access to all of Darling's old files on the computer in there that she's been going through?
Wouldn't they still be on the computer physically?
Would they be accessible? Because you don't necessarily have access to another account's files, do you, if that account has been disabled?
Well, here's the thing. Was it hard saved onto the computer, or was it,
doesn't necessarily matter. The profile for a thing would be, in theory, would be encrypted to an account.
The reason why I ask is because Indra would have definitely made hard copies of everything. I remember saying that because she was worried about the Dame coming in and actually stealing everything.
Yeah. No, and I think, yeah, so fair enough. If you want to say Indra made hard copies, then that makes no sense.
I remember specifically addressing that even, like, a couple days after she got all the files, when she had, like, the sense of mind.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, if she made hard copies, but...
she wouldn't have the originals anymore. That's completely...
Also, hey, Engine! So I wanna shout out Engine for a second, because Engine made a great post a while back, and it's one of those things that I always wanted to get into the existential horror of the locale of the game, and Engine summed it up so perfectly, just without, I don't think, even meaning to, because, you know, Engine will often talk about his time working on a carrier, and was saying how, like, the worst feeling was being below the waterline, behind, like, the wrong bulkhead, right? Like, it's a bad feeling. And me just sort of pointing out, you realize that in space, in a ship that's been abused for a few hundred years through lack of care, you are always below the waterline of where the oxygen is. It's a terrible feeling. You know, one of the things I originally wanted to be doing, and we were trying to have happen, it just didn't work out with engineering, was we wanted people to be going through, like, you know, patching sort of drills and be like, this is how you patch pinholes, this is how you deal with situations like that. We're like, so we can have action stations for people, like, this is where you go when shit goes wrong. And that never happened, did it? People run around like chickens with their heads cut off. So
here was another thing that I did that, as an IT guy, drove me insane. One of the things that I had asked and looked up on was, hey, when's the last time people updated their passwords?
Oh God, yeah.
And I was told, well, you have found certain people who have not changed it since the day they joined. And I was like, oh my fucking God. That means that there probably have been traders who all they had to do was just figure out someone's password 123 and just, because I even asked, are there password limitations? Like, is it the kind of thing where they have to put in, like, jarbled numbers and text and, like, certain number of these and that, you know, like, certain stuff you do.
Don't get me started on demanding people have multi-factor. Don't get me started.
It was bad. So then I went to the commander and I was like, hey, this is a thing. I am setting everyone's password to go bad after a week, and they have to update them. Every single person. He's like, I understand. Even you, Commander. And he was like, I will do that as soon. Which, by the way, being able to swing an IT dick around has been the funnest shit.
It's
and
fun.
I will continue. I will continue. I will not stop.
It's a lot of fun when you can do it. It's a lot of fun when you can go and do something that, like, just is like, yeah, you know, we're going to establish a certain degree of authority stops here.
I'm so happy that I can at least say that Indra has good passwords, because I also employ good password shit.
Oh, I know you do, because you said that to me about the door codes. You change it every week.
Yeah, not even just that, but like if we're talking like actual like physical passwords, I write out full sentences and sometimes two of them for my passwords. No punctuation or sometimes punctuation, depending. But
I've actually kind of thought about having a toggle on Wave where his visor will just crack out of frustration.
That's great.
Genuinely,
also,
like, go ahead.
I do have a specific question for you. So, I don't remember if you actually asked Michael in character if he changed his password. I have a vague memory of something
ask
like that.
a lot of people about that, so I mean,
maybe I've asked a lot of people. I caught security off guard with that, because who is it who runs security? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting names.
Timeless, who plays Reyes.
Yeah, Reyes. Yeah, Reyes. I know it was Timeless, but it was like his character's name. Yeah, Reyes. I had actually asked him. I was like, by the way, Reyes. He's like, yeah. When's the last time you updated your password? He's like, well, I was all of them in this room. They will update their passwords in a week, or it'll go bad, and you will have access to nothing. He's like, understood. I'll get them here. Yeah. Do that for me, please. Thank you.
IT
Slowly
swinging.
keep my head back. Well, there was that, and then so I cleared those out, and then I also ran a ping on everything to see if there were any non-foreign IP addresses. Like I did everything in my power to make sure that if we do get a new trader and he tries to connect to anything, I'ma get him. I've done so much work because once I get all this work done, Wave can chill, right?
Because
like
you'll
then
get to be like the average IT worker. Like, okay, I did all my work. Now I can fucking play, I don't know, Dead Rising on my shift.
I work when I need to.
Pretty much. It's pretty much how it goes. I mean, there's so much to be said there. There's so much to be said there. And the challenge of it is, though, is that it's a very particular type of fun that only some people are going to enjoy. But it has a disproportionate... You know what it is? Like, going back to Shadowrun. No one wants to have a Decker in their tabletop game because the Decker plays like a 1-hour game by themselves. But by the same token, every party wants a Decker because the Decker earns them millions more dollars. And it suddenly becomes like almost a house rule. Everyone's like, you have to play a combat Decker or we won't let you play. Otherwise, you're playing a different game. You might as well be in another room with a different DM who is on a cell phone to our DM because you're not playing the same game as us. And it's a tough thing to manage when you have a big live environment with a lot of moving parts and you want everyone to be involved in the same game, but then you get into almost these subgenres of games where it's like some things it's people can make their own fun, like the maintenance crews with like Cletus and Michael running around and Cat
I love it.
Power washing everything. They can do that on their own. The kitchen crew can be doing their own thing. IT stuff that is extremely ship affecting, that has a lot. That can go very far, very quick for something that seems benign, right? Like even changing that door code. Changing a door code is something which can go very far, very quick if the wrong door gets changed. You know, I mean, it's that will kill people. That will absolutely kill people. So. Yeah.
Which is a large part as to one of the things that Wave's been trying to specify is one of the things that's been kind of aggravating him is when something goes wrong in the ship. Why is everyone's first reaction is to go run and tell the commander or the major?
God,
why?
You don't even know. You don't even know.
Cause like I brought this up to the commander where I brought it to him once. I need to bring it up again because it happened fucking last episode where it was like something bad happened, someone got into a fight, and then they got sent to medical. So the thought process would be, okay,
go to
medical
security.
will take care of that guy. let me go tell security so they know so this can be dealt with properly. Instead, security was told. But then the guy took it upon himself to want to go run around. And mind you, this was an overworker boy
oh my God,
who was just trying to do his job.
Parade?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
it's the 100 Demon Parade.
It is. Oh God, ooh, that is creepy as all fuck. Love it though. Where he then was like, "I'm now gonna go tell the major," and it's like, no, stop. Only tell the people who need to know. Maybe the ship wouldn't have so many widespread rumors and shit if only the people who need to know things. And I understand there are some things that everybody should know, but then there are some things where it's like everyone does not need to know Kala's condition.
Yep.
Only people who need to know should know. Because maybe then the brig wouldn't suddenly be flooded by a wave of like 90 people who all want to talk up on, well, when Kala did this, I saw this! And it's like, why didn't you already fucking tell security? You wouldn't have to be here, this wouldn't be a problem. But now it's a problem. And then on top of that, next episode, guess what I'm dealing with? Who has access to the fucking maintenance tunnels?
Well, that's been a problem since day one.
I'm fucking kept on screaming at Riz about it. He's like, but he's useful. He's like, I don't care. He's terrorizing the fucking civilians. You can give it to him when it's a. That's probably what I'm gonna tell him next. Is like you only give it to him the moment that we're actually in an emergency. Don't just have him have it free bar.
Oh,
What was
I.
hilarious to me. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So, goddamn it. What was hilarious to me is I remember standing in front of the mess and Andrew was talking to someone about something very similar to that, about the door code thing. I think it was brought up, and then literally a couple, like, of half a minute later, like 30 seconds later, freaking Slager walks in, opens the maintenance hose, goes inside, closes it. And I'm just like, oh my god.
Well, the maintenance tunnels are one of the scariest things in that ship, because if someone has access to the maintenance tunnels who should not have them, they can access anywhere. In my opinion, people who have access to the maintenance tunnels is one of the most important, because getting everyone access to only their specific areas is relatively easy. All I have to do, go to your account, call up security comes over, they then issue that access to that person. I don't know if I have the power to change people's stuff like that. No one has told me, so I have always decided, no, I don't have that. Security has that. I feel like that makes sense, even though as an IT guy, I actually would have that power. But I like to roleplay with other people, so I kind of like not having that power. Makes me have to go to security, have them talk to people, then they come together, everyone's doing a thing. It's fun. But the maintenance tunnels give you access everywhere. Everywhere. So if you have access to that, that is fucking important. And the only people who should have access to that, it might blow someone's fucking mind, is the maintenance people.
Hello.
And under that, the maintenance people should be the people who are probably watched the most, because as a maintenance guy, right, your job on a spaceship is, at least in my opinion, fuck the pilots, it's the most important job.
Well, the
Because
engineers side of it, yes, the janitors are hilarious because the janitors have access to pretty much everything.
Which is,
Hello.
I mean, hey, that's a thing that I now that I know, I'm obviously going to talk to the DM first to make sure I've actually seen this in character, but that's a thing to bring up. Like, hey, why do the janitors have access to the maintenance tunnels?
Because
Like,
they have to
that's-
actually clean.
Well, yeah, but I mean the maintenance tunnels.
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
to
like
actually
clean.
clean.
The maintenance tunnels.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Like, number one, they have to clean stuff. Number two, they're going to be the ones moving potentially, if not heavy, you know, like cleaning fluids and other things around the ship that you don't want necessarily to spill in a main hallway.
Yeah, you have no idea how many times as Michael as a character with another character literally was holding several buckets and mops that had to walk through a ship and walk around people walking around before I had access to the maintenance tunnels.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. I'm so sorry for it.
It's very interesting to do the janitor RP gets very interesting because number one, I figured it would interact with more people, but it tends to end up being a bunch of janitors interacting with other janitors.
Correct.
Like half the time, if we don't go out of our way, like really no one besides like Michael and Kat and like the kitchen staff goes out of their way to talk to Cletus. No one really gives a shit about him. He really is the invisible janitor from the high school.
I like Cletus, how dare you.
And it's great because I can walk in there and be like, yeah, I see everything goes on in this here shit, but no one give two fucks about me, man. I can just walk on in there, do what I gotta do, get on out, make sure it's sanitary.
This is why if there was an actual, there is a traitor, but like if there was an actual spy, it would make a lot of sense for it to be someone like Cletus, someone like Michael, someone like Catherine, who are janitors.
Well, what I wanted to do was not only did I want to bring up exactly who had access to the maintenance stuff, because now that we've got it locked down to where people should only have access what they have access to, now what Wave is going to focus on is what do people have access to. So one of the things I wanted to focus on was, like, for instance, the explosive ordnance that you some of the rooms have access to. There are certain people who, after very certain events, should no longer have access to those doors, but yet they still do. So now it's kind of a thing of, hey, I want to go over who has access to what, and if If the commander or security tells me I don't know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be the most hated person on that ship, because
Hey,
I
Esso,
will
I'll
be.
do you one better.
Yeah.
Here's a fun one that I've spent a lot of cycles contemplating for how I'm going to be fucking some people over when I bring in my salvage guy, is determining who has the number one, the decontamination procedures to bring things onto the ship, and number two, who has the chain of ownership.
I'm gonna let someone else deal with that.
I'm literally gonna be like, yeah, you know, it's not like I'm bringing up shit from a foreign entity on a planet that's been laying around in a bunch of dirt, possibly with biological contamination from the human remains that was inside of it and whatever else is going on there. But, you know, it's not like it was a fucking nuclear reactor that was getting shot at, too. So where do we have a decontam before I bring it up here? Who vets that, and then who do I hand this shit to once we clean it off? Now that you get the preview of that voice.
Also,
can't wait.
There was a character that actually walked up to Indra in logistics that wanted to do salvage. So that
Yep,
was
they did.
A lot of people want to do salvage, and
There was a guy who specifically wanted to lead Savage. She was like, huh?
Well, I hope my job doesn't get given away before I get there, but you know, we'll see what happens. I want to do that real bad. I want to have a lot of fun with it.
I think you will. You guys as the DMs already kind of know that you're gonna be wanting to do this and everything, so it's kind of one of those like, hey, you should be golden. But one of the things that like I'm gonna be doing is, if either one of them tells me I don't know, I'm going to pull up a task list, and I'm gonna pull up the fucking I'm gonna make them watch me pull up a CMD, do the whole shebang, and I'm gonna be like, I will press a button and none of you will have access to anything. So either A, get me a list, or B, I will personally sit here with the both of you, go through every single account, and we will decide who has access to what. And you will give me a reason and documentation on who they are, how long they've been aboard, and what prerequisites you even need to have that access. Or, just throwing this out there, you figure out who the fuck is on your ship. Please, you are the commander, you're the security officer. You guys are my lifeline. I need you more than you know. So if you tell me at any point, I don't know, there's going to be a third crack that's going to appear on my visor. And that's the last one.
I feel like you should start getting your visor. You should add an animation to it where it's you remember the sort of scrolling thing with like the dots in your lunchroom and your cafeteria where it would have the message of the week going across it? You should totally do that on your visor where it's just like your mom's a computer, you know? Just like have something just like literally you just have to start to scroll across it where we're really annoyed, just have to be being like asshole. Serious asshole. I just start scrolling across real slow.
I remember
reading it.
I remember Michael asking if you had if your visor had an overlay while you were doing the scripting in front of him.
So I've wanted to do fun stuff when it came to the helmet, but the thing that I was always worried about was sometimes in the MechWarrior universe it's super high tech. Other times, I swear to God, it's fucking Badlands in this bitch. So I wasn't super sure how much tech to have up there. And I did actually want to do RP where Wave would try, because like Wave's used to working with Comstar and fucking Comscar. So he's used to working with some good shit. And now he's aboard a ship that he feels like if you fart hard enough, the fucking panels are gonna come loose.
It's actually accurate, that's true.
Yeah. And so like
we literally had a dead body fall out of a panel at one point. We had an animation for that, so you're not wrong.
Yeah, and then there was and then I specifically remember the day where like Wave came back from the mission where Bravo team was supporting from a distance. The door opens and I'm just told by a DM, yeah, you see a brutally bashed and beaten and bloodied corpse just sitting there. He's like, wow. Not my problem right now. You know what? Everybody will take care of that. What's that? Security dragged it through Most of the
Oh
ship.
my god! Yes.
Oh, great!
Oh god, yeah. Like, honestly, you don't know the list of shit that I have already written up for Dick Emerson to be like, who's your quartermaster? I got a list of shit I want, and body bags are on the list. Just so someone asks him, why do you need body bags? Just so we can stare at them and go, you know mechs have pilots, right?
Dude,
Here's why you're dumb.
dude,
You know that we have to go and pull those out if they aren't either going to be signing on or walking the fuck away, right? And I don't know about you, but I don't want someone's pissed off cousin showing up because I went and left their remains in the fucking mud. Or, hear me out, we put it in a little fucking baggie, we put it off to the side, they can have a nice little fuck you tea ceremony, and we're good. I don't want someone's fifth cousin from the goddamn Draconis Combine showing up because I disrespected their fucking ancestors' remains.
we're gonna have so much RP for 04. I want you to know that, dude.
You have no idea how ready I am. I'm ready.
I see so much of just like, yeah, both of our characters kind of like hate each other for whatever reason. But
I want people to hate this character. I want this to be an unlovable character, but I want people to respect the character for being deeply, deeply into the idea of he's going to get his people to do the job right and bring them back alive. Like, that's a big thing for him for operations side of it. And just have this whole thing about, nope, we're going to do drills, we're going to do things, we're going to do studying. And I have like a whole bunch of like sort of mini mods that I wrote up for like, you know, how to like get people to do things properly. Because it's like, he's going to be telling people, you are salvage operators. You are not a bunch of hothouse flowers down in the mech pit who never go down on the planet, nor are you a bunch of door-kicking commandos. Will you be shot at? Abso-fucking-lutely. Every goddamn Cletus with a backhoe who thinks he's going to score $250,000 on a Phoenix Hawk legs is going to be showing up. We need to be ready for how to deal with that and what the proper procedure for that is. He's going to be very procedure-oriented. By the same token, he's going to be a major asshole about everything. Big chip on his shoulder. Dude. Very, very gay man. Just so I want to go, I want to go and piss somebody off when I get one of these really young characters. So I can turn around like, oh, you're a pilot. You're going to tell me you're a fucking mech pilot? You don't even look like you've had your first fucking blowjob yet.
Oh, dude.
Just so they can turn around and be like, up, and I go, oh, really? You did? What it tastes like?
Oh. Oh, dude, I scared the holy fuck out of 2 fucking security guards because one of them decided to punch one of the fucking not one of the panels, one of the fucking consoles. And I had just so happened to walk around the corner and he was like, God damn it, I can't get this to work. And I was like, did you just punch that? He's like, yeah. Do you know how much it costs to have a hologram fucking keypad? Just off the bat, just that alone. But then aboard a vessel that's not even designed for that. And then for you to punch it, thinking of the calibration, thinking of everything I'm gonna have to do. Do you even know if the fucking D key fucking works anymore?
I'm really glad you've taken over the role of offended, disrupting operational readiness that Darling used to operate in, but you get to be a lot meaner about it. I had to be disappointed parent. You get to actually be upset IT guy.
This is the same people who are so fucking dramatic on the ship that love throwing things on the ground like coffee cups. Stop it. God.
Oh, God. Do you remember what happened when the whole dragging the body incident happened? What Cletus did? There was like an entire thing where I basically said no one on the ship got any sleep because Cletus went through and disinfected the whole ship on third shift and was passively aggressively singing like, you know, medleys of like bad countrified songs really fucking loud to keep everyone awake so they all knew he had to be up cleaning shit. So he's outside the pilot's bus like, my baby takes the morning train, he works from 9 to 5 and then just like kept mopping really slow.
Your Y-Wave sleeps with his helmet on.
Yeah.
Also, I'm really interested to see how Michael reacts to your character.
Honestly, it's gonna be very. There's, you know what? I'm intentionally making a character who has some juicy backstory and has some reasons to get weird around 1 or 2 characters. Getting weird around like around Michael, around Dominic. Getting weird around Maya, especially. So, because May is gonna inadvertently be like the worst day of his life.
Poor Maya.
Well,
She doesn't really get a win at all.
well, she kind of gets a win out of this one because it's actually gonna be a how to get this guy to be less of a dick and open up a little bit if they can get him there.
That's a win for you, not for her.
It's a win for her because then he's less of an asshole to her.
No, okay. Let me put it this way. All she has had ever is negative interactions with people constantly, and
You know
she
what?
doesn't really want
I'm
to
gonna try to-
actually try and fix things anymore because it just doesn't really.
You know what? I'm gonna rewrite that. I'm gonna try to make that a positive interaction. I'm gonna change that up.
Yeah,
If she needs a W, I'm NPC and I can make it. I can roll anything. I can make a W happen.
She's had by far, like, it's now mind you, I don't know all the characters on ATK, so there are probably people who have had much worse times, but dear God, like some of the I'm one of the few characters where we've had pure positives. Like we've gone from comms guard, I now own a clansman who is the exact group who I spent killing for God knows how long, to now being like Wave genuinely thinks of her as like, you're one of the people who I consider one of my best friends. And like, she's one of the driving forces to why he is the way he is today. But now Wave has a job.
Yeah,
because I mean, and
playing
now
clans in an inner sphere setting is hard, man. And I keep telling people that, where it's like you. And this is nothing on May as a character or on Ribbon as a player. It's just clans are a tough thing to play from the alien mindset perspective, from the weird eugenicist perspective, from the, by the way, you people burned down a quarter of the universe and now you're living in their backyard.
It's funny.
It's very
because
isolating.
It's not even necessarily that. That's not the problem that she's running into. She's getting isolated because of Slager's actions specifically.
I mean, here's the thing. If you hang the shingle of an organization, everything that organization does reflects back on you. When Comstar does bad shit, Wave is gonna get some shit for it.
Yo,
when Clan Ghostwire, hey,
Can Princess moment?
what up, Savage?
Hi. No, I'm just saying, it's the same thing with Linux and Bev. Is like that sounds exactly the same. Where he's like, what you claim to represent them, but now you don't take responsibility when I'm angry at you.
Well, it's almost like it's like blaming England for what America does.
That's a parent-child country dynamic. That's kind of
I think with the clanners, it's just like even here's the funny thing though. If Maya had been any other clan, wouldn't be getting shit from Slayer. Like no one, like obviously Elkins hasn't been able to been around for a bit, but like Elkins is probably arguably in the position to be the most hated character on the ship, and isn't. But
I don't remember Elkins.
Elkins was in Delta Squadron, and he was the person who was a smoke jaguar.
Oh, I know.
So
that a little bit.
arguably, he is the person who was in the position to be the most hated person on the ship, and was specifically stuck with Darling because Darling could make anyone work. You know, and there was a reason why it was like, nope, we're going to respect certain things and not go in certain things. And I don't know how we wound up with so many ghost bears is kind of what it was, is that we were kind of spacing it out because like Sebastian isn't getting painted with that brush, but has set a bit of a crowbar there. We don't really see the guy who's playing the Jade Falcon, but yeah, I mean, it becomes a matter of when you hang a specific shingle out. Look, if you say you're part of the organization, you get to deal with whatever comes from that, and that's a point of like, at what point do you say I need to deal with this person who is reflecting back on me poorly?
Well, there's so for her, there's also been Kala, who's been a bit of a problem too, because so her character has kind of been pairing up with Jason, and on top of that, that's already having to deal with Jason's Razor, right?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah. With his unyieldy batch of personal baggage. But on top of that, Kala's been kinda... She pushes for them to be together, but then when they're together in front of her, she gets upset. And it's kind of made it where, you know, Jason will be like, hey, let's hang out, but let's hang out in the bunk that she lives in. So then that encounter happens, and then Tiff, who basically blamed the entire fault of the mission on her.
Also, before you even go onward on that, I just want to point out the fact that Tiffany told Maya. First of all, she calls Maya a child, and then she tells her to seduce someone. I just feel like that needs to be pointed out a little bit more, because that's
Tiffany?
I'm sorry, Tiffany.
I'm just waiting for the point where someone gets fed up enough to say, like, I don't care, put her in the airlock, and we'll go and tell Comstar to send us another one.
Well, Indy is pretty close.
I think there's like different.
Because she sexually harassed Wave, and she's like, oh, well, I don't tolerate that.
I don't know if I'm misreading the context. So when you call somebody a child, that's just like, that can be just, well, you act immature or naive.
I think the specific context
because
looks
Maya
like
is very petite and small as a model.
Oh, okay.
God, yeah. But yeah, she's kind of gotten the shitty side of the stick in ways that aren't even her fucking fault. And
I'm gonna change my character up a little bit to go and make that less shitty. Then let's see if I can give her a W.
It would be nice, but there's the other difficult part where so she has felt very useless on the ship. And mind you, she came aboard the ship as the character, like, hey, I'm gonna try to work with people and try to make them feel better and try to do a lot of this stuff to try to make up for the things that, you know, the character had to do when they were with the Heartless Walker, because they had to be, because, you know, ownership. But so far, there's a lot of characters who just, they scream, help me, but then don't actually want the help, or they have a bunch of problems and seek no resolution to those problems. So she's like trying to help people who just, they say help me, but they don't actually want help, or they're surrounded by a bunch of people whose problems literally chalk up to skill issue. Like, your problems are yours because you made them that way.
Yeah.
Like, it's been rough, and the only characters who she's been able, like, originally she was very close to Slager because, you know, clans, but now Slager's done what he's been doing, and she's seeing it more now, and Axel's not always there. I think Andre has to get on a little bit later.
Yeah, he does.
So Axel's like not always there, and that's not really on him. But if he's not there, the character's not there to be able to help her. And then she's got Wave. Wave's pretty much, Wave and Razor are her only other two. And Wave tries to be there, but she can barely even face Wave because, you know, she just wants him to be happy and having fun, and she blames herself for him getting shot. Which, none of that was her fucking fault, but of course she's gonna blame herself for it. You know, it's kind of like survivor's guilt. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, totally.
And then she got blamed for it by Tiff, who I understand the character, and it's why it makes these fucking scenarios so much worse. But so she's getting blamed for that. So her only two is one person who is super busy, and she can't even bring herself to go see. And then there's Razor, who is normally going around doing his own thing, but now there's a fear that if I go around you, I'm gonna have another person ripping into me for things that are not my fault. Like dear God, like the definition of did nothing wrong is that character. Like, she has had so much borderline just because, you know, you exist. And I
am gonna have to drop off as it is 3 a.m. and in theory I'm supposed to be doing like a multi-stream tomorrow morning. So
I love Toxicity so much, Marvor.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
glad. I'm glad it's entertaining. Bye, everybody, and I look forward to. You know what, Wolf? I think I'm gonna actually, now that I have my brain back from COVID, I'm gonna go. Remember when we were talking about saying some Sunday afternoon? I want to go and just start doing the slice of life coffee shop of like bring whatever.
Yep.
I think we're gonna start that. We need to find the core of people like, yeah, this is gonna be our low key 2-hour hang out in a coffee shop and roleplay.
Yeah.
Bring whatever. I don't know if I want to bring Darling working a coffee shop or if I want to bring the washing machine. I could go either way.
Sorry, the washing machine.
The washing machine would be great. Yeah. All right, everybody. I'll catch you soon.
Take care, man.
But yeah, so I'm hearing that. I'm actually a lot happier that Michael asked her to like. She wanted to learn at clean. He offered to teach her and told her like, and they're probably going to be doing that next week.
That's fantastic. That's it's good to hear, man. I've never felt so bad for a character than just watching her have to deal with just so much blame and hatred. And it's not even because she's from the clans. Like the clan stuff was only really an issue for like her first couple episodes being aboard. Now it's just a bunch of things where it's like not even her fault for being there doing this, and she's still getting hate for it, and it's like, god damn it, like poor woman, like no, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm just an IT guy, so what do I know?
I'm a janitor. What do I know?
Yeah.
I'm apparently the therapist, and so are all three of us technically.
Yeah, technically.
You earned your status after last episode,
Technically.
Well, there have been a lot of characters who've actually been coming to Wave, which has been weird because I expected more characters to really not trust Wave with these things because Comstar, but weirdly enough,
I say this with all the love in my heart. I think it's because of his beta energy.
Dead silence.
I'll take that.
If he was a hard ass or an asshole, no one would give a shit. Rather, everyone would assume that he's trying to, you know. But because he actually comes across as like a genuine dude, and he's so easy to frazzle, it hits different for them.
Oh,
Which,
so.
by the way, I don't think an alpha or beta thing's actually legitimate.
Oh, yeah.
I got you. Yeah, you good.
Also, the talk that I had, or Michael had with Wave and the communications room, I just want to say I actually really liked that talk. That was nice.
Oh, thank you. I do try.
Oh, that was a fireball.
I also like the push back on Michael.
Oh, do you mean the like?
You don't understand.
Yeah,
I don't want you to understand.
Yeah, no, I that's Wave's biggest thing. I don't want you to get it. Please keep being human. Like, just keep thinking that the things that are happening are disgusting. That's good. It's, once again, one of the reasons why Wade was so happy about Indra and Borderline trying to kill him. He was just like, thank you for keeping me accountable.
But I got up to go get food and came back, and you were talking about that you wanted, like, he was happy that he was being essentially punished for the things that he wanted to be punished for.
Well, I mean, I've been in that situation where I believe that I did something wrong, and everyone's running around being like, no, you did fine, you did exactly what you were supposed to. I'm like, no, guys, I didn't. And they just keep saying that, and it's a very strange, polarizing feeling, like you're getting gaslighted.
But in a positive way.
Which the awkward part was that I found out was that I was, but...
That's not what gaslighting is!
Well, no. I'm saying that's what it felt like.
It's like reverse.
How would you know how it feels?
What do you mean?
it's a joke because he's gaslighting it.
Well, motherfucker!
Dude, I can't detect sarcasm.
Stop using it the millennial way.
What do you mean the millennial? What?
People have been misusing it lately, and it drives me nuts.
I wasn't that time.
Gaslighting first has to be deliberate, and second has to be over a long course of time to make it so that somebody relies on one person specifically for their idea of what reality is.
Yes.
One person.
Yes.
What? That's not at all what you described.
It can be more than one person, but it wasn't many people. It was like 2. It was 2 people.
Just saying, it's a bit of a buzzword right now. It's a little.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not.
People use it too often.
I particularly know about it too, Savage. Don't.
I need skulls to crack, man.
Don't crack mine. My brain's squishy.
Makes it easier.
No.
God damn it, shit out. I was trying not to say that.
What?
I'm talking to chat.
More, mommy. Major mommy. Fuck yeah, bud.
By the way, loving the text RP, by the way. It's the cutest shit.
Oh yeah,
That's
oh
the
yeah. I told you, it's
shit.
spaghetti time. It's spaghetti time, bro.
The cutest shit, dude. God, you should see it, Wolf. It's so. I mean, it's. I don't want to say bad like a bad way, but it's like it's so. Such a clusterfuck. Oh God. It's adorable though.
You were describing somebody. You were describing somebody getting. Like your character does something wrong, and then everybody's like, "Oh, you did exactly what you're supposed to do." I've only ever had the opposite experience, unless I'm playing like, I guess Blinks.
The only time I have had this happen was in, oddly, VRChat roleplays, actually.
I think I've...
And that's not to say anything about VRChat roleplays, it's just a very odd coincidence.
Well, yeah, well, it's... For you to be able to tell a character that you did something really wrong is to also put up the risk of them countering you with, okay, then why did you do all this? And a lot of people know that if I tell you that you did something wrong, that if I've done something wrong, I have to be accountable for that. And that's a fucking scary thing, right? Taking accountability for your fucking actions. Dear God, that is a terrifying thing for a lot of people, which is one of the reasons why Metaverse is actually one of the only roleplay spaces where I've actually had characters point out that I've done something wrong. Because I didn't get it in any of the roleplays that I participated in. I never even got it in any of the LARPs that I've done over the course of my life.
LARPers, am I right? I'm just sorry.
Yeah, you can't. But fucking, it was always a thing. And then to finally have a character hold me accountable for my actions, it's a breath of fresh fucking air. All right. It feels good to have someone actually be like, "Hey, you fucked up." It's like, yeah, you know what? I did. Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
I'll have you know.
Yeah, I did it on purpose. But yeah, it's why I always laughed whenever you guys would keep saying that Wave has a death kink. Every time, because I'm like I get it. Stop staring at his crotch, but there's more. Damn it!
Eye tracking makes everything so much more comedic.
Yeah, you're fucking eye tracking. It's bullshit. I hate that. No, it wasn't even your eye tracking. I saw your whole head look down and then back up, and I was like, stop, stop, don't do this.
10 out of 10 will do it again.
I know. Probably will happen again, but still.
Probably. It's just such
God
a
no. God knows, especially with this fucking role.
If it wasn't for the fact that their relationship pretty much is very much consensual, it would be not kosher. However, because it is,
Yeah.
it's funny.
God. Also, there's been there's been a couple parts where, by your words, oh hey, he's learning. Whenever fucking you'd make some like sly remarks, Wave would just be like, yeah, okay, do it.
Yep. His tolerance is getting bigger.
That's the reason Michael said, "Yeah, you're not running into as many rakes as usual."
God,
Still
that's
am.
such a fucking mean way to put it.
That's what he said to him.
That's exactly what he said.
Michael has like the fucking hugest sass, bro.
Is it because you don't expect it from him specifically, or the way he I play him?
No, it's just deep cutting.
That's fair.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if you know this or not, but man, your boy hits Wave a couple times. He's just like he's like, yeah, okay, everybody knows, it's fine. And then fucking specifically, Michael will call him out and be like, yeah, you were doing this. And he's like, okay, so you have to tell me. I know. I get it. You don't have to tell me. I'm trying.
You're getting the full brunt of his sass because one, he likes you, and two, he usually did that with Seb. And Enter only seen like little bits of the sass with Seb, which was like the time where he I reported to Enter that he did not sleep.
Dude, and I love that he turned to you and called you a rat.
I forgot what I responded with that. I think I said something
He
along the
literally
lines of,
just fucking shrugged and pointed at her. Like you need to fucking sleep.
I like how you're kind of addressing that also in the fucking text RP about not having seen Wave actually like it looks like he's actually like sleeping, like he's actually like well rested.
Yeah.
Little stuff like that, like yeah, nice.
I'm not well rested. Oh,
I understand.
fuck.
Man, this has just been I've been doing so much fucking work. I'm almost there. I'm almost there to just being able to
be my fucking little coffee monkey later.
God.
Coffee monkey?
Yeah.
Can I get a sit rep doctor? What the fuck?
Because basically he's gonna be so free that he'll have nothing to do later. But not right now.
Oh, I can find people to bother. I know there are some IT things I'm just gonna hold on to and just wait.
Just bother Michael, it's fine.
Clink use? Wait, huh? What? What about Clink? Oh, no, I was referring to Wave.
God. If you actually fucking well, I think look at you, Jesus Christ. If you start calling Wave up just to be like Wave. Oh, Ginger. What's up? Coffee. You know, if you just want to hang out, you can just tell me. I mean, it's okay. Just like immediately just like doesn't respond. It's like, oh well. Alright, well I guess I'll go get the fucking coffee. It's fine. It's nice I get to spend time with her, it's okay, it's worth it, you know? This is just how she says she cares.
She's very rarely direct about it.
I can't wait to fucking pull at those fucking strings.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Oh. Hey, so I brought your coffee, and I'm here to do nothing else. I guess I can just go. It's not like you want me to hang out here or anything. You can... Don't...
Why you gotta do that to her, man?
That's not... You need to be able to do it, like, subtly when you're dealing with a Tsundere. Because you can elongate it.
He's specifically trying to fuck with her is what he's getting at.
Yeah, I know.
Wave being subtle. That's cute.
He can be. He's done it before. It's just
Yeah, he's not good at it.
Also, I thought of a thing after the beach episode, but now next time if we ever go to another beach, I want to pull Wave to the beach and have him wave at the ocean, just because it makes me eternally laugh. Because it's waving at a wave.
I had a couple people point out his back tattoo, which is kind of nice because they're like, "That looks fucking painful." I was like, "Yeah, but it looks good, don't it?"
What was even funnier is that I'm assuming Christy and Indra's initial reaction was, "Oh, this is your back hair."
Yeah, it was. It just touched like, oh wait, hello.
So that is a very painful tattoo of a fucking sound wave along his spine.
よし、
I wish I had a
塩せんべいを備えるぞ。
Get one at the store.
Oh.
You can buy one.
They're out of spines in my size.
Oh fuck. That's unfortunate. That sounds like a skill issue to me.
Skill issue.
大事に使えよ。
Very unskilled, I don't know.
Unskilled in spinal reconstruction. God. Fucking oh man. I don't even I'm trying to think of like how like awkward the two are gonna be, because Wave still doesn't know, like he's still worried about ever like touching her.
Oh yeah, well yeah, and he should.
Yeah. So he's just like well are we at the phase where I can like hold you? I don't know, because you're giving me the eyes of like yes but no. But then sometimes like the shadows appear and I'm like, ooh, uh-oh, scary. But I've heard you say nice things with it too, so I don't even know if I'm safe during. But I also don't know, I don't even know if I'm in danger during.
Well, it's non-zero of danger. Very not zero.
Alright, well here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna work. And if you want me to, you can stop standing in the corner of the room. And you can come over here.
And the picture that you're painting is her just like fucking sitting in a corner raccoonizing him.
Yeah. Like, I like you've been there for, we're sitting on about 10 minutes now, and I don't know if you're angry at me. Cause you came in with a coffee and you were all nice, but then I said a couple of nice things, and suddenly we're in this scenario. So I'm just gonna work, and if you want to do a cute, that's fine. If you don't, it's okay too. I just wish you would make a decision for that, because it has been 10 minutes, and I'm worried because, you know, if I need to do something, I need you to let me know, because I'm gonna respect your boundaries in full. But I also don't know what the fuck the boundaries are. Because some nights you're like, I'm gonna latch onto you, and I'm not gonna let go, and that's great. I love that. It's cute. But then you'll wake up in the morning, and I don't know if I did something wrong. I laid there stiff as a board. I didn't even touch you. Clothes were on. I stayed above the covers.
Oh, Jesus fuck. I do really feel bad for Wave, because no one should have to go through something like that, hikey, but...
Yeah, generally it's not good.
It's not healthy, I don't recommend it.
No, don't do it. but he's doing.
I don't care. Don't do it. I don't care how hot she is. Don't do it.
Yeah,
Generally speaking,
don't.
if anyone actually hurts you, no.
Yeah. But we're in the BattleTech universe. Everybody's fucked up.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll just
Although
wait.
not many people could say that they're fucked up in the yes, I killed my one true love fucked up.
That is
Because
true.
most of the time they say like, oh yeah, well, someone hurt my family and then I got, I wanted to kill the guy who hurt my family. No. I killed my fiance because I really wanted to kill them.
I feel like it's an unfair depiction of how she actually felt.
Well, yeah, but it was a very high tense emotional moment. But like that's how most people usually read it. That's not necessarily her interpretation of the events, but well, sometimes on bad nights it could be, but particularly when she's feeling very self-guilt trippy, but that is at least how the Canopin people treated it.
That's how you were talking about it whenever we were fucking talking. Like, ooh, that was rough.
Yeah.
Everything in that scene was fucking rough. Also, not gonna lie, got a little bit like the one time that someone's someone anyone's, but his chat had gave me a bit of an ego boost was when Wave was finally just like sick of it and he was like, no, I'm not leaving, I'm done putting this down, you're fucked up, this is what's going on. And then someone in your chat was like, wow, he's not digging a hole this time. I was like, first off, thank you. Secondly, I'm not digging holes. All right.
First off, fuck you. But second off, thank you.
Thank you. But he's just a frazzled boy.
He's trying, dude. He's trying.
It's kind of funny because I was watching that whole thing and it seemed like even chat didn't know quite was the right answer. Some of them were just like, no, dude, she's telling you signals to leave, so you should leave, right? No.
I mean,
it wasn't even just that he did the right move by staying, but he said the right thing while staying.
Yeah, the thing is with, and I said this to Christy before, like, Indra as a character is very confusing if you don't have the full context of why she is the way she is.
Yeah.
So Chad didn't have that, and there's been many times where they've been, like, very wrong in what the person needed to do. Like, example from myself specifically was when he walked in on the first time, like she got like the whitelist expression with a wave alone, and Michael couldn't decide whether or not to leave or stay, and he decided to stay. There were quite a few people in chat who were like, he should, like, why are you staying, that type of thing. But it was technically the quote unquote right decision at that moment.
Yes, because she would have killed Wave. Because she acknowledged that she was feeling a very intense attraction and connection to him. She sensed that he was very close, and that scared her.
Yep.
Well, like, so looking at it from like a mental health perspective, right? The biggest problem that I was having during that scene was leaving was not the wrong decision, because realistically, if
someone shouldn't put themselves through that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if someone is having a mental lapse like that, it's not a bad idea to give them space.
Yeah.
And so long as you've confirmed they're not going to harm other people or themselves, it's not a bad idea at all to leave them alone. Especially when they're literally telling you to leave.
Yeah.
But what you have to think is you have to look at why are they telling you to leave? And that's where you have to kind of make up your mind. Because she wasn't telling him to leave because she didn't want him there. She did. She was scared of what she was going to possibly do. And that's where you have to decide, do I leave her alone? Do I let her work through this tonight and then come back? and then try again another time? Or do I stay and try to get her to beat through her own demons? And it was kind of like whenever I was like about to leave, I had two sides saying, no, you need to go. She's saying a lot of really hurtful things. You know she doesn't mean it because she's looking at you with tears and like it's hurting her to say it. But the other side is like, no, you need to stay because she's in this state right now because of you. If you leave, there is a chance that either A, she'll lock up forever, or B, she will blame you for putting her in that state. So it was this game of like, which is why whenever I was standing there with my arms open and I had forgotten to go to the gesture faster enough, but I had my eyes closed. Because I was just like, this is either gonna go net positive or the ship's done. The ship's dead. And then whenever I had opened my eyes and there was a head on my chest, I was like, oh okay. Okay. Good gamble. Good gamble. Because that's honestly, like, mental health is exactly that. It's a gamble. You have to try to understand a totally separate person's perspective and mindscape. And
wildly
try.
Different traumas that you don't really know.
Yeah, Wave does not know her trauma. Wave knows an entirely different batch of trauma that, yes, a lot of other mech warriors can correlate with. He cannot correlate with having to kill his own partner for the good of the world, all that kind of stuff. Everything he's had to do has been behind a mech suit, or if it's been on the ground, it's just been mercilessly killing people that he does not know for the betterment of the world. You know, that kind of stuff. You know, the whole Comstar speak. So it's a whole other fucking spectrum, which is why Indra is such a fucking headache. Because it's like what is, like, there really isn't a right choice. Because even what Wave did, you could look at what Wave did as not a net positive. It could be looked at as a negative. Because now, not only is she having to fight even more so with her own headscape, which could affect her work, which is a problem. Could be looked at as a problem, but it also could be looked at as a positive. Because maybe this is something that if she does, and maybe not work through is the best way to put it, but is able to cope with better, it could help with her work more. Possibly. It's kind of one of those things where you could look at it from one light and see bad, but from another light and see really good. It's good roleplay. It's good roleplay. It's whenever you have a hobby and you're able to talk about it for hours, that's, in my opinion, that's good.
It's a good
That's
sign.
healthy. That's fun. It means you're having a good time. You know, it's just, you know, we have to try to balance that between all of the other fuck shit happening on this goddamn ship.
Jesus, that fucked
on
my
this
head.
on this goddamn ship.
Oh, ooh, oh, jeez. Okay, so this is right. My feet are right down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the direction I need to go. I looked this way and I'm
Something about this don't seem right.
Vertigo. I haven't gotten vertigo in a 2D platformer before, but I did just then.
Oh god.
I remember getting vertigo in Spider-Man 2 when he fell off a building.
Mirror's Edge did that to me. Mirror's Edge did that a couple of times to me. Whenever you're like falling, and they fucking make the screen lightly shake, and you hear that sound of woo as you get closer to the fucking ground. Every fucking time, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, just make the screen go black and make like the thud sound. I don't need all of this fucking action.
Build up.
I'm falling to the ground. Yeah, dude. Like, come on.
Oh, Esso, you brought this topic up a long time ago, but about like multiverses.
Yeah.
There's a video called Dear Nadia, which I showed Christy, if you remember Christy.
Yep.
And it brings up how much of an existential dread or horror it would be to be able to communicate or talk to multiple universes, especially multiple versions of yourself.
Oh yeah, I could imagine.
So it's a very short video, but it's essentially like a story video of this particular person writing to his dead wife, who's alive in another universe.
Huh. I'm gonna look this up in just a bit.
Oh yeah, no.
I'll just send it to you. I'll just send it to you.
Oh, fantastic.
Don't
I'm
Hex the
currently
Water
laying
is
around in the
also
room,
a great
so-
one.
Oh yeah.
Don't Hex the
Take
Water.
out of that one because of Wave being Comstar.
Well, so there's actually a game that kind of touches on it a little bit. That's kind of fucking nuts. So what it is it's a really short game, and it's literally just like you're just this girl in a room chilling, and then you notice that you can't see your reflection in the mirror, so you try to go touch it, and you flip into the perspective of somebody in a mirrorverse who's going through a constantly degrading world. And every time you swap, you come back. And you realize that this person who you've swapped with is living your life. But they keep telling you, hey, can you just stay in there for a little bit longer? And as you watch as your world goes by positively and fine, and then you switch, and you see their world getting worse and falling apart worse and worse. And so every time you swap, you keep seeing new messages of, you need to stop doing this. If you're gonna swap, just stay there. I can't keep living in this negative world, and then finding out that there's a world where there's happiness. So like, as you keep playing the game, you're basically torturing this other person, having a perspective that you get to kind of see, and then eventually you jump over again, and as you're about to go back, you see the mirror crack, and you realize that the person on the other side is taking a hammer to that mirror, and then they fucking break it. And you realize that not only have you A, doomed yourself, but B, it's kind of played as not so much as this girl, but as the player. And it's like a horror game with no real horror elements. It's all just in the mindset of like,
That's
what
really
are you
cool.
actually doing as you're playing this fucking game? And it's really neat, and it's such a small, like, 5 to 10 minute game, but like, fuck me, like it freaked me out a fucking lot, and it kind of actually got me into looking more into other people's perspectives, because like, yeah, it's cool. It's indie developers, like, keep it the fuck up, like, y'all motherfuckers keep making bangers every fucking time.
Also, actually, question, Esso, do you know, this is a comic book, going back to comic book, it was still multiverse. Do you know about the dark multiverse?
Yes.
What do you
Stuff
think
like
of that concept?
Batman Who Laughs and shit like
Yeah.
that?
What do you think of the concept of that? Because I do like that it is acknowledging essentially what is a story element, or like a thing that has to happen as a part of being an actual story. Because the normal universe they have to quote unquote win. So having universes where the negative outcomes happen because they're in a positive universe, meaning that the more positive outcomes happen. So I was wondering what you thought of that.
An incredibly interesting concept, written terribly.
Okay.
Cause it's genuinely, yeah, like where you did the right thing, there is a universe where you did the wrong thing. There is a universe where a villain came to attack that another universe a villain did not come to attack. And it's a really, really cool concept, but because it's mostly been the Batman saga that's really touched on it like the most, and in my opinion, he's the best character to do it from. Because with like Superman and everything, and like the Flash, you could kind of do it, even like Wonder Woman, but normally you just get one other version. Like, here's the Superman that was born in America. Here's the Superman that was born in fucking
Russia.
Nazi Germany. Or Russia. There's the Nazi one too.
Yeah, I know.
There's the Nazi one.
I know,
Planet
X.
Yeah, which I'm happy that they don't touch on as much anymore, because they also did not write that one super, super well. And now, the Russia one, really fucking good. But
yeah, Red Sun is great.
Red Sun is, oh my god, the fucking Batman over there, holy fuck.
Russian Batman.
Russian Batman is scary. That man popped his own heart rather than be fucking taken by Superman. Like, that's fucking metal. But the only problem that I had with the Dark Multiverse was you never really got... The only Batman that you really got to see and understand their turmoil was the Batman who drowned and the Batman who laughed. Those were the two that really got elaborations, because the one who drowned, they got the most backstory about what happened to them. And that one, you understood it. But then the other ones, it was very like, why would Batman do that? Like, the one where he fucking puts on the helmet and then just ends up fucking killing everybody.
What about when he straps Flash to the front of the Batmobile?
Oh, yeah!
Death.
And mind you, I think the Red Death is the coolest fucking one. I think it's fucking metal, because they still incorporate Flash being there. And that is so fucked to think about. Like, even when it's just the Red Death doing Red Death things, they still have segments where Flash is trying to get him to stop. And, oh man, there is a whole fucked up connotation there about like what that band's going through. But it's a couple of them are just kind of nonsensical, especially the Abomination one. Or not the Abomination one, but the one where he injects himself with the is it Abomination? It's
Abomination is Marvel, if you're talking about that name specifically.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about the fucking kryptonite monster, that fucking
Doomsday.
The Doomsday virus. That one. It's really nonsensical. And then on top of that, because we don't get any kind of elaboration on the, because like in my opinion, every one of those fucking versions deserved a comic.
They're really interesting, and I wish they were elaborating. I do agree with you. I wish they were elaborating more, except for the Man Who Laughs, who got a lot of exposure, and to the point where people did not kind of got tired of him.
Oh yeah, well I mean, I think the biggest reason why the Batman Who Laughed kind of became a little bit aggravating was people were already kind of getting a bit tired of the Joker. Like,
oh yeah, Joker fatigue is real.
Yeah, Joker fatigue was really bad, and mind you, sometimes when they did it was really good. Like, there's the one where it's like the end of the world, and it's like a Batman clone, and he's carrying around the lantern with the Joker's head. That's cool. That was awesome. Yeah. Well, no, not the.
No, I'm not. I'm saying. I know it's not. I'm saying as an example, another example.
Oh yeah. White Knight was also really, really good. There were really good ways to still use the Joker, but then we were already suffering through this fatigue, and then they were like, "Look, it's Batman, but fucked up Joker version." And it was like, okay, cool, we'll see where it goes. And then he becomes like a borderline demigod and just a whole bunch of shit. And then they started dealing with like the Superman Who Laughed and stuff like that. And it was just like, you guys are really good about writing amazing concepts and then just overdoing it to fuck. Because you see it a lot with Marvel, right? Like any Marvel movie has something called the Marvel joke. And it's where it's a really funny joke, and then it drags on for too fucking long. Like it normally goes, guy says funny joke, guy responds to funny joke with a quip that is equally funny. And then they talk about the joke. And you're like, okay, yeah, no, it was it was funny. You know, like what was it? Avengers 2, I think was the worst about it. Where it was just joke, quip, talk about it, joke, quip, talk about it, joke, quip, talk about it. And mind you, it led to some hilarious fucking scenes. Like, I loved that version of Ultron. I just did.
That version, yes, he's great.
I thought he was fucking hilarious, and I absolutely loved it. And it also led to, you know, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, which was great.
So great.
Yeah, loved it. But it also led to just every one of the characters becoming a quip machine, and they stopped being characters, and they kind of went back to being like OG Marvel, like everybody is just a cliche now.
This is why I like the solo films better, and also this is why my favorite films in the MCU were the Captain America ones, because they're allowed to step back and go like, "Hey, we're going to talk about why you're feeling this way."
Oh,
like,
dude, Captain America 1, like the first one, the way it ended, the way that I've never had a movie end in such a way that
Whoa.
I just it
What
hit.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, I don't fucking know. Some fucking yokai shit, maybe?
The body of a dog and the face of a human.
Yeah, some yokai shit.
Human.
Yeah, some yokai shit. But like, that's always kind of been my thing with a lot of both Marvel and DC. They keep having really interesting concepts, and they just keep, and honestly, you could say this about a lot. I could say this about the RP community all day long. But people will come up with an interesting concept, and they just can't comprehend the idea of every story needs an ending.
Yep.
The Joker's story needs to end. Actually, you want to know about one series that's going through this really fucking bad? Halo.
I haven't played Halo since Halo 3, or Reach, technically.
So
yeah,
there's been a huge group of the community who has believed that Halo 3 should have been the last of Master Chief's story.
Probably.
And it makes sense, because when you go into 4, 5, and Infinite, my bad, that it's just like, I get it. The Master Chief does the thing, saves the world, but like, there's only so much you can do with a character who the developers literally said in the making of the Halo 1 to 3 series, Bungie, we are designing him to not be really a character. He's literally supposed to be very emotionless and very stoic, so the player can just put their feet in. And just how they feel about a scenario is how the Master Chief feels about that situation. If you don't give a shit and you're just shooting flood all day, good job. But if you're someone who looks into the lore and realizes how horrifying it is to watch a Marine turn into a fucking flood amalgamation, that's how you felt about it. But then, and 4, I think 4 gets a lot of bad rep. I don't think it deserves it fully. I thought 4 was actually kind of cool. Because, you know, Forerunners, the new guns, which were interesting, the new enemies were kind of neat. A little bit overdone and a little bit too tanky. A lot of spongy enemies, which is kind of annoying. But watching the Master Chief like have this existential crisis where Cortana is freaking out and he's trying to still be that stoic Marine, but he's being contested with, are you a machine or are you a human? Like, it was pretty good. And the way it ended was so bittersweet, so good. But then 5 came out.
I'm sorry.
And that was, and Infinite was, to be fair, I think Infinite's Master Chief is the best Master Chief we've gotten so far. The perfect mix between 3 and 4, where he's still stoic and he's still like less lines and is more driven, but when he does speak, it's with meaning. And that's hard. That's hard to do with a character. So, like, oh my god, like, there's one part where, like, the weapon realizes that, and this isn't even a fucking spoiler, she's designed to look like Cortana, and they do tell you this right in the fucking intro, but she realizes that she was made from Cortana, so all of Cortana's horrible actions she blames on herself. And she realizes why, when she was having this erratic moment at one point, that the Master Chief was about to fucking delete her. Because yeah, that's why he was about to do it. So she gives him that access again, and then he's like, no, we're gonna do this together. And she's like, how can you trust me? And then he just says, I don't, but I want to. Ugh. Small line, but it works. Unfortunately, everything else around Infinite, not good. Not good.
Going back to stories that shouldn't have ended. I love Batman to death. He is one of my favorite fictional characters ever put to any form of media. There was a moment where they written a situation where he could have ended, and it would have felt good, but they didn't. And it was the moment where he got the letter from his dad from an ulterior notice.
Oh, Flashpoint.
Yes.
Oh, I know exactly. Oh my god, yeah. No, yeah, where he got that letter from his dad, basically saying, "I don't want you to be Batman. Like, I want you just to be able to live." And
I want you to be happy.
Yeah.
Because I'm Batman, I am not happy.
Oh my god. Well, unfortunately, the whole point of the Flashpoint paradox was supposed to
reset. Yeah, blah blah, that sort of thing.
52 and all that.
Blah blah blah. That I don't care. Jeez, that was a good. You wrote a good thing. Follow through. Let other characters shine. But he has a lot of freaking sons and daughters that are fucking great characters.
Well, New 52 is its own fucking messy
Yeah.
bad show.
God. Also, I want someone to write Jason well again. God damn it. I like him a lot, but they keep making him shoot pew pew, man. Well, he has a lot of actually interesting perspectives and interesting traumas to explore.
So, I think the reason why Red Hood is so difficult. So, I'm actually gonna bring up Indra to help me explain why Red Hood is so difficult. Is because, so Indra, right? You have a character with a huge mix of trauma about why I do what I do, is what I do right, the horrible things I've done in the past, how do I even try to make up for it? I probably can't. This is just who I am now. Like, a whole mix of, as a human, how do you cope with this much trauma?
Yeah.
Jason, as Red Hood, similar problem. How do I cope with all of these things I'm realizing, like me becoming Robin? This is fucked. I was a kid, and you turned me into this. And then I died trying to save my family, and that's my fault now. And all of this, and as a writer, you have to be able to look at all of this huge fucking gross mass of baggage and trauma and figure out, how do I write this into this world? And they did it right for a while. Like, Red Hood's, like, beginnings, always really good.
I have a question.
Red Hood, yeah.
Have you ever read The Three Jokers?
Yes.
That was good for him.
That was great. That was great. Well, The Three Jokers was such a great story. Like,
yes. It's one of the few physical hardbacks I own. I'm looking to the side where my bookcase is. It's right over there.
Yeah, really good. And then like the bittersweet part where like he leaves her that letter, but it gets swept away, and she thinks, it's so good. But
the freaking thing though, God, I'm sorry for interrupting, but like the thing that always, like when he's talking to the Joker that beat him to death, he's like, "Oh, you became exactly what I wanted you to be. You're my Robin."
It's fucked. It's fucked. But like, it's really good. But then, and it's kind of that thing that like roleplay also suffers from time to time, which is why seasonal breaks are so fucking important. And cause like so, and obviously I won't bring up what specific role plays or anything, but you can notice that role plays that either A, don't have seasonal breaks, or B, have seasonal breaks, but then continue to role play in between them, that you'll notice that all of the things that really made you interested and captivated in the story are now just tiring.
Yep.
And it just becomes, I get it. Alright, I know what you were trying to do. It was really cool. Can we fucking move on? Because that's what that's how life works, right?
Yep.
We have good moments. We have bad moments. We move on. We have good moments. That's why trauma and stuff is so important to deal with, because these are bad moments that don't end. And that's why trauma is such a big fucking deal. And characters like Jason, characters like fucking Indra are fucking difficult. Batman, yeah. These characters are really fucking difficult because you have to, number one, you know, what the fuck do I do every day? You know, what is this character doing and stuff like that. But it's also why, if you notice, like, the stories where Batman is just being Bruce Wayne and is just existing, people fucking love.
Yes.
Indra, for instance, if there were constant episodes where Indra was suffering and suffering and suffering,
yeah, you
like,
get bored of it.
Like, well, I mean, like, yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, also, like, it would get really difficult because you would get to a point where you're like, yeah, Indra would not be here. She would have left. She would have killed someone. The story would be over. Shit, she might have fucking just done herself in. Like it kind of would get to a point where you have to start trying to rationalize how the fuck is the character still fucking existing through nothing but countless suffering. And it would even get to the point where, like, if Indra was suffering, people would just start shrugging or rolling their eyes because they're like, oh, Indra's upset again. Because, like, it just becomes that thing, which is why, like, yeah, Indra and Wave being all cute, some people could look at it as, oh, it doesn't make sense for the character. But really, from a story writer's perspective, it's perfect. Because people want to see a character that suffers be happy. There's
a reason why one of the most popular webtoons on Webtoons right now is Batman being a good father to his children. People wanted to see that. The little in-between moments where he sits down to Damien and talks about his feelings for a little bit.
I'm also going to note that it's not unrealistic at all for those things to happen.
Yeah.
How would I put this? If someone was only going through that kind of suffering constantly, they wouldn't be around anymore. And that's pretty dark to say, but it's also a true thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I also, Esso, have you ever seen the Harley TV show?
Yes.
Have you seen any of the more recent episodes?
No.
Yes.
I have a. Okay. Never mind. I had a point to make. They're back up from that now.
DM him.
I've watched the show. I enjoy it.
I have a lot of mixed feelings about it, but yeah.
I'm not a tremendous fan. but I don't think it's a bad show at all. I think it's good for what it's trying to be, and I think some of the perspectives on the characters are, I will say, interesting. Especially how they've done like Batgirl and Nightwing and stuff like that. I think it's interesting.
Sorry.
Well,
I do not like those depictions.
Oh yeah, no. I understand fully. Like when I first watched season 1 and 2, I was like, and especially when they started introducing Batman and Nightwing and Batgirl, especially in like the later season, I was kind of like, that is. I don't worry. I'm not gonna pull up any specifics, but I was like, that's not how they are and stuff like that. But then, as I sit there for a second and I really look at it, and I'm like, well, when I look at their stories, yeah, sometimes they kind of feel like that. And like, obviously, like they're not written like that because you gotta write them, to be. You can't write a character to be exactly how they would be realistically, because sometimes it works. Sometimes it works really well. I think, and I'm not trying to stoke you up or anything, but I think Indra's a really good comparison of, yeah, no, even kind of realistically, they would probably fucking be like that if they went through that shit. That's probably how they would be. But then, when you look at some characters, especially like Marvel and DC, sometimes when you read these stories, it just feels like, yeah, he's just sucking off Batman. Or, yeah, he's just being a little bitch. Or, yeah, he's just a fucking kid who just doesn't fucking care. Like, so
Damien.
when Damien. So whenever I was watching the show for like the second time, because I watched it the first time and I had some rough words, but then someone said, "Hey, take a second, watch it again," and just when you hear that character, think about it. Think about like what they actually are doing in the comics and how it actually feels. Like, for instance, I actually really like their depiction of Jim Gordon.
Yeah,
I do.
Okay.
I do. I will be completely real. His obsession with Batman, like, yeah, no. Jim Gordon lets Batman do so much stupid shit. And constantly is supporting him. It kind of just feels like he's a little fucking Batman fanboy who just wants to be around him all the fucking time. Because there's a lot of Batman stories where Jim Gordon should not fucking be there. But he is! And who's he with? Batman!
Okay. I understand what you're trying to say, and I don't hate the show. I actually understand that it's written from a very specific perspective, and it's also trying to say a very specific thing. And it's not...
It's also a comedy.
It's also a comedy, and it's also not... I don't know if they're writing it for me specifically, if you know what I mean.
It's not for your demographic.
Yeah, I do get slightly annoyed when I know that what they're doing, because it feels like that. I don't know if you agree with this, but what it feels like to me is that sometimes they have established characters and they bend and shape them to fit into the world's perspective and the world's narrative and the comedy of the world, and they don't mind doing that. They will change, mold, break, do whatever they need to do in order to fit that perspective. And the other thing, and I don't know if this is just a feeling, because again, these are just feelings. I haven't like sat through every episode to be like, and this happened. It honestly feels like they're not really allowing characters to not like Harley for long.
I actually kind of disagree with both points.
Okay.
And the reasons why is similar to, so, the TV show for The Boys, right?
Oh, I fucking love The Boys. The TV show, not the comic.
Oh yeah, not the comic, but the TV show, excellent.
I haven't seen it.
Bro, I would.
You would love it.
Yeah, no, you would love it. But the cool thing about The Boys is a introspective look on heroes. and gives you a way more grounded look at, yeah, if these people had these powers and they were normal human beings in the modern world, yeah, no, this is probably the monsters and shit that they would fucking become. And they're really, really good at showing reformation, growth, realizing what they've done, guilt, trauma. It's
the different
such a good
various
show.
coping methods, as well as like the hyper corporatism that would be involved in it. It's like, oh,
drugs and all the kind of things that they would end up doing, the things that they actually do. It's really, really good. And with the Harley show, and I knew from the bat when they released that fucking show, they knew damn well they were gonna be pissing off a lot of the. And I hate to use that example, but kind of people like you who, when they read a lot of these comics, they well, no, hear me out.
I'm hearing you. It's just sort of funny.
When you read the comics, you really get into them. You're really into the story. You take it seriously to a certain degree. You know what I mean? You read them, and you can be very critical. You know, you read them and you realize, like, hey, this is really in-depth character. I'm really into this. I don't like how they wrote this. I don't like how they did this. What they're kind of doing with the show is not only reminding people, hey, these are just fake characters. These aren't real people. This is literally a world where, like, the Joker can almost annihilate Gotham City, and then 2 comics later, Gotham City's fine again. And that happens in the show.
So fucking funny, and they like referenced it even.
Yeah, it's a show that literally points out how silly comics actually are. Like, I love their version of Bane. I love
Bane in that
I
show,
love
yes!
Bane.
Bane is so good.
Yeah, but also when you look in the comics, Bane's been a character that's just flopped so much between being a fucking joke to a little bit racist in terms of Hispanics. Or Latin American, I should say. But then gone back to be like a really serious villain. And mind you, yes, the writers. Always the go-to. If it's a bad writer, it's gonna be a bad story. And unfortunately, sometimes they have to try to explain that in continuation of stories and stuff like that. You see that a lot. But the show does a really great job of showing, like, hey, yeah, this shit's silly. These characters are incredibly unrealistic, but then put some of them in scenarios that actually are kind of touching to a degree, like Harley and Plant Lady. Ivy is like love story that kind of starts to kind of like bud here and there, is like weirdly kind of realistic in like when you see it.
One of the more realistic lesbian couples I've actually seen depicted, which is pretty high praise.
Yeah, and it's really well done, and it kind of like reminds you that, like, yes, these comic books can be incredibly silly and incredibly dumb sometimes, but then sometimes they can be really impactful and really meaningful. Like, there are some events that happen in fucking season 3. I will not specify, so no worries. But that have to do with the Joker, and honestly, I actually kind of enjoy them because it's nice to see a story be able to show me that, yeah, we can laugh, we can have fun, we can be stupid, we can be silly. We can also be really touching and really serious. Like, there was one part in season 2 that I thought was fucking hilarious, and it's when Harley shoots that guy with the laser gun, and it turns out
cancer ray.
And it turns out to be the cancer ray, and it was so funny, but also like you genuinely saw that guy.
Awful.
Yeah, it was so terrible, but then they just move on to the next scene, and. You're just like, yeah, no, that happens in the comics. Horrifying things happen. Next panel, and it happens, and it's made me when I first watched it, I watched it from the comic book reader's mindset, and I was like, no, it's not how they do that. Why are they always angry at each other? Why is this always happening? Why are they always reverting back to like what happened? Like the last episode was like really meaningful. Why did they go back on it? But then I watched it again and I realized, no. Number one, this is a comedy. It's genuinely played for laughs. But number two, yeah, it made me realize the kind of shit that happens in the comics all the time. Like, how many times do we read meaningful stories where, like, Batman learns how to, like, actually be a dad, and he learns that what he's done to these kids could be looked at as positive, could also be looked at as horrifyingly negative. And then the next comic will come out, and he's reverted on some of those things. Or because it's a different writer, he won't even acknowledge some of those things. And yeah, once again, it's better to look at comic book stories as separated a lot of the times, because different writers, different perspectives,
There's a reason.
Batman.
There's a reason why when me and 404 talk, they talk about like, oh, a writer's Batman or a writer's Spider-Man or a writer's this. Because if you look at it as a holistic work, it becomes like borderline insanity, psychotic.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. People do that all of the time, and then they try to rationalize it with like pages and pages of well, this one he was doing this because of this scenario.
We actually know someone who does this, Wolf, and I'm not gonna say it right now. I'll DM you it.
Okay, because I'm actually thinking about. Oh. Yes.
Yeah, you're laughing, right? But yeah, we know people who do that.
Yeah, and they rationalize it with like pages and pages and pages and pages, and you start to realize how fucking insane it sounds, and it's I don't know, it's a show that they made me rewatch. And number one, they made me rewatch it because it's fucking funny. I can't like here's another show that I had to watch twice to really get it. Teen Titans Go.
I did not get Teen Titans Go until I saw later in the seasons where they're essentially just making fun of themselves. Then I realized
Teen Titans Go until I saw the movie, and I'm like, okay.
When they bring over the old versions, it just has them call them annoying pieces of shit, essentially, and then no alleviation of that sentence, and then they just move on. It is one of the funniest God, genuinely a good show, and I am still sad we don't get a serious Teen Titans show, but I understand. It's really funny. Genuinely a good show.
Well, it was one of those things where when you first watch it, you watch it with that mindset of it's not Teen Titans. You can tell me that's Teen Titans. That's not Teen Titans. It's not how Robin would be. It's not how Starfire would be. I don't like that. But then you realize it's literally the writers who kind of were basically told, hey, you can still make Teen Titans.
But it has to be this.
Yeah, but it's got to be this now. It's literally the writers being like, yeah, this is what they made us make. So this is what we're making it. And
I understand why it was such a hard pill to swallow. Because of how Teen Titans actually ended.
Yeah.
Because it was canceled, and there was no resolution. Sort of.
Yeah.
It was a weird resolution, but yeah.
Yeah, and like... Yeah, pretty much there wasn't, but it was one of those things where... And it's because of those shows, I get so disappointed with the animated movies that have been coming out lately for DC and Marvel, where it's like, it's clear that the writers and the people who make these either A, just don't get it, or B, they're just being forced to have to keep releasing. Like, there were so many DC animated movies that came out that just came out, and I didn't even know they were released. Like, I didn't know that Suicide Squad had like 2 to 3 movies.
Yep.
And
to be fair, I have my ear to that wall, so I do know when they are released, because I do generally enjoy those movies, but I also understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, but then when you watch those movies, you see the animation quality get worse and worse, to where like the characters have like the same facial expressions for like almost the entirety of the fucking movie, and it gets tiring, and you try to understand how did Deadshot go from this. Oh yeah.
We also
I-
got Gumball, and then it hit us.
What another cartoon people slept on was Chowder.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
God, I think it was Chowder who did this. I just remember this gag where I'm sorry for it. Just my brain went through this. Just remember they did this gag where the budget of the episode was lowering more and more throughout the entire.
Oh yes, it was so good.
And it ended on literally no animation anymore, and it was the voice actors sitting in a room talking to each other.
They were sitting in the recording booth, and they said that they had to like work at a car wash to get enough budget back.
Yeah, to finish the episode. Fuck God, both of those shows are great. Gumball's great. Sorry, my brain. keep going, Aslo. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, but funnily enough, it's shows like that have made me start to appreciate some of the much better content that we've actually been able to get, and we get it rarely. Like here's a show that is god tier, and by God, I hope it gets fucking rescued. Rise of the TMNT.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God. When you see shows like that, and you see writers who give a shit, and animators who really, okay, I'm on a level with you. That show deserves to be a war crime with how good that animation is.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, okay, the fights in that are better than some of the. There's a lot of anime that people keep telling me to watch because people fight, and I fight. So they want me to watch animes where people fight. Sometimes they're really good, but a lot of the times it's just Dragon Ball Z super levels of just, yeah, he teleports and punches him and shoots a laser. That's awesome.
Actually, I have a question for you because my brain, you're very into fighting, martial arts, and things like that.
The new Nickelodeon one, shut up. It's actually great. Don't sleep on it.
Yes, it is. Don't. Question: have you ever seen Naruto?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. I was just wondering because there's certain fight scenes where they're actually fighting,
There
not
certain...
laser battles. I'm talking about Kakashi versus Obito.
Look. You need to understand, Wolf. There are some fights that are genuinely great, but it's only like enough that you can count on one hand. And in between like 400 episodes. Yeah?
Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. You did not finish the show because you stopped because after the pain sucked.
Well, okay, so I've watched every episode of Naruto, and I'm not proud of it. I've also watched every episode of Shippuden. A little bit more, not as much though. A little bit more proud. My problem with Naruto is the same problem I have with a lot of animes that focus on fighting. And now there are some that are really good. I don't know the name of it, but it's the anime where the guy has... Okay, it's the anime that has the panda that turns into like a really buff
Jujutsu
monster.
Kaisen.
Yes, okay, that show.
Yep.
God tier shit.
Yep.
Every fight, same quality. Every single fucking fight, same quality.
I can explain why, though, specifically. Because there was a shift in the manga industry that happened between Shippuden and Jujutsu Kaisen, which was serial versus continuation.
Yeah, well, so the problem that I've always had with Naruto is, and honestly, funnily enough, I can say this about RP as well, is I have to dig through literally hundreds of episodes to get to one fight scene that matters. Like, I'm a level with you.
When you...
But yeah, but when you get there, it's really good, but like, I shouldn't have to get through an entire series to get to watch the Hokage's fight. I feel exhausted. I feel
the reason that I understand, the reason that I brought up that is because I was just generally interested in how you felt about like specifically the Kakashi Yasuto fight, because it was hand to hand, and it's considered one of the really, really, really fucking good Naruto fights as someone who enjoys hand to hand.
It's good, but here's the hardest thing that anime, as well as just in general, that people have when it comes to fight scenes, and it's why I adore and could talk for days about Yakuza. It's the weight.
Yuru-chan.
Yuru-chan! I love it to death. But fucking the biggest thing about fist fights, and in VR chat, it is mission impossible.
Yeah.
I love hand to hand. I love hand to hand combat.
Me too.
It is. I could. Oh my god. I could watch like those old style kung fu movies for days. Oh my god. Chinatown. Anytime if we go to Chinatown, I know shit's going down every fucking time. It's so
I
good.
actually really love those kung fu movies too.
But the
Master.
biggest thing, and once again, reason why I absolutely love the Yakuza series is because of the weight. When I punch someone in the fucking mouth, it's gotta feel that shit. And Naruto has always had a really tough time with that. The kicks and punches feel like I'm hitting you with a feather.
Yeah, they feel floaty.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a thing too, and it happened in the later series as well, because motherfuckers would keep fighting in the air, and there's no way to really show the weight outside of, now mind you, there are some key scenes. I'll give you a really good one. When Guy Sensei went full gate.
Oh.
And started fucking shredding that bitch. That was good. He fucking jumped off, and you watched the rocks fucking explode, and the fucking wind kicked at the screen, shaked a little bit, and you were like, oh, he's going in. Like, shit like that would happen. But a lot of the other fight scenes just felt so fucking floaty, and that's where, like, games like the Yakuza series thrived, because when you punched a man, the sound of meat and bone and the screen would shake and they would glow, the part of his fist that was hitting him and the part of the body that was getting striked, and you'd see them slam into the ground and blood would start fucking spewing, and you'd see them bounce and their body would just ricochet, and you'd hear that fucking noise of just a poor bastard getting ruined. Like, it feels, because that hand-to-hand fighting is visceral. Like if I hit you with a baseball bat, you know, like Walking Dead style, it's graphic, it's gory. But if I sit there and I just keep punching your face into the fucking ground,
Go to sleep.
that is, not even go to sleep. In my opinion, go to sleep was just kind of silly. But
I know,
like,
that's funny.
Yeah. But
basically
like,
that, yeah.
But like having like actually just keep punching and punching and punching, it's visceral, and that's really hard to show. Especially in drawing, and especially in VR chat, because that weight isn't there, and to show it is really difficult. And some anime do it really well. I never thought Naruto did it well. I never felt like when a character got punched in the chest that they really ever felt it. You know, they flew back, they hit a wall, but that was fine. Whereas, like, some anime, like, I'll watch a dude get punched in the fucking kidney, and then for the rest of the fight, he's leaning over to the left a little bit. And I'm like, because that's your kidney. That is, kidney shots are
Have you ever seen Impo, the boxing anime?
Yes.
Fucking amazing.
I love that anime to death.
Amazing.
Wrong anime, Chrono.
The fight with Eagle and I think it was Eagle, the crazy blonde-haired dude, and
Yes.
the really buff guy with the funny hair. That's what I was called. That fight gave me emotions. Like I remember the part where he's like he's blacking out.
Hey, Chrono.
There was a coincidence in timing, brother. But I didn't mean Hajime no Ippo was good.
Hajime no Ippo is fantastic.
Yeah, but there was the part where he's blacking out. He's about to go out, and he thinks back to his sensei getting punched one time. And that gave him enough rage that he just stomps out, catches himself in the fucking air, and then just whacks him right in the jaw. Dude, I came. I felt it, dude. My fucking pants flew off. I was like, do it again.
One of my favorite arcs of the anime is actually when they go back and tell the sensei story, and it's like World War II Japan, and oh my god.
Nobody had ribs after that.
No one had ribs. All the ribs are gone.
All the ribs are gone. I think that's actually the fucking joke where it's like they left that fight with no ribs. There was no way.
God. My favorite thing was when he ran out of. What was it? He was fighting on instinct. He was essentially passed out.
Shit.
God, I'm trying to remember the exact fight that was, where he was just going through the motions of it, and his body was just fighting subconsciously, or I guess through the training he was doing. God, and also when you're talking about the weight, I'm just talking about how literally every punch they put into the sounds of train cars. I just realized, Espresso, did you leave?
Huh?
Omega's picture is
you're
over.
covering him perfectly. Hold on.
They literally cut together the sounds of them punching people to the sounds of car crashes.
What are we talking about?
Hajime no Ippo.
Oh.
I remember
Boxing anime.
Yeah, I know.
It was specifically I think that the fight that got me hooked to the series was when he was doing the Dempsey Rush, and
roll.
he had to Dempsey Roll, my bad. And he had to stop mid-roll to catch the guy off guard, and then he fucking you literally hear, which these don't make a sound, but God bless anime, of his muscles tensing and him gaining forward momentum again, and then just racking the dude in the jaw once again.
And him his fucking ligaments ripping because he's breaking so intensely.
It's so good. That's how you have to do hand-to-hand fighting, and this
is why sound does that. It's important.
Yeah. But it's also why doing it in VR chat is mission fucking impossible, because one of the things that I'll always do, which is why I need motherfuckers in ATK to stop causing drama and shit, so I can just spar somebody.
Well, here's the thing with that kind of animation and the stuff you want to see, right? It's based on reaction and result. And unfortunately with VR chat, result happens depending on your internet. and
Not just that, but depending on how good your tracking is.
Also how much the VR chat servers are willing to let you.
Also depending on which 3 seconds someone is operating by, because everyone's operating on a different series of 3 seconds that has an inherent latency. In addition to that, some people have effects on their avatars that actually make their punches feel meatier.
Yep, looks at Carver.
Looks at Mason.
I think what's it called? Dude, if I did VR chat roleplay as a fighter, they just what the hell is Australian internet? That's my after image, you idiot. Just you're hitting my after image.
I've been over here the entire time, which is why I'm glad they stopped doing this. But early into ATK, it was happening a lot where people were role playing, people falling over because they would run into them because of the 3-second delay thing that would happen.
Yeah, you don't know when someone's actually running into you or not. It's why I don't punish people for running into me, even though they ran straight down into a hallway where they definitely should have seen me. And know that I'm holding a cup of coffee. You son of a bitches. I haven't forgotten.
There was a time where I backed up and I was at the top of the stairs in the mess hall, and someone just went like, "Oh, I guess this is happening." Just puts out a roll, literally eats shit on top of the entire stairs, like down the stairs.
I've had a wave topple over a couple times from people like sprinting straight through me, but it's only really whenever someone's just like gunning it full force. And they're just running through and not even thinking of who's behind the door or anything like that.
If people are like running corner side sprints, I absolutely punish them for that.
Yeah, but like I've always I do a lot of hand-to-hand fighting with Slade, my fucking Doom boy in Metaverse, and one of the things that I always practice is, you know how like whenever most people fight, whenever they have to block, all they do is they just put up their two hands in front of their face. And then they just take whatever hits are there.
And they just take it.
Yeah, that's so I Taekwondo, martial arts, Marine Corps, all that kind of stuff. I actually do practice like low blocks here and blocks there and stuff like that to show a little bit of the reaction of taking and blocking each hit and flinching.
That means that's so fucking hard in VR, man. Like in an IRL sparring fight when I was doing Taekwondo, right? Like I could easily react to particular kicks and stuff like that, right? But like in VR, I will react, but it will look like I'm getting a full fucking kick to my balls, dog. Like it doesn't matter.
Well, a lot of it is, and I've done a lot of combat classes for a lot of NPCs and stuff like that, and a lot of it is just prediction. Because I hate to say it, but I haven't fought a single person in VR who isn't predictable as all hell.
Yep.
And mind you, it's just kind of because limitations to what you can do as the character, but also what you can do in VR. You know, wearing a whole bunch of shit. Not everyone's used to fighting in full body tracking.
With a cord on your head that could just trip you or just
the cord on your head is the big one.
I had to get extensions to my cords so that way if I accidentally yanked it, it wouldn't pull everything fucking out, which happened all the time in the past. But now it doesn't happen as much. It's kind of like in a blue moon. But a lot of it is prediction, and a lot of it is being willing to lose.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big one.
Here's the thing that I've always told people: if you're gonna fist fight someone, get your goddamn hand off the fucking analog stick. Take it. Block. Take a punch. If I swing at you and I watch you analog stick back and then analog stick forward, bro, I'm a gun it after you. I have enough stamina to outbeat you. I will run after you the whole fucking fight and keep swinging and punching. I will give you no leeway until you stop fucking moving and react. And that's the biggest thing. If you just stop fucking moving and just react and just actually participate in the dance that is VR chat fighting, it can be a lot of fun. But I've watched many fights in a variety of roleplay where it just feels like two people are playing the analog dance, either throwing abilities at each other or swinging a weapon, which I don't know if anyone has tried to swing a weapon while running.
It's supposed. There's a lot of drag.
Oh yeah, but like, so here's a great example, right? I understand if two people are running at each other and they accidentally run through each other and they're trying to recollect, and it's kind of like an analog battle of like, okay, I'm moving here, you're there, fuck, I'm moving there, you're there. But I've also watched people who run around full speed and are swinging a weapon around with one hand and just going crazy, and it's like, dude, where's any of the weight? Where's any of the force? Do you understand how heavy your weapon is? Do you understand how crazy it is to think that you're running around at full speed, swinging? I don't care that you've been training for years. Yeah.
You have no idea how sad I was when I was told by the team that I couldn't mimic recoil on their guns because it fucked up the aim because of their combat system.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Because I was doing realistic recoil and like reload times, but apparently I can't do that. Because it makes my shots immediately go 100% vertical.
Do the weapons automatically do like recoil? And that's just kind of...
No, it doesn't.
No.
The problem is the 3-second delay in VR chat. So the system also operates on the 3-second delay, so it might think that the bullet fired during my recoil moments, even though I definitely pressed trigger before the recoil part, but no.
So you'd act out the recoil and the gun might be pointing up or something like that.
It would go in a completely different direction, and I'm just so depressed about it.
That's so
And since
sad.
in ATK they actually have the like if you're hit by the bullets your screen changes, so it has to register something.
Yeah, that's why you have to do the same thing in Neon. It's sad.
Well, what I at least know is I've actually gotten to fire most of the weapons that a lot of role plays mimic. The AK-47, M9, 1911, shotguns, auto shotguns, street cleaners. I've actually gotten rifles, sniper rifles. I've gotten to shoot a lot of these weapons, and I will be honest with you, a lot of our characters can handle that recoil. So, I can at least accept, like, if Wave had a pistol, actually, the way that Wave was shooting his guns, yeah, he wouldn't be suffering from a lot of recoil, because A, I do know where to hold the gun, B, a lot of those guns have a lot of attachments that I feel like they wouldn't have, but they do. So like with the added attachments, yeah, I'd probably be able to hold it, sink it into my shoulder, and then be able to fire it just fine. But I understand, because when you shoot a gun, you kind of think, okay, bang, and then it goes up a little bit and then comes down. Because yeah, no, that's exactly like you could have a fucking thick ass arm like the size of fucking
Injure size.
Yeah, you could have intra-sized muscles and still, when you fire the gun, there's still a little bit of recoil. I get it. I do. It sucks, but I could also see where, yeah, no, the character probably would be able to realistically handle that recoil pretty well. And I've looked at all the guns, at least at ATK, and the recoil on them's not that bad.
Yeah, they're pretty small arms, and even then, Indra, even whenever she's offered a bigger gun, she's like, nah, I use pistol.
Yeah.
Okay, goodbye.
Oh yeah, no, oh wow, actually, that's Wave actually does that too, actually.
Their pistol, oh my
pistol
god,
and knife.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith vibes continue.
Oh, dude, literally Wave, I don't know what it was, but just everybody I was discussing, like, they were like, Wave, what's your preferred weapons? He's like, pistol and a knife. That's all I need. All I need. You want me to clear a fucking room? Pistol and a knife. He's like, why wouldn't you have like a shotgun? Why do you need a shotgun? Pistol and a knife. If the dude's got more fucking armor, get good.
Skill issue.
Genuinely, if you see a dude with a bunch of fucking armor, number one, if you're trying to tell me that you're some special military combatant, you understand the concept of analyzing your enemies, so you know to look at them and to see what they have on their fucking bodies. And if you notice, hey, he's missing fucking armor on his joints, stop
Blam, blam.
shooting at his chest.
Yeah, bro. It's like the fucking booby armor principle.
God.
Especially the booby armor principle. Which, mind you, I don't judge anybody for wanting to use bigger guns. I get it. I'm a shotgun boy. I love my shotgun.
I thought you were gonna say I don't judge anybody for it. You know,
I love my super shotguns, which is just a double barrel. I love my fucking street cleaners. I love my fucking Ravens. I love all of them. Great guns. Love them to death. Pump action, fucking the lever actions. Fun as fuck guns. Love them to death. But never judge a man because of the size of his gun. And I specify that because, a Glock.
That's what she said.
Looked at looked at as
I was holding myself back.
I was
God damn.
it's a Glock, right? Small firearm, easiest to make, easiest to get your hands on. Looked at as probably one of the weakest of the modern age pistols to be able to easily accessibly get your hands on. Yeah, there's weaker, but you kind of got to start digging. It's a very weak gun. If I shoot you in the head, you're dead.
Yep.
If I shoot you in the knee, you're not walking on that fucking leg because your knee has a bullet hole in it.
Yeah.
If you wear Kevlar, will the first bullet penetrate you? There is a percentage chance it won't, because a lot of times it will. It's the plate. It's not. Which, by the way, I want to state this to people: it's not the Kevlar, it's the plate. So if you tell me you're wearing a Kevlar jacket, I'm gonna laugh at you. And I don't want anyone to take that personally, but a Kevlar jacket is great against knives, not against guns.
Yep.
I've had this discussion with a lot of people, and they've been like, "Yo, yeah, but like future tech." I'm like, future tech? No, you can't make
even
leather.
Have lasers on our fucking pistols. We're still using bullets. What future do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? But yeah, what was it? But if I shoot you and I hit your plate, I don't know if you know this or not, but go ask any law enforcement how it feels to actually go ask anyone, military, law enforcement, how it feels to get shot by a 9mm bullet wearing Kevlar armor. It fucking hurts.
It hurts. It hurts a lot.
You are like number one, yeah, the bullet just stopped going into your body. In fact, the Kevlar plate probably stopped it, or not the Kevlar plate, but the plate probably stopped it from even denting or even touching your body. But it's stopping
the force
of that bullet, and then it's going across the whole plate and then pushing against you. So that's slamming you in the chest and hurting you.
It's like getting punched.
Yeah, and
really hard.
And the pistols, if you don't know, in ATK, they resemble that of an M9. Now, if you know this or not, but M9s, they will kill you. They will kill you fast. It is the reason why the police use them. It's the reason why the military uses them.
There is a reason why it's one of the most. Yep, it's the reason why it's one of the most. Isn't it one of the most used pistols?
Yes, M9 is. Outside of the Glock is pretty much its one comparison. Or if you're in Russia, the Makarov. They still use it.
They still use.
If you ever thought Russia was gonna take over, just remember that they still use the Makarov, and that gun jams like a bitch. Well, I'm still at least a little bit of a gun nut. Not a huge one, but I'm enough. But
I know a tiny bit here and there.
Yeah. So you with an M9 and a knife can handle looking at all of the enemies that we fought in the ATK. There are only a handful. Actually, I can count on my fingers the enemies that we fought so far that an M9 and a knife could not handle. The rough, because it kind of starts to get into the rough extension of the level of the enemy, but there's the Heartless Walker mercenaries, which actually wore like full-on armor, and then you had the Turian forces. Those are the only two, and I promise you, a well-aimed shot at the throat or a joint, they're fucked. They're fucked. Outright. So I've had this discussion in character with a good enough of a people that I just want to say, stop thinking pistols are weak. They will kill you. They'll kill you.
Never underestimate accuracy.
Yep.
Going back to fighting scenes, Depresso, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but it would be interesting to see your perspective because you have a lot more experience in this. What do you think of John Wick?
Oh, dude. God bless fucking Keanu Reeves. God bless Keanu Reeves. That man went through so much actual fucking training for that fucking movie. Dear God, I love John Wick. Yes, John Wick is kind of a little bit unreasonable that one man could do all of that, but John Wick does a fantastic job.
It is Keanu Reeves, so it is within reason.
Yeah, well, John Wick also does a really good job of trying to remind people, yeah, you could kill people with a pencil. Like, all you need is fitness and training. It's kind of been a thing that's been bugging me with Metaverse for a bit, because everyone always thinks of the idea of when someone does something cool, I have to do it better. If I get a shotgun, they have to come around the corner with a bigger shotgun, or an auto shotgun, or a shotgun that has.
If I go through that gate first, I'm not like skipping to like the end of the game, am I?
The flashier, the better.
Hi, Sergeant.
I don't think you are. I think you're good.
No, I think you're fine.
I think you have to do main. I think you have to do main story. I think you'll like if you get to a point where you're going too far. I think the game will literally tell you because you obviously have to do like main.
Yes,
story.
I was you, bro.
It warns me before I enter. Saying, "Are you sure you want to enter right now?" I'm like, "Huh?"
Ooh. Okay. Maybe not. If the game is warning you, maybe be a good idea.
It says it'll be hard to get out. And I'm like,
Oh, well, okay, wait, if you're saying it's hard to get out, then maybe you're good.
Do you want me to look at the quest to see if they're, like, at that point?
Yeah, because it says there's another thing that I have to do for the main quest, so I don't know if it matters.
My brain thought of a random another question that's along the same lines. What did you think of Daredevil?
I liked
it. The new one?
The new one. The one on Netflix.
Bro, I've never seen a show. Well,
because the reason I brought that up is because it was one of the few times I've seen like a fighting scene where someone gets tired.
It seems like it just starts like a series of events that will take you out of a little bit of the free roam for a time, and then you'll be sent back into free roam eventually.
All right.
Okay.
So I don't think I've seen a show in a while that reminded me how visceral fist fighting is. That show did a damn good job of like, you would just watch him go into a hallway and it's like he's gonna beat the fuck out those dudes, and goddamn he does.
Thank you.
And it's especially the like, I think the later episodes. The later seasons kind of fell off. They kind of fell off a little bit. But like season 1, like when he's in that like makeshift outfit that he's got and shit. Oh my god! Every fight I'm there for it.
He put cords over his hands.
Yeah, so good, dude. Also, they did Bullseye really fucking well. Like actually making Bullseye a threat. Like good, because he was a guy who never misses. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, no, kinda scary. That's why Hawkeye is like one of the most underrated fucking heroes I've ever fucking seen. Like, let's remember that he's firing an arrow for miles to hit an alien robot in a specific point, and he hits it almost all the fucking time, unless the story forces him not to. But when he does, it's like, dude, that is a feat.
Also, every time I think of Hawkeye and arrows and him not missing, I just think the death of the Hulk. Or Bruce, technically.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking what you're talking about. I realized what you're talking about.
God. Oh, like, the reason I brought that up is because I was thinking about, like, how it's one of the few times I've seen where the person, like, they all start getting tired. And you can tell that they're tired, but they keep pushing it. Like, he's pushing off walls in order to keep punching them.
A really good game that I actually think you would enjoy, Mizu, is fucking Midnight Fight Express.
Oh.
I don't know if it's a newer indie game that came out. It was made by one
rings
guy.
A bell.
It rang a bell for me too, for some reason.
Oh yeah, no. So it's made by one guy, but all of the fighting. So it's a top-down.
Oh,
beat 'em up.
I know exactly what you're talking about because I saw it has the guy from fucking Hotline Miami in it.
Oh yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, not a lot.
You can dress yourself up as him, but it's a top-down brawler, and number one, very visceral fighting, like oh my, I don't know how that they did it from a top-down perspective to make it feel that good, but when you like punch a motherfucker, the sound, the way it hits, so fucking good. But also, you have guns because you kind of need them for some of the later enemies. And one of the moves you unlock is called gun executions, and basically just sometimes whenever you beat up an enemy far enough, it'll give you a little prompt you can press, and then you'll do a little finisher on them. You don't have to, but they're all really fun to do. I don't know why you wouldn't. But also, if you shoot a person enough, or just hit them with the fucking gun, which you can just do, you can do an execution on them. And I love all of the pistol finishers. I love them all. One of them is you just take the gun, and you just take the barrel, you slam it into someone's fucking nose, and then you jump, and you do it again, but then you fucking shoot the trigger.
Beautiful.
And I love that shit. There's another one where you like, you pop them like twice, which by the way, every time you do an execution, you actually will use the ammunition in the gun. A nice touch. A lot of games just make it where, okay, fuck it, I basically just get free shots. But no, you actually do use the ammunition. But there's one where like you fucking pop them twice in the knees, so they have to fall to their knees, and then you just rear hand them with a pistol, and then you just keep going. And fucking chef's kiss. I love that shit. It's also why I love fucking pistols, because it's a small hand weapon. So I'm not worried about holding an entire rifle or shotgun in my hand. I have this crazy thing called freedom of movement, which is such a fun thing to have. Which also has kind of brought up a thing that I've had with a lot of people, where just because your gun is bigger or your ability is bigger does not mean it's better. You know, it's kind of like that thing where like it does more damage, but you lose the utility.
Yep.
Always been a thing for me. It's why I fucking love pistols, because pistols, yes, they're a smaller firearm, they do less damage, but the utility of having a smaller firearm is immense. If I have a rifle and you come sprinting at me with a knife, there's only so many things I can do to counter you.
Yep.
If I have a pistol, bitch, bring it. A bitch, come at me with a baseball bat, please. I promise you, I will make you look like a fool.
Don't bring a knife to a pistol fight.
Don't bring a knife to any fight with me, please. Just don't do that. Just shoot me from a distance. Just keep me away from you. Don't let me get close to you. It's not a fight anymore at that point. It pretty much becomes like we're playing Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
No.
Great game.
I get to play. You don't get to play. I get to play.
Oh, you need that.
It's just like I'm coming at you and just like, ooh, it's time for some Oki, and you start fucking juggling them with your pistol rounds.
Yeah, you thought that like I invited you over so we could play this game? No.
No.
I get to play this game.
That's the thing. When you get good enough, at a fighting game, you start going through a process of trying to get better, so the other person doesn't get to play. Like the way you put it, it's genuinely that's how it feels.
That's
especially
why you
versus games.
Yeah, that's why you invite your friends to play fighting games. It's not because you want to play them with them. It's because you want to play. that's why you.
It's not your turn. Check this overhead mix.
Check this overhead mix. I love that. God almighty.
Slade's just like I will play you.
Watch this cross up when you fucking break their neck. Just
Well, so with Wave, the way that I actually have his fighting style is he's a lot of kicks, and I can't wait because I've gotten to do it once or twice with sparring. One time one was a draw, which honestly, you know what? I gave it to him. He put up a good fucking fight. But then the other one was just because I don't really do rolls. So the one way to beat Wave is to use overwhelming force. If you can take a punch and just take it and then grab my fucking arm or leg and then swing me. Yeah, no, you swung me.
That's why him fighting Slager is not going to be good.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that would be interesting, because someone had actually brought this up, that there are certain characters that actually are built to fight characters like that. And he's big, but he's not super fast. He's fast at moving, not fast at punching or kicking.
Yeah.
So the one thing that certain characters actually would have over him is that. Now the problem is, how do you get through his body? And a lot of that is through the use of things like his own momentum, his own speed, the environment, or in Wave's case, a knife.
Yeah, basically the best way to win against an elemental is using as dirty of tactics as possible, and that's why when Indra fought the other one, the first thing she went for was his fucking eyes.
Fighting that man.
Fighting? Okay, yeah, I was that man.
I know, she ruined that man.
Fighting you was so... Okay, you did a great job at making the fight feel uncomfortable. And I don't mean that in like a bad way. I mean...
Like she was just playing with him.
You were laughing, you were joking, you were toying, you were fucking making him swing and miss all the times. He was running out of fucking stamina. It was just... I was like, dear God, woman, stop. Just kill me. Finish me off. I swear to God.
She actually got mad at him for getting on the ground so soon. She's like, oh no, you're not fucking done.
Yeah, no, that's fucking, it's fun. It's good. Oh man.
And no rolls.
It was such a good fight, though. It was such a good fight to watch as well. I can't imagine how it was to be part of it. It must have been so fun.
Oh yeah,
what are you?
Is that a Yuki-Onna?
Maybe.
Correct, that is a Yuki-Onna.
Well, hopefully she doesn't like fire.
Well, it's just a snow woman.
She is a snow woman, so yes.
Oh, I missed. Stop. At least your attack is slow. Oh my God, I am missing you when you're moving at a snail pace.
I really like Yuki-Onna. I like you, okay.
I like it. She have good.
Sorry.
Oh, she
Sorry.
my attack back at me!
That was the reflection shield.
Oh yeah, it's a reflection shield.
Oh, that's some bullshit. Shooting at your legs then.
That's totally not a reason
Got your toes.
Frostlass is one of my favorite Pokemon.
I fucking love Frostlass. Yes.
I love Frostlass so much.
Okay,
Frostlass great.
okay, let's hear it, boys and girls. What are we thinking about these new Pokemon trailers? Because can't look so right. Can't look so right.
I love the two new Night ones.
The fucking Mega Man?
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I love them so much. I love them so much.
Oh man, I'm just like, oh, can't wait to go into a particular website. I'm joking.
Can't wait to battle network.
Can't wait to.
You know the funniest
I'm liking
thing
the designs of the trainers, honestly. That's what I'm most impressed by. The like gym trainers, stuff like that.
Also, what makes me really sad about a show that the animation was really done poorly for, but the manga has great fights. It's Record of Ragnarok.
Oh my god, I knew you were gonna say it. You can say it. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real, Doug. Record of Ragnarok kind of capped, Doug. It's not that good, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's fine. Everyone can have their opinion.
Now Tenkaichi. Now that's a good manga.
I'll give it to you.
Every time I hear the word Ragnarok, my brain floods several things. One being Thor Ragnarok, which is the comic specifically version of it, then the movie, and then the game, Ragnarok, the game that I grew up with.
Oh, I think of the end of time.
Bitch.
I tend to not follow. I'm not a follower of the Norse religion, so I don't think of the end of time.
I mean, mythology in itself is just
Oh no. You're literally putting my scariest scary things.
Scissor lady, crawling lady.
I see that you talking about it got you in the mood to play that game. That's
Scissor bitches.
Please. I do not consent.
Ma'am, I do not give consent. Please step away.
They're so cute though. Shit.
They are, but I feel they are hard to fight. They scary because they're so fucking aggro. A lot of the other enemies kind of just like waffle around and take their time. Not them. They're just like, I am coming at you 100% of the time and good luck fucking stunning me. Oh, is that a fireball? Well, I guess that's effective, but nothing else is.
That's the.
God forbid you miss.
No, not Yukiona. I forget what they're called. It's the smiling woman.
It's a woman where they take off their mask and they're just like, "Am I pretty?" And if you say no, they kill you. And if you say yes, they cut your mouth open. Yeah, so it's a win-win.
Yeah, if you say yes, they then ask again, and then
after taking off the.
Yeah, and then
win-win. Right?
Yes.
But if you say that you're busy, like you're in a rush, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and they'll let you just go.
Yeah, and they'll let you just go.
They're just like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." They're such a polite lady.
Gumina, sorry.
I love the amount of like Japanese yokai like myth legends they do in this game though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I assume you mean the yokai that is literally just a umbrella whisper? Like the one, it's like the one-legged, like sentient umbrella.
I like that one.
Isn't that one like a man-eating umbrella? Like you open it and it basically just eats you?
Well, that's because you treated it poorly, so you know you get you get what you deserve.
True.
The only time that that yokai ever actually comes into existence is because he didn't take care of it. So you let Bella get raggedy.
とうまくやれたかも。ああ、悪くねえ。
But yeah, like, it's if Slager hypothetically was to fight Andrew now, it'd be a lot more difficult for her because she doesn't have the element of surprise anymore, and that was one of her biggest advantages that she had. Like fighting Slager or Axel right now would be absurdly difficult. the point where she would probably lose unless she managed to maim them. But because, you know, hypothetically, if this was a spar situation, she can't exactly do that, so she's more than likely going to lose.
Epic maiming during practice.
Epic maim. Oh,
you can't fucking snap someone's neck when you're trying to train them.
What?
Or like when it's like, yo, let's have like a cute little spar for a little bit.
You can't.
So that's why all my training has been considered bad. What? I've just been maiming every one of my training partners. God damn it! Oh.
Such a good fucking game.
Which game?
Oh, Midnight Fight Express.
Oh.
Still here.
リンクのやつ、替えの利かないもの使いやがって。
Oh boy.
あれ
Oh!
Boy.
Hello, Parade. Oh, shit. Okay. Another new Fiona. Huh?
Another one.
Oh, motherfucker! No! Not this again.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Have fun. Oh. I forget, can you even stealth kill while KK is gone?
You can, but the problem is that you can't use a detection, so it's a lot fucking harder to do that successfully, because you don't know when they'll be looking at your face. Oh, I can't see the other side of my face because he's gone. That's an interesting detail.
That's a cool detail. Annoying for gameplay, but cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's pretty immersive.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
やってみる全部片付ける 新手が来やがったぞよし
Even mind the travel time. Oh.
I love it when they give bows actual travel time instead of just making them hit scan.
Oh, you fast bitch. Oh. Oh my god. god, how am I missing them when they're still? Because I'm panicking.
You cannot panic. Now is not the time. Oh shit. Panic now.
Coach Steve.
Mocked.
I believe I'm missing full target.
また来やがったぞよしまた増えたか
It'd be really funny if his sense of depth was fucked with because I only have one eye.
That would be really fun.
Not fun, but funny.
Fun in the sarcastic way.
Ah, that kind of fun.
KK のところに行かなきゃ
いい腕だったぜやるじゃねえか
まあ
お前の体の中にいた方が落ち着くぜ
それは僕も同感だよ
I see. So their intention was for you to go for the car first, and then go for the other thing, because you'd be like, oh, that bitch, and then you see the bitch, and you're like, oh god.
You see the one bitch, and you see the other bitch, and it's like, oh shit.
2 bitches.
No, it's the same bitch.
あれはスーパーカークラスの部品を使ってるから普通の車じゃダメなんだ。スクランブル交差点の地下で車の展示会をやっている。KK なら知っていると思ったんだけどね。
俺なら知っている？とりあえず行ってみるか。
Ooh. Ugh. The shortcut's so far away. You know, that would be really fucking whack, Sacred.
なんだかもったいぶった言い方だったね。
どうせ俺たちが困っているのを楽しんでるんだろう。
KK が困ってるところは確かに面白そうだ。
その時はお前も困ってるんだぜ。いいのか？
That Torii gate's kind of fucked. Oh no.
何もなけりゃこんな公園でのんびりしてえな。
KK って休みの日はそんなことしてたんだ。
休みなんてなかったけどな。あの世の霧を出しているうちにあの世に伝わっちまったようだな。
So good.
You playing it right now?
Yeah, let's play a little bit. Let's play a little bit. Let's play a little bit.
You play a little bit? Just a little bit?
It's fun to punch dudes.
I agree. Wholeheartedly.
Like some dudes, some motherfuckers just need that shit. They need to get that good punch.
Come on.
a couple characters in ATK I wouldn't mind giving a good punch. But, you know,
Oh,
it's fun. Yeah, specifically Indra.
yeah, just like how she likes it.
Yeah, in the bedroom, brother.
Exactly. Not in the bedroom, it will be. Foreplay.
Let's go, brother. What I'm talking about.
By the way, can I say that I love that every time so far that Wave's just been like, so are we like, shut up.
Like, I can't compute this right now, just chill.
This is very important info because you keep threatening sex on me, so I just,
oh no, not sex!
I mean,
Well, it's different.
Well, we sex get different.
No, because it, you don't know this, Omega, but she has a particular rule. That's not exactly just a rule, but it was made as a coping mechanism so that she would never ever get actually close to anyone again, which was the moment that someone sleeps with her, particularly for like a one-night stand scenario. Meaning, like, you try and have sex with her before you get like any kind of intimate relationship. It's a one and done thing, and you won't even be friends afterwards.
Oh, okay.
yeah, there have been very many times where it's literally been like, do you want to like lay down and cuddle? And she'll be like, no, because I'll probably fuck you. Like, no. Alright, well...
Just like my type of foreplay brother.
It's really interesting, because I haven't had a character like, when she's scared, her response is horny, but not in the way that, like, I'm normally used to doing. Because there's like, yo, monsters, fuck yeah, let's go. But there's also,
let's
for
go.
her, it's, they're getting close, so I'm just trying to get myself in the mood and get it over with, which is really fucking sad.
Yeah, I know, right? Which is why
what's up with that?
That's why the text feels so good, because he's like...
You finally get to see the inner monologue, because you
I know.
completely denied it before. And now it's fucking hilarious.
Fucking Christ.
God, Christy, you write the best fucking text RP, dog.
Thank you, bro.
Like fucking reading Knife and Solitude? Fuck me. Fuck me, dude.
Yeah, I don't half-ass it. That was like my first ever roleplay style, so I do the thing.
Ah, touche. Oh my God.
He wants to give the girl the D, but he can't right now. He does. It's a terrible battle for that boy. He's just like, no, I need you to comprehend. Like, I want to.
You don't seem to understand, Indra. I need it.
I don't want to give you the temporary D. I want to give you the emotional D.
I want to give you a hard-on, not a hard-on. Heart-on is what I tried.
I need you to feel it, but not like that. I like it.
I mean, that's a part of it, but you know,
that is a significant bonus, but it's not what we're looking for.
On a side note, why is this enemy so creepy?
Yeah, dude, it's so... Oh, you mother bitch. I knew there was gonna be one day a scenario where that would fucking happen.
Mother bitch?
Like, it's not even the movements, even when you, like, instant kill it and, like, you just see it's, like, its mouth open up in its face.
And I missed that, but a bear tries to strangle you.
It's so unsettling. It's so unsettling. It's like...
Kind of creepy.
Yeah. Like even when you even when you go for the thing where you know you're killing it, it's just like, oh god, no.
Because its face and weird teeth just get all up in the camera.
It's kind of cute though, so you know, wouldn't disparage it too much.
これで外の霧も晴れたかな。外に行って確かめてみようぜ。ゆっくりしたいなら別だけどな。
No beads? Okay.
God damn it! I said no teeth.
簡単には帰れないみたいだよ。全部相手する必要はないぞ。ここから出ることを考える。
Oh god, not the sword bitch. Please. Ouch.
That's a lot of bitches! How can that many bitches exist?
They did say this.
That is true.
That was good. There you go. Ma'am.
With her aiming the scissors at the screen.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I know all of those like really powerful enemies do that shit where they lunge at you and it feels like they're literally gonna fucking kill you. Even when you're doing the instant kill.
Even when you're the one that, even though you know, oh, she's dead, but
brain still go.
Feel like it.
I already know what the flowers are. They're spider lilies. I saw them. I was observing them earlier.
Spider lilies are so pretty, even if they do represent.
I like the flowers with like petal stalks so much.
もらえるものはもらっておけよ。あとは外に送るだけだ。
Rhythm. I love how fucking stylish the animations are. It's just so good.
Yeah, dog.
Oh yeah, you're right. I would have totally fucking forgotten. That's a tree. There's a lot of trees over here. Whoops. Yeah.
Damn, you looking stylish in that seat, dog. What the hell?
Yeah, I know. I'm so cute. You can look at me.
Salary man decided it was time to exercise. Shit.
I really feel like Jujutsu Kaisen because I look like a businessman. Huh? Justice reigns from above, apparently. What the? Whoa!
She's Fiend!
She was confused. Oh shit, that other one over there got fucking completely drained. I didn't know it was being attacked at all. I didn't know there was a third. I thought it was only 2. Here she goes again. There they go again. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. Oh. Please let me purge you. Thank you. Again. That's the last one, right? Yep. Yum. ADHD medication's fucking weird though. Like I genuinely, I've only had 1 meal today, but like my stomach's like, oh yeah, no, you're totally satisfied. But mentally,
Really?
I'm just like, you know, like I don't,
God,
I probably
that's-
shouldn't be.
That's how I feel with some of my new weight loss meds.
Yeah, no, like ADHD medication has some like pretty severe appetite reduction. Like the one I'm on right now isn't even as severe as the one I like. And I absolutely prefer the other one I've been on, just based upon like, 'cause this one gives me brain fog, and I've never had brain fog before. It makes it very, very difficult to do anything. I'm also way more irritable, I've found.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I don't like that. I much rather be in control of myself, thank you. But, yeah, on my other one, I have gone 2 days without eating, like, separate days, mind you, of not eating anything.
Oh, okay.
That's
And I never got the urge for it, and I couldn't actually force myself to eat even. Like, it was that bad. So what I had to do is I had to get into a rhythm of, eating, then taking my pill once I'm done eating, because if I take it in the middle of my meal, I will lose my appetite before I can finish it.
oh goodness.
It's that quick. Yeah, no, ADHD medication, like, has a crazy, like, I don't know what the, like, activation period. It's really fucking quick.
Yeah. An Omyoji in D&D.
How tricky would be an Omnyoji in D&D. Isn't that like the tags guy?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it was.
That's what I had hacking is.
You could do that. I mean, you could flavor it really any way. I mean, shit, you could be
Honestly,
a warlock Omnyoji. You could be a
high key. I would go with like either wizard or warlock. Honestly, all you really need to do is reflavor your spellbook as spell tags.
Yeah, and what's it called? The warlock could be like you get your spell tags from a Japanese style spirit, you know, like
yeah. Or you could even like you could go quite a few levels in monk even. And then
shit. You could be a thief rogue who bonus action uses tags. Like
Well, I mean that would require magical items that were custom made for them, but like looking at it from like a base D&D standpoint.
Oh yeah.
Monk with.
It's really just a flavor thing, yo.
Yeah, it's really just a flavor thing. But like, if you want to go for like the full-on vibe, it would probably be like a little bit of monk with like a little bit of cleric, probably. Yeah, like you would just have like your holy symbol be. I believe they have a holy symbol even. Like you could even go full cleric for that. But the reason why I was thinking cleric in particular is for the usage of the wisdom class, which is also very important. Sorry, wisdom attribute, which is very important for Omnioji, is that's kind of their whole vibe. They're also very dexterous motherfuckers. So a monk cleric hybrid wouldn't be awful.
Be a little strange.
It is strange, but it's more close to what they're going for. It also reflavor spells, true. Yeah, like a full cleric could work even.
Speaking of,
or you can make like your monk stuff, like all of your like strikes instead be talismans.
Actually would be kind of cool. Yeah, speaking of D&D, I've been fucking loving my fucking character. That's basically just Wobbuffet.
Oh yeah.
That's
amazing. It's a plasmoid, and the entire build is I am a warlock that then specs into full wizard. So I have like one warlock, so I can get armor of Agathis, and then everything else is just pure wizard. And I have no abilities that are considered attacks. They're either obstructions, weaken you, or buff me so that I can take more damage. And then, so I'm level 7 now, so my armor of Agathis can be upscaled to level 4, so I can do it where I get 20 extra points. And this adds on top of my arcane ward, which is a whole bunch of extra points. So I can normally get around 30 to 40. So then, because I have a low dex and no armor, everything hits me. But then I immediately do 20 damage back. But then I can also activate, what is it? I have a, what is it? Hellish Rebuke. And I've also got a ring that, for one charge once a day, does 2d10 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
So I've just got this whole build where either A, I'm weakening everybody, I'm causing their movement to be really slow, so they have to attack me, and then they attack me, and then they die.
Take one.
Isn't Plasmoid the Among Us race?
What?
What?
That's not. I'm not joking.
I'm looking up plasmoids.
No, they're living slimes.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say.
Yeah, that's what the fucking imposters are. The living slimes.
Are there? Where was this? I thought they were just like an alien. Yeah.
Yeah, people on Wizard of the Coast were calling it the Among Us race.
Well, I mean, you can't really disguise yourself as a person with the way that they actually set up the they basically set it up.
You don't have to. You just wear like a costume.
I suppose you could.
I feel like changeling are more for like a Among Us.
Yeah, you can squeeze through space as narrow as 1 inch wide. So that's you.
Also, you're venting.
That's you venting.
With the space. Just call them the sus and be done with it.
I refuse. Stop this blasphemy.
Poor Esso, he's too tired for this shit.
God damn it. We actually just recently fought what is essentially like a forest demigod. I forget exactly what it was.
Classic demigod.
Yeah, you know, some good old Lulu D&D.
Way faster.
Ooh, days kind of fast. But what was it? The last attack he did was actually kind of like by accident, and it's because of how close I was. His tail ended up swinging into me, and you know, Lou was like, "Hi." Like, all right, he's probably gonna do it's gonna be like 3 damage from like the roll that I just did. And I was like, okay, so I do 20, and he was like, oh, how do you want to kill it? I was like, yeah, are you kidding me? So then I fucking plasmoid up his tail. I went into a hole that we already had in his head, and I popped his fucking brain out.
Plasmoid up his hole sounds like a euphemism.
I'm waiting. Not yet. Not yet. No plasmoid sex yet.
Bro,
No plasmoid sex yet.
Brother.
I mean, it's just a slime.
The fuck, dude?
He's a good boy. Nobody fucked him. Nobody fucked the slime. Just wait a second.
Do it.
I don't know if you guys are paying attention to the quest so far right now, but I was supposed to look for someone's lost dog. So I was thinking like, oh fuck yeah, I'll help you find your lost dog, bud. I'll make you find your best friend in the world. And apparently it was just his little brother that he kept tied up and in a cage.
Huh?
Oh my
God. What the fuck?
On gun, on gun.
Now you have to fight all the red men.
So you guys are talking about D&D?
Yeah, no, actually, we're talking about sex. Get that all the time.
I'm sad I don't want to talk about D&D now. Okay.
I love how everyone would probably have assumed the other.
What do you mean?
I don't need it.
What do you mean, Christy? What are you talking about? Explain that, explain that.
Oh.
I need an essay by today.
Hey, buddy. You like
detailed report.
Whoa.
Not the Pillsbury Doughboy.
It's his final form. Man.
Yo, Slendy Man got a lot of pounds on him.
I mean, I don't blame him, right? He's gone through a lot.
He has gone through a lot.
Slenderman's gone through quite a bit in the past couple years. The Marble Hornets movie? Shit, dog.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
The Marble Hornets series? Delicious.
Wait, there was a
The
series?
Marble Hornets movie? Oh, goodness.
Wait, there was a series?
Yeah, it originated as a TV series, or not TV, ARG.
Yeah, it was kind of like one of the first.
One of the most notable ARGs out there, but it kind of got destroyed by its really shitty movie. So, you know.
I didn't actually know that.
It's pretty good. I recommend watching it. It can be a little confusing, so you can always watch a what the fuck happened kind of video. A guide, basically.
This explained.
It was kind of like one of the first like YouTube ARGs of its time, but that also means that it has all the problems that one of the first YouTube ARGs of its time would have. So a lot of it's scary because it's loud.
Yeah, it's trying
like a lot.
That don't.
But it does have a lot of fun story bits, so I think I do recommend it.
It's not bad. The biggest problem you might have is the thing that made it work so well was at the time when it was coming out, you wouldn't be able to watch each episode consecutively. You know, you'd have to wait for like the next one to come out. So
it was also it was originally presented as like an interview slash like a reel, like a demo reel of this guy's acting, basically. But yeah, and then you got a fucking. And then when people just like Slenderman, more like sex, man. Like. And then that kind of ruined his image. Tumblr
Furball with legs.
Tumblr got there.
Oh, those aren't legs, those are hands.
Oh, they were.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a Kodama. Kodamas are weird.
But they're good little boys.
They're cute though. Fucking Shin Megami Tensei, baby. They strong as fuck.
You remind me of Soul Hackers. I want it, but I have no money.
I'm interested, but I've seen like gameplay and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know I don't know if I'm interested enough.
Yeah.
I still haven't played 5.
You should play original Soul Hackers first. That's what I recommend.
Definitely, I'll probably actually check out original Soul Hackers.
Because the original Soul Hackers is basically cyberpunk. It's cyberpunk, dog.
It's cyberpunk essence.
Oh, hey there.
Well, hello.
Hello, brother. I recently got what's it called? Got my hands on a Shin Megami Tensei 4, so I'm gonna probably play the shit out of that.
Wait, 4 or Apocalypse?
4, not Apocalypse.
Yeah, 4.
I do want to play Apocalypse though. Apocalypse looks fun.
I would play a game
finished,
that's thought-provoking, but I'm currently stuck and attached to Payday 2 again.
Thought-provoking? Goodness me.
It happens. I understand that.
I like to cook meth, man. It's just how it be.
Me too,
makes
man.
good money.
Me too.
Makes good money.
Fellow meth cooker?
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear, brother.
Yeah, pretty much true. Little rapper.
So you sound very tired.
Yeah, it's about that hour.
It's 5:30.
It's late, brother. Late.
I should go to sleep.
Not for me though, my Australian ass, but.
To be fair, I'm always like a little bit tired, unless it's like roleplay or fight time.
The insomniac's excuse.
Yeah, dude. Aw, dude. It's my depression, bro.
Oh, dude. Sorry.
I'm riding the waves of my fucking agony, dog. Let's go, dude.
Bro.
My inner turmoil makes sick, gnarly waves.
Bro, you're... Dude, your inner turmoil...
Can you walk into...
your inner turmoil looks fucking gnar, dog.
Can you walk into ATK and have Wave act like a surfer dude? Say Wave every other sentence.
Oh, no.
I've met people who
Why
unironically talk like surfer dudes, because I'm like an
you're making him sound like a Pokemon. Just every couple seconds, wave.
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 One day he'll wave at the ocean, and I can make the joke that he wave the wave.
Yo, baby, I'll be your surfer board. You can step on me. Let's go, dude.
I had a...
That was difficult.
I love the philosophical surfer boy.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, dude, my inner turmoil is shattering my soul. I'm falling apart as a person, dude.
Bro, my psyche's totally tearing me apart, dude.
Oh god. I actually was gonna, like, thinking back on it, I actually was gonna, because I was, I was going for the fucking Decepticon thing. I actually was gonna play Wave like an asshole, but then as I'm getting ready for the episode, all I hear is people being like, God, we need something positive to happen on this ship, like one episode. And I was like, oh. You know what? Maybe I won't have him be an asshole for right now. Maybe I'll be just a good guy
Why
You're
can't we
gonna
just
be
have
an
And it
asshole,
worked!
slow
Good
burn
shift.
it. Yeah, no. You got way more out of it by being just a good dude because there's so many troublemakers.
Oh
Can't we
yeah,
just
holy
have
shit.
one good shift. That's it.
Yeah.
Just one.
I also got the I swear to God, like everything between Wave and Indra has been such a fucking anime. Literally
Yeah.
to how we first met, literally bending down to Booba in face to then be like, hi, it's like
Oh, I
Okay, dude.
forgot about that, bro.
Yeah!
I remembered like the quips that they had, and she was like, you know what? I like this guy
You're okay. You're okay.
because he could keep up, and she's like, oh.
I remember because this is outside of Pathfinders. This was kind of like the first time we've really gotten to like roleplay together, and I knew you were there, and I was just like, okay, cool, Mizu's here, that's neat, best friend of my girlfriend, cool, can't wait to see him, can't wait to hang out, that would be awesome. And then
Now
we
we're
had
here.
that run in, and I was like, oh, well, this might stick a little bit. It's not like it's gonna go anywhere or anything. And
then
now
what?
we're here.
And now we're here.
And now we're here. Now this boy is so far past the line of going back that it's just.
We passed the point of no return a while ago. I made that joke like 3 sessions ago.
Yeah.
Which is especially noteworthy for Indra because she's a big theater buff. Like that's where her real snobism comes in, is the theater specifically.
If anyone tried to disrupt the two of them and tried to make any kind of statements like I bet Wave doesn't even trust you. Like, excuse me, she's tried to kill me twice and I still sleep in the same room as her.
I at this point, someone could try and make that comment and she would probably just kick them in the face herself because it's... You don't just... How would I put this? If there was someone trying to extract information out of her for the purpose of using her, or anything like that, they would not have stuck around after all that she did. No, that wouldn't have fucking happened. And it wouldn't have been in that way, and it wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have the current behavioral traits that he has. Because, there is inherent behaviors for someone who is trying to manipulate people. And it's always, if you have the radar for it, you can usually pick it up before it even happens.
I feel like Indra would play along. Like at first, whenever they're trying to be like, look, you want something better, I got it for you here. And she'd be like, okay, alright. And then get him to that point, and then like stranglehold them or some shit, and be like, if you keep fucking around with me.
Oh, it really depends on what they do. If they really piss her off, this is what Indra does. Indra is very quiet, deceptive. She has got one hell of a poker face, even though I have facial tracking. So, like, if there was someone who was genuinely, sincerely, like, God, at this point, I think Tiffany's probably gonna hit it first. But, she probably won't go as far with Tiffany as she would with some random fucking crewmate, though, like, right? But, she is the type of person to lure someone into a corner where there is no one to hear them scream and just take them out quietly.
Yeah. Wave knows that.
Yeah, she specifically noted that to him when she was strangling him and trying to kill him the first time.
Someone sits down there, there's just like Wave, like she threatened to kill me, dude. Oh, she threatened you. Oh.
I can do some. It's just some the sobber voice. Lucky.
Oh yes.
Maybe. Wait. Oh my God. He would definitely, especially after the last one. There is no way he doesn't have bruises. On his fucking neck.
Well,
pausing that, I was actually going to comment on that. Because Michael, like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm assuming how tightly she was holding him.
Well,
Like,
actually, that's okay. So this is really unfortunate, but if Indra was like actually, well, yeah, she's a little bit abusive right now for obvious reasons.
No, this
But
is not a healthy relationship.
The thing is though, a lot of the skin around his neck is artificial.
Oh.
Because he had his jaw and throat fucking blown out from the PPC.
So it wouldn't
So
show.
no.
That's even worse somehow.
He has no
even
evidence.
more uncomfortable.
He has no evidence to be able to be like, yeah, no, she tried to kill me twice. She tried to kill you, but you're with her though. Yeah, I know. We're not talking about it any further. We're in a happy time right now. At least I think so. You know, she only
genuinely, so every time you talk like that, and I think about like the actual what's going on, it makes me kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It reads as like a high key. Well, not just high key, but actually because it is kind of like someone in an outright abusive relationship, because it is an abusive relationship right now. But normal fluffy relationships being explored on screen usually isn't as.
I love the dichotomy between these two characters I'm about to bring up, because I had a romance RP with the Queen, and the Queen's literally eaten people, killed them, done horrible shit, and I've had the most lovely, like wholesome, healthy relationship.
Yep.
God.
It's just, it came with a bunch of social torment.
Oh yeah. If anybody ever found out that was happening, then it would have been really bad. But thankfully, no one did.
Well,
or if they did, they learned that.
Did, but they also kind of didn't. But they also kind of did. And by
The people
time
that- The people that did find out, specifically around where his faction, knew to keep their mouth shut.
Became one of those points where everyone knew, but they didn't have any. They
No
didn't
one
have
had
conclusive
actual
proof,
hard
but it
proof.
didn't matter at that point.
See, the one part that's like fucking with me though is I know that like when the two characters do finally get together and we have in fact verified that yes they have had sex, I can see it now that Ribbo's gonna message you and be like, so what did you do? And where on the body?
Oh
no!
Oh my god!
On God, dude. On God.
Have to fucking go by medical, and they're like, dude, there's like a lot of it's not bruising, these are really aggressive hickeys. How many are you okay? Can you just give
like
me
a
the
dog
fucking ice
bitch,
pack?
bro.
It's
Can you
like
give
a
me-
dog bitch.
Can you give me the ice pack, and can you stop asking questions?
It genuinely is really fucked. And I enjoy their relationship a lot. I enjoy Wave and Indra a lot. They're very cute. But it's really fucked, and I genuinely hope that Michael never finds out.
Sincerely, yes.
I genuinely hope. God, I hope. Because, no, that would be really, 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 really fucking bad.
Yep.
Wait, that they're together, or
No, how she hurt Wave.
Oh, you think Wave's ever gonna fucking talk about that with other people?
No, he's not, but...
Well, actually, he might, but probably either to Maya or one of the therapists, and that's only if, like, something kind of fucked happened. Like, for instance,
God.
like if Indra like died or something like that, it might come off on like a passing comment where like, yeah, I mean the lady tried to kill me like twice, but like I genuinely like loved her. And they're like, she tried to do what to you? You know, she's just really aggressive. You know? It wasn't anything too big. It wasn't like she was
Nothing too crazy.
strangling me.
It really.
God. It's not even funny.
Relationship, don't.
Please, actually, you know,
shit like that's a bad time.
I'm actually gonna pause this. Please, anybody, if this sounds at all familiar to you, please find some help or find that person some help somehow.
Yeah, no. This is roleplay, obviously, but fucking okay. Yeah,
RP,
don't.
by the way.
We're in a very shitty universe, so.
Yeah. See, actually, actually,
Sorry.
I will say, if this was like the metaverse or any universe that was a little bit better, yeah, no, Wave would have not. The first time, Wave would have been like, no,
Nope.
no. But in this world, like, in the most fucked up way of saying it, it's kind of to be expected. Like you gotta think
make
like.
It okay, but it's.
Oh no.
Common.
Yeah, it's not okay, but when you think of okay, number one, if you become a mercenary in this world, you've got to be fucked. You have to be a normal, civilized, calm human being, and then become a mercenary in this world and survive. Dude, come on. You're gonna be the video games kind of mock it up a little bit, you know, in terms of like people being heroes and stuff like that. But no, you kind of end up being a bit fucked. It's like that's kind of to be expected. And this girl gave every red flag in the book.
She also gave every warning.
Yeah, every warning, every red flag. It was literally he didn't know what he was getting himself into, but he knew damn well this was not going to be everything will be fine.
Hey, I'm just thinking about. If he ever actually found out, and what had actually happened, and I understand the full context of it. It actually makes it a little better, quote unquote. But yeah, because it's not better. It's just yeah.
Less worse.
Less worse. Depending on where he is in his development, he'll be so fucking angry.
Michael yelling at her.
Michael!
Because he would feel deceived.
And then we're right back at it with the locking up.
Unfortunately, Wave is definitely. I mean, I guess not. Unfortunately, I guess Fort. Oh, no, it's
unfortunately, just say
better or worse.
Yeah. For better or worse, yeah, Wave is definitely not gonna be talking about this because I mean he has no. Because number one, it's not in his eyes. Once again, for better or for worse, he doesn't feel like it's his place to tell Michael.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. No. It's not.
If we're being fully blunt about the situation, Michael isn't owed any information.
No, he's not. No one's owed any information about anybody's
that
personal
being
life.
said, a therapist wouldn't be a bad idea, even though I have some suspicions that he's really bad about keeping his mouth shut.
I also will say this. No one is owed any information, but there is a certain line of safety. Not in terms of the person's safety, but the person you care about safety. So I don't know. It's a weird line because it's both privacy and not privacy, and it's an entire thing where you have to sacrifice a certain person's autonomy or feelings and be like, okay, you are genuinely unsafe. I need to take action here.
God, Wave's fucked up mindset of yeah, she tried to kill me twice, but I mean, she's working on herself. It's okay.
She's working on herself.
The only way you could phrase that worse is she tried to kill me twice, but the good times make up for it.
Oh God, that is God no.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Stop right
You know
here.
what? I think that's my cue since it's also almost 6 a.m. to go to bed. Good
Sleep
night.
well, man.
Good night.
Sleep well.
Once again, I will emphasize that this is a very inherently unhealthy and toxic relationship, and if you ever find yourself in a situation like this in real life, get out of there.
Also, it's roleplay, so this is roleplay, but if that's happening in IRL, shit, dog.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The entire point of roleplay is to be able to explore uncomfortable and complicated situations.
Yeah. Though, I guess, like...
Although you're supposed to, you know, to a point, consent to it. And I think at this point, so you knew exactly what you were getting into because I warned you out of character too.
So, alright. I would not... Okay, so... Just to give you an example, So the only character that I've ever had be in a calm, comfortable relationship that had no terrible things was Lance and Tulip. That one was just nothing but wholesome, cute, adorable. Camp Car 8, miss it. It was nice. But let's look at another relationship I have a character in. So, me and Ribbon, we have our gang characters who, after we had left Gang RP, we brought them in, you know, just to the normal metaverse. My character, Biker, who is literally based point for point off of Biker from Hotline Miami, who is a very, very unhinged... I literally murder people for money, because money's nice. And her character, who is a very quiet, frog-loving, psychotic woman who tested drugs on him while he slept. Multiple times.
Baby.
Yeah. So, and then there's my other character, Slade, who's in a very nice relationship with Miriam Rose's character, Belle. They started by her literally kicking him across an entire street. She's a frost giant, by the way. Kicking him across an entire street and her saying, "You look nice," and then picked him up and carried him away.
Oh.
And then they had sex to where she broke his hips and gave him frostbite. Yeah. Obviously things were healed, you know, bone magic and stuff
and
like that.
And I presume there was
God.
consent involved, of course.
There was, but
why do you
know, there's also the violent assault and the breaking of, and there's the breaking of. Oh, I'm talking about the kick across the street.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And the breaking of bones. And all of that. I don't think I genuinely can't think, like, when it comes to RP, I don't know why, but just a calm, happy relationship. The only person I could probably do that with would probably be Ribbon, and that's because she's my girlfriend. Every other relationship I get into in RP, I don't know why, I feel like if there's not something either fucked up or kind of weird going on, I don't know, it just kind of feels like, yeah, it's vanilla, thank you, but, you know.
There has to be a little bit more intrigue in there, or else it just feels like a normal relationship, so it's...
Yeah.
You're not necessarily interested in that unless it's with someone that Ribbon plays.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, if I mean, mind you, to say if in an RP, if two characters just so happen to kind of fall for each other, and it was just calm and natural, wouldn't be against it, but it wouldn't be something that I'd be searching for. You know what I mean? Because whenever I roleplay, I kind of want experiences that I couldn't have in, you know, a normal world. You know? So, you know, normally, I would never fucking get with a person like Idra. I would probably think about her. You know, she's hot, cool, but yeah, after the first red flag, I'd be like, that's a no-go. But, we're in a roleplay, so...
Oh, this is cool. Whoa, that's so cool. Come back.
Snake.
No, it's a dragon.
Oh.
I will go ahead and tell you though, in the text RP, there's a part of Wave that after he fell asleep, even after the movie and everything, he thought to himself, she might kill me. she might still do it. Like she might, and that's why whenever he was laying there and he felt that like warm feeling on his cheek, he was like, oh wait, oh she's not, oh you know what, okay, I'm all right with this. You know what? Maybe I did it. Ugh.
I like to think about the moment where Michael had to leave because of the movie and how awkward those two are about that, and just immediately.
Oh yeah, no, it would have been hell. Adorable hell.
But hell nonetheless.
I'm just thinking of like the two of them just like laying there in bed, like both like stiff as a board, just like do I try to hold her? She's
just completely fucking blank. Just like
okay, you know what? I'm just going to close my eyes. Maybe it's like a 50. It's a 50-50 shot that if I close my eyes, she won't kill me. And you know, that's the net positive here, but if she does kill me, at least the room smells nice.
Oh my god.
So
what the?
Well,
that's what he thinks about when he kicks the bucket.
We'll take that.
Man.
I mean, we gotta take some kind of net positive here. You know, we gotta hold on to something.
It smells real
works at
good,
a soap company, well, a cosmetics company that also sells soap, so it do be real nice though.
At least when I die, it smells like lotion.
I will say one thing, and this has always just been my kind of thing, like out of character, but like whenever it comes to like kind of like bedroom-esque stuff, one of the biggest things that I always catch on is like weirdly enough smells.
Oh yeah. Well,
I know that might sound like
bigger. No. That's actually one of the bigger psychological tie-ins for attraction, actually.
Oh, well, there you go then. Which is why, and you notice this a lot in text RP, is whenever the two characters get all kind of like intimate, which I remember a certain scene where they got really fucking intimate.
Yep.
You bitch. fucking like Wave's head is just like, okay, it's fine, I can control this. Oh, I wish this room would stop smelling like that. I don't know if it's my sweat or her sweat or our sweat. I don't know anymore. I hate this.
Sweat!
My mind just thought of Contact High from Intro Sweat for some reason.
Sounds about right.
I was going into the clouds. That's so cute.
Can open things.
Hey, buddy.
Probably also didn't help that fucking... Now that I think about it, actually, during that whole conversation, Wave was probably also trying to keep his fucking senses in order because of that shot that they gave him.
The shot?
Yeah, remember the shot that they had during the,
Oh, yeah, he was slightly high.
Yeah, which, like, they gave him that as, like, she's like, this has drugs in it. I'm like, man, they just are really testing me tonight. We had champagne, wine, and a shot that had drugs in it.
There was also 2 glasses of wine.
Yeah, it's 2 glasses of wine. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, Wave actually would have been kind of a little bit drunk there. Actually, you know what? I'm a spark. That's how he got his confidence. That's how he was able to just be like, if she's gonna kill me, kill me.
He's like, he gets like that post-sober awakening, like, oh, fuck. She almost killed me.
Should I run? Should I want that biscuit. like the first time that they do end up actually like getting together one night. I have no idea how awkward it would be.
It really depends on the circumstances.
Yeah.
Because either Indra will lead and there will be literally no problems because of it. What the? That was an interesting situation. But either it's Indra leading entirely and it's pretty much exactly how you would expect it to go. Or they're both fumbling and it's a disaster. Or Wave leads.
Hope on the disaster.
And she's a disaster. More so. But it would be like hyper fucking mushy. It's like if it's just like yeah, it's like like sex shit, like dirty talk. That wouldn't do anything for her. But like the moment you like break out that fucking what's it called? Tender things like holding their faces and just like stay still. I just want to look at you for a second. She just fucking died.
That is okay. I think you and I both know that's exactly what he would do.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter of whether or not the circumstances lead that one or the other is leading, and she finally then is like, okay, this is happening. Or they like mutually agree. Yeah, okay, relationship time.
It's like they're fucking. I feel like when like that night's finally gonna fucking happen, there's gonna be a bunch of motherfuckers who want to come hang out, and then just waves.
That's gonna happen. That's gonna be there forever. That's their forever problem.
Yeah, no, but I feel like when it's gonna be finally like that night, like I feel like Wave's gonna snap a little bit and like, hey guys, respectfully, fuck off. Just for tonight, I need all of you to go away. Craig, stop saying whatever you're gonna say. Go. I know you have a joke.
People are usually pretty polite about it when she says, when basically anyone says, hey, can you like go? But the problem is like actually saying, yeah, go. Because a lot of the, that wasn't cool. Anyway, a lot of the reasons why, Andra has difficulty, pushing people away is because she's afraid of even the implication of a relationship.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, whenever anyone's just like, oh man, it looks like they're dating, she, like, firmly, not only does she firmly shoot it down, but she ridicules the person that they're talking about. Or, ridicules them for even considering such. And then she's like, oh yeah, anyway, big party and stuff, and they're like, that's why, God, when it happened last episode, Reyes was like, okay, so are you two a thing now or something? She's like, no, and then she immediately started flirting with him.
I would be lying if I said that Wave immediately tried to start focusing on work.
Yeah. No, it's completely understandable.
I feel like at this point, if she did that, like right in front of Wave, he would just be like, Indra, can you please mock me outside of the comms room? Like, just please. Like, not in my earshot. Like, I get it, I have a small dick and I work too much. You don't have to fucking remind me.
Oh my goodness.
Just start self-deprecating.
I feel like what would immediately happen would be like one of the most weirdly inappropriate responses ever.
Yeah.
Which is like, which would be literally this, you don't have a tiny dick, I've seen you with a boner.
Dude, these mixed signals are getting, like, I don't... I'm taking a break from working. I'm gonna get a coffee or something. I'm just gonna go sit down. I'd ask if you'd want to join me, but I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen next episode because she's more or less the targets are kind of focused on him. It's just a matter of how everything kind of proceeds. And I guess a little bit of how everyone else kind of... Not necessarily it, but like... God, there is a phenomenon where people on the outside notice that there's two people getting close, and they keep making fun of them for it, or just being like, yo, so how's the date go? When's your next one? And immediately destroys the relationship. Because there's peer pressure on the outside for it.
Yeah, I get it, like, people just being cute and silly, but there's like parts of me that's like, guys, shut up. Like I get it. Stop. Which actually, I know that Indra's done her own version of it, which poor Wave was just like, god damn it, I can't win on this fucking ship. But someone from fucking medical had joked about it, and Wave was like, hey, listen, I know you're being silly. If you ever joke about me being with Indra, even if we are, in the kindest words I can, I will get in trouble. Not because of me being with her, but because of how I want to react right now. And I'm hoping that my clenched fists are enough to tell you, stop. Cause you joking about it with me, I'll be fine. I'll tell you to shut up, and then I'll move on. You do that to her, and you set her off, and you fuck this up, I come for you. She's threatened to kill me twice. I am trying so fucking hard. Don't fuck this up for me.
She's never gonna live that down, and honestly, fairly so.
I mean, yeah, good point, right?
I feel like he would only bring that up for very specific occasions if she tried to like point out some kind of flaw on him where it's like, well, you don't listen. Like, Indra, number one, I do listen. You know I do. Because of how many times I have repeated and talked about things we've talked about years ago. Number two, second time you tried to kill me, I remember specifically, you said this. Don't pull that on me. Don't tell me I don't care, because I do. I would not still be here if I didn't. Also, I slept in the same bed with you the night after you tried. Don't you ever tell me, well, you don't trust me.
Both times.
Yeah, both times. And you know what's funny? Both times, you ended up cuddling me right after. So, yeah, no, you're right. I can't read your signals. I can't. I try to. All the time. In fact, actually, see this journal? This journal is called the Indra book. Alright? And it's all my fucking notes to try to understand.
Oh,
and I am,
Christ,
and you know what? You know what? I'll be honest, I'm failing, and I'm sorry for that. Could you help me?
Aww.
Please, because every time I ask for help, you say it's not a you problem, it's a me problem, and guess what? It's an our problem.
Aww. Oddly sentimental.
It would be the most fucked up conversation when you really think about it.
Oh yeah.
But for them, it's sweet.
You know.
No, comrade. Hard problem.
Thinking about it, I really want Michael to have more friends.
That sounds really bad out of context. What
I
the
was
hell?
reading what the game said. What?
He said in response to that, I really want Michael to have more friends.
Ouch.
It wasn't directly a response to that. I'm talking about how when you rely on a small amount of people, to give you a certain emotion, emotional health that you need, like a conversation, like basically everything you need normally in a relationship. And those two of the people, about 60 something percent of them, want to be alone together. You're suddenly left with a lot less. So, and it's not nothing of their fault because it's their relationship and they want to be together, so it's fine. But he will essentially have
I thought
to.
this was a person.
Damn shame.
Have to find that somewhere else, essentially.
No. Yeah, no. That's. There's actually a couple of characters that have that problem, and it's really unfortunate, because like I really do enjoy the talks that like Wave and Michael have, and like I really feel like they're really great friends. The only problem that like Wave keeps having is it'll be at the end of shift. He's been working all day. He's only seen her a couple of times, and he's like, "Hey, you know what? We've been having a good time. Relationship's been kind of moving forward. We're almost there. We're not there. We're really close. We just gotta like take those slow steps, and we've got it. All I gotta do, we'll hang out with her alone. That way she can open up, be more about her feelings. And here's everybody else."
Yeah, here's the interesting part of that. Because it's a weekly RP, that issue is much more pronounced, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because like you can go like, "Hey, I hung out with Indra 4 times a week," and most people, I think Wave would be like, "Yeah, that's good." Like I was able to hang out with her alone like a couple days ago or like a day ago, and we hung out with like a couple people. I think, but since it's 1 time a week and you're trying to progress a story that you want to tell, and you're like, "Hey, I know technically speaking we have all week to do this, but it's not really all week. It's today. Can you not?" That type of thing.
That's why like a lot of the times there's been a lot of episodes where even though I probably could have asked Indra if we could just hang out and talk alone tonight, and I probably could have been okayed, I don't, because I feel terrible being like, "Hey, yeah, you guys only get to roleplay like once a week with this character," and I'm basically saying, "Hey, dibs," and like I feel terrible about that, which is why a lot of episodes I just don't even try. I'm just like, cool, we're just gonna hang out with some people, that's fine. But I do know that like there was like one episode, which actually was when he asked her out on a date, where Wei was just kind of frustrated because it was just kind of like, I just want to be able to like hang out with her tonight and just talk, because like throughout the week we've been working.
Grumbling and growling. Well, rather,
Yeah.
she followed him, but he didn't realize she was.
Did not realize you were following. Still can never.
Are you talking about when Axel like slapped him?
Nope. Oh wait, yeah, that was the same episode.
Yeah, that was the same episode. But that was also at that point, Wave has had this mindset whenever it comes to Indra, and it's been, he's standing outside in a blizzard, and he has to fight his way to get to the door, and then has to fight even harder to open the door. And then when he gets inside, he gets a moment, and then he blinks, and he's back outside in the blizzard again. And that's what his relationship with Indra has felt like for a while, where it's felt like literally fighting through an entire blizzard to get a couple of seconds in the door, and then back outside in the blizzard again. And that's kind of why, like, he's tried to give her space and be respectful and not be demanding and not ask much of her, but it was kind of getting to like a snapping point where he's basically sitting here. He already kind of feels like he's not really a part of the conversation because the conversation was about something else and he was just listening to everybody talk. But then he just felt like a joke having this big old man slap him and then slap his helmet on his head and shit like that. And he's like, No, I'm done. I'm tired of being out in the blizzard. I'm tired of fighting up to it all the time. I'm sick. I'm tired. I've got work. I've got all this fucking stress from the bomb. I'm carrying all these people's weights on my fucking shoulders. I'm sick. I'm tired. I don't want to fucking do it tonight. Not tonight. Maybe some other fucking night. Not tonight. And then she came up behind him, and he was like,
I
don't
promise
think-
I'm not one of those guys. It was the first thing he said, and she's like, and she just let him talk.
Yeah, no, he was just honestly like there's a part of him that just wanted just to be like, I don't think you understand how much you matter to me at this point. I know how gay that sounds, but just do you want to go on a date? Which I was out of character, ready for you to be like, we're not there yet. And I was like, all right, that's fine. I understand. We can just hang out as friends. That's okay. And you said we'll see where it goes. And I was even out of character, like, okay. Did I do it?
Did I do it? Something to fucking quest complete.
What's
there is an interesting tidbit about that Wolf knows about.
Yep.
Oh.
It's gonna make you sad.
Was it pity?
No. Well, sort of, but not exactly. It's the thing that Indra has done through how she views herself through a lens. In that whenever someone does something good or whenever they are frustrated, and especially if she is at the seat of it, she alleviates it by using herself to take away that pressure. So basically she sells her own self to reward others, so to speak.
Kind of expected that.
Yeah. But she actually did, what was important was that by the end of the night, that shell was cracked open and he didn't patch the egg back, he didn't patch the shell back together, instead he just tenderly held the yolk. Which was a mess, which was her.
Yeah. I will
I
say,
mean, I don't think there was any mixture of words that I could have said that would have patched that fucking egg back together. Maybe.
I don't know either, because the only way that I thought that her addressing her trauma through someone else saying anything about it would be to basically shatter her mindset. Like that entire logical mindset that's barely holding herself together.
To go back a little bit, because I actually wanted to say something. What's interesting, Eso, is that at least from Michael's, like the episodes where you got like Wave hangs out and you do a very good job of RPing this. He's clearly frustrated. Like the freaking slapping one, it was quite obvious why, at least in my perspective, why what was happening. And it's hard to think of a solution, because the solution, technically speaking, is to leave. Not Wave to leave, but for other people who feel or understand what's going on, is to leave. That's the solution. But it's a weird dichotomy, like you're talking about, like it's an RP. Like I don't actually usually know what to do in that situation outside of just empathize. Or allow the moments like how he tried to facilitate you to being alone as much as possible.
You know, if it wasn't for all of those other... I will say this too, if it wasn't for all of the other times that he actually was patient with her and her, well, hanging out with her friends, basically, the date probably also wouldn't have happened. She probably would have, probably what would have ended up happening, because like if anyone asks her out on like a date right now that isn't Wave presently, they would probably get a no, like a flat hard no.
Very different from when it was when she first got on the ship.
Hmm?
When she first got on the ship, it would have been a no, but then would have been the offer, if, so to speak.
Well, no, she still would give the offer. That offer would always be a thing. Until she's in a relationship properly, then it's fuck no, fuck off kind of situation. But if it wasn't for him going out of his way to actually respect her boundaries, probably what she would have done instead was just probably high-key kiss him and then just leave and say literally nothing. Not explain it. Not... Which probably would have, you know, confused him more, but basically she would view it as a stalling tactic.
Waiting for SO's response.
Oh, no, it's everything, like, it's there. I've noticed that when it comes to Indra, there's never really been a sure shot. If you do this, you're good to go. It's a lot of like, you have to be patient, you have to work, you have to listen, you have to think, you have, like, at least from what I've seen with the character, like, Wave only got to where he got to because of all of these things. But I feel like, yeah, no, you have to do all of these things. And then also risk your character's life.
Pretty much, yeah. Which not a lot of people are willing to do. Or rather, as people are unwilling to do.
And the third one being characters unwilling to do.
Well, that's what I meant, the people.
Oh, I thought you meant players.
No, because SO noted the out of
The dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not like the Tiffany kind of yandere. She's just like, hee hee hee. No. She is quiet, calculating. She will put you in a position where you will die if she wants to kill you.
There was actually someone in your chat was literally like, there was one part where like she was literally just hugging herself, and there was someone in your chat, because I was going back to watch the VOD, and they were just like, dude, hold her, she's literally holding herself, and I'm like no, you don't understand.
From what little speckles I have read of PTSD. Wrong response.
Yeah,
no.
I could see, like, if Wave ever did kind of like, if they did end up dating, but she still was like very iffy on him like ever touching her, I feel like there would probably be a moment where Wave would just kind of like break down a little bit, and he'd be like, do you know how often I want to hold you?
Oh,
when you get like this, like how often I see you hug yourself, and like I want to hold you, like, and not to make you feel stressed, but I don't know, at least try to make you feel safe. Like, I'm not gonna backstab you, or like something bad's not gonna happen, which, yeah, we know, but you know, I've been trying. Also, you keep holding me, and like, I don't know, when do I get to hold you? Well then, on your own terms, let me hold you. Like, I don't care.
Fucking mild spoiler or whatever, but if they ever actually get to the point where a relationship is formed, that's gonna be a lot less common. And if it was a situation where she wouldn't want to, she'd be able to at least understand herself enough to verbalize, not right now, sweetheart. But the problem is that right now, she's in so much uncharted territory with her own feelings. God, just the situation in general that she is overstimulated in every facet possible. Mentally, physically, emotionally. So like when you... Indra doesn't necessarily... Her trauma goes back even before that event, which Wave knows about. Which, with her situation with like other merchants and why she doesn't like other merchants and why, generally speaking, she didn't really have any friends until her fiancé and also her fiancé and Darling. In general, she has been not trusting of people for a very, very, very long time. Because she's been betrayed. Her trust has been fucked with a lot since a very, very young age. And she grew up in an environment where trusting anyone inherently was a very fucking stupid idea. Especially because she was surrounded by, she had to dance around royals on Canopus, and the royals in Canopus are fucking awful. Like, genuine shitbag human beings.
Michael suffer.
Michael didn't even have to really interact with them much. He just fucked over one of their products. He wasn't,
Him even entering a sphere around any of them ruined his life.
Yes. And there are people who still have it worse.
Sorry, whenever you say Michael, I can only think of the FNAF meme. I'm so sorry.
No. Michael!
Michael! It's all I hear. I'm so sorry. I'm corrupted by FNAF, which I actually quite like, but also it's like kind of fucked up. But like, yeah, whatever, right?
I used to think that FNAF was cringe until I played it. And I was like, oh
and
my
you're like,
god,
damn,
I'm a part
this
of the
ain't
problem.
This ain't that cringe, right? Oh no.
No, it was just, it's because it was just genuinely fun and satisfying to vanquish it. And I genuinely liked it, the lore of it, since the beginning. It's just I didn't think that the games are all that special, and then I played it, and I'm like, oh. Granted, I played it in VR, and everything's way fucking scarier in VR.
Oh yeah.
God, I don't...
Flashbacks to staring at Foxy.
Yeah, so did you watch me play FNAF VR? Probably not.
I did not.
That's fine. So in the title, do you know the game? Have you seen the game?
Yeah, that's Help Wanted.
Yeah, so you know how in the beginning of the game, like in the title screen, there's a Foxy that stares at you and like rotates their head?
Yeah, behind you.
Yeah.
So I put on my headset for that, and I already started stream. But I put on my headset, and that was the first thing I saw. And I was paralyzed with fear, literally, for 30 minutes. And new things about it just kept on fucking with me more. Because I didn't notice that his head followed me. And I was, because of where I was standing, I was pretty close to him. And I was like...
Yeah, I remember.
I just couldn't do it. I couldn't will myself to turn around because it just...
It stopped being funny like the first 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then I was like, any word.
Yeah.
I fully beat that game.
Me too.
And I will go ahead and say getting all the fucking tapes and then playing the normal mode and the fucked up mode of all of the fucking levels. I went back to go and play the like original FNAFs and not an ounce of fear.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah, like cuz like in VR, especially okay, I did not like playing FNAF 3 in VR. Not because it was scary. It was just annoying.
FNAF 3?
That was the one with the Springtrap.
That's Springtrap.
Oh.
The Halloween
It was kind of boring.
Well, you have to keep him like focused on other rooms while also dealing with the ventilation and stuff, and then also the apparitions would appear.
My neck hurt doing that one. I
Yeah.
had to position my head to not see the thingies.
When I told Christy to play VR Help Wanted, the thing I was looking forward to was the service parts, because I knew that was fun.
Part. Fuck that part. You accidentally hit one thing wrong. Oh, he's screaming in my face.
Not even that, it's the slowly open the first time. When you slowly open up and they jump scare you with the face opening.
It's God, it wasn't even that for me. It's just seeing them so close is so fucking uncomfortable. Just them physically being there, it feels too real.
Have you seen the Baddington tapes, Christy?
No.
Oh shit!
Oh my god! No, okay. You might not know the Baddington tapes. I feel like you know this. The Baddington tapes is the hyper realist, like the very creepy fan VR tapes, where it's like training videos.
Yeah, they're like training videos that look hyper real. They look so.
I'll show.
Didn't you show
Yeah,
me that?
yes, I'll show you a picture. I'm pretty sure you know about it.
Yeah, you showed me those, and then I fell asleep like after the first one. Because I keep falling asleep to horror videos for some reason.
Really? That's the thing that gets you to bed?
Well, to be technical, I will fall asleep to any video, but horror doesn't prevent me from sleeping.
Okay.
That's why she watches Manly.
Well, to be fair, Manly makes any scary game much less scary because he's genuinely comfortable.
Yeah,
he is,
dude,
though.
Manly Badass Hero? Shit.
Yeah, love Manly Badass Hero. High key.
Love Manly Badass. What was it? The first of the game modes that actually kind of fucked with me was the darkness version of the vent one.
Yes, God,
The darkness version of that one was just, I was like, no. I mean, I'll do it, but fuck off. And then what was it? Yeah, no, that was kind of the only one that really fucked with me. The ones where you're doing the maintenance, the first one kind of got me a little bit, but then afterwards I would just keep getting annoyed of like if I would like put a part down in the place but just slightly off. Yeah, you failed.
Like after I got the first jump scare, it wasn't scary, but like it's the first loading in and being like.
Christy, I sent you a picture, so you can see.
Let me see. Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Fucking man, I love Manly Badass Hero. I'm just like, damn, he pumps out content like a motherfucker.
Yes. I look forward to his videos every day.
Yeah, same.
Most days, there are a lot of days where I fall asleep watching it.
Well, the trick that he does is that he gives every game a chance, even if it looks like complete dog shit.
And when he has a little talk about it at the end.
Yeah, he gives it like a genuine review, and he helps it, like, he gives, like, genuinely, like, good critiques. And he's never unfair about it.
Yeah.
And he will praise, like, the good shit about a game as well, which is very nice. He doesn't just completely tear it apart. Even though, technically speaking, like, from, like, an algorithm perspective, right? Being mean apparently equates to funny, and it's usually gets your videos a little bit more popular. However, I like what he does better, because I prefer more, genuinely introspective things.
He sheds a light on a lot of shit as well.
Yeah.
That's actually how I found out about
like with like lore. He's also pretty good at detecting lore apparently, because he's so like aware of like symbolism and things and themes of such.
Especially since you play like someone who plays stories or games literally every day, probably several games every day, over and over again for a job. You eventually get good at looking at them, dissecting them, look at them. Especially if you're introspective like that. talking about spreading light. That's not spreading light on games. That's how I found out about Mortuary Assistant. Yeah, that's how I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, that's how you found out about Mortuary Assistant. I'm saying Mortuary wrong because I don't know how to pronounce it. Mortuary. There you go.
I don't. Yes.
Yes,
but
I was good.
I beat him on Hooked on You, and I'm very proud.
You did beat him on Hooked on You.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's a lot easier to pump out a stream 2 hours after a game comes out versus editing a video and then putting out a video.
I don't think that one was edited much, but the difference is that he had like guides and such.
Yeah. Plus, he usually
we were just freeballing it.
Reading text is fucking taxing on a voice though, so I don't blame him for not
That it's really
all
funny.
the other routes aren't like that good, unfortunately.
Which other routes?
Every route other than Spirit.
True.
Like even
You were so
Mommy.
disappointed by what's his name, the
Rafe.
fucking Rafe. Oh
Even
my god,
Butcher
your
was
reaction.
kind of.
The
like,
Butcher was
I
redeemable at the end.
He
I
was,
feel.
but like it wasn't. How do I put this? It wasn't my type at all because it more so made him fall for me than me fall for him. You know what I mean? Because I liked him better in other routes.
Actually, it generally made me like him because of how actually funny he was.
Yeah, no, he's fucking hilarious.
But which thing are you guys talking about?
Hooked
The
on
Dead
You,
by
that-
Daylight dating sim.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's called Hooked
I'm not
on
gonna
You.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. My favorite's still Huntress.
Really?
By Huntress. In terms of story.
I thought her story was severely lacking, actually.
Really?
Yes.
I just generally like the vibes that she gave off.
Well, did you like her character?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You just saw Muscle Mommy and you clicked out. Let's be real. I'm also joking.
You're both at fault.
I'm actually joking. But I realize my tone is getting fatigued, so it's sounding like I'm serious, but I'm not at all.
Yeah, ain't it like bedtime for you, dog?
Yeah, this is usually when my stream would be over, but that's okay. What is it? The reason why I liked Spirits is because it actually went deeper into like her like story, and you kind of actually had to like earn her, whereas Huntress was kind of like 100% into you since the very beginning.
You also have to really earn the Butcher. Shit. What's up with this fucking
You have to earn the Butcher for too long for my taste. There's not much getting to know. It felt like, how do I put this? Because the spirit philosophized with me, I felt like I got to actually know her as a person, whereas all of the other routes, not really so much. Like, there was actual conflict with the spirit route.
That's fair.
But Huntress's one was the second best. Just in general.
Doug, raw means I love you and dinosaur, Doug, for real, for real.
Why?
They kind of ruined his character at the end. I don't know why they did that.
I think it was for the meme, which, to be fair, a lot of what that dating sim was for the meme.
Touche. Maybe the same guys who made the KFC, so...
Nah, I think they knew exactly what they were doing.
Absolutely.
God, Wraith's one was so fucking bad. Like the other routes are at least like there were a 7 minimum. Spirit was a 9 because of weird feat stuff, but genuinely better than like most other like romance routes that I do in other dating sims because they again had a conflict and she did philosophy a lot, pretty much the entire time through. I fell through the... What? I fell through the solid glass. I do like Huntress's design a lot too, though.
Yeah, they did give Huntress a banging design. Now we just need to get to Copyright Island.
Ghostface.
Jason.
Ghostface.
Jason.
No, Ghostface.
Jason.
This is literally the whole joke of this series is that...
Yeah, I know you Ghostface is there, but Jason.
The Ghostface like actually stalks you. I'm nice.
It's kind of nice.
No, I mean like in terms of like... Okay, hold on. Hold on a second here. I'm fumbling and dying in game because okay, listen. I've already said that during the playthrough with Dead by Daylight, I'm hooked on you. But, I had trouble playing the game because as a survivor, I kept on wanting to get caught, and as a killer, I kept role-playing in my head. Because I would just, like, choose one that I liked, and usually it was white. Unless it was my obsession. And I would always keep them alive, no matter what. Where either I would kill all of them and let them bleed out, or I would kill all of them and just guide them to the fucking trapdoor and let them leave.
Oh my god.
I couldn't help myself. So Ghostface allowed for a lot of that kind of fun. Because you're supposed to sneak around and like jump scare people.
My my favorite killer was I'm trying to remember hold on, I think it was the one where you're a bunch of dudes in hoodies.
Oh, I know.
I feel like that
Legion.
Legion, yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, Legion. I was a Legion main. Because I thought the playstyle was really fun, where I stab one of you, and now I know where you all are. So then I go run over and stab another one of you, and then I stab another one of you, and now you finished patching up the bleeding, but I've already stabbed your other friends. So then I stab the other one, and I sprint back across the map at full speed, and I stab you again, and I stab the other person. And I just become this huge problem the whole match. But now, my favorite killer is actually Ghostface. But honestly, it's not for the reason of him being good. I kind of like that he's bad.
Bad?
Oh yeah, Ghostface? Ghostface is not a good killer. At least not... Well, so here's the problem, right? Ghostface is actually not bad, but for this game, he's not good. Because he's a very slow, methodical killer, where it's all about stealth, and then trying to catch the people to where you've got the meter at full, so then you can go in for a full-on shank and knock them down. But if anyone sees you, you get knocked out of stealth.
I guess I'm just way too used to Savage playing him and steamrolling literally everyone. He plays competitive.
Okay, that's a different All right, yeah, that's
that's a different bowl game.
There's
competitive meta and then there's casual meta.
Okay, yeah, I've been a full casual boy.
I'm a biggie casual. Okay. It's literally 10 minutes till 6. I think it's a good time to end. Everyone, I hope you had as much fun as I did. Thank you so much for keeping me company. And thank you everyone who came by to like talk and stuff, because I like listening to you all talk. It's like having a friend podcast or friend audiobook. It's very soothing for me brain.
Hey, I'm glad I could join.
Yeah. Oh my god, I just realized that Night Terrors gifted a sub to Ribbon 5 hours ago and I missed it. I'm so sorry. ADHD is a killer. And Nameless One, thank you for the 30 months as well. Also 6 hours ago. I hope I got that one and I just forgot reading it. That I read it, I mean. Anyway, I hope you all had a wonderful night. I hope I made your night as much as you have made mine. Good night, my starlings. And who the hell is even awake at this hour?
That's a good fucking question.
Murder Crumpet. A murder crumpet.
A murder crumpet?
This is too scary.
A crumpet that
He's
murders?
playing a spooky game. Or he's playing a spooky game. I think it's
fucking
pronoun.
cheap scares, bro. I don't know if I can do this shit. It's really like into it. I like this is way too much for me. No one can calm a crying